Hi, I'm Kristen Rao-Finkbeiner, Executive Director of Moms Rising and mom of two. Thanks so much for joining us. Welcome to the MOMibuster, the first ever filibuster for people, for moms, for dads, for parents, for guardians, for caregivers, and for the care workforce all across this country.
This is truly an historic moment.
We're so close to putting families on a path that makes life better for them, a path that lowers costs, a path that lifts our economy.
In fact, the U.S. House passed the Build Back Better Act already, proving that transformational change is indeed possible.
And we are on the edge of passing many of the policies in that act through the Senate as well.
We cannot stop this progress. We have to keep building a country that values and supports care workers, and caregivers.
So we're here to do that. And we're here to do that because moms, dads, parents, caregivers, and the care workforce is absolutely exhausted.
We are tired of being unable to afford childcare, of struggling after a new child arrives because we have to go immediately back to work,
Of it being impossible to take care of ourselves or a loved one during a lengthy illness because we don't have any paid family and medical leave.
And we're fed up with being pushed out of much-needed jobs simply because life happens and our nation doesn't yet have workplace protections that other nations take for granted.
And because of this, we're worried that we won't be able to afford food, medicine, or the basics as our children grow.
At the same time, we've been disproportionately shouldering the heavy burdens of caring for kids and elderly family members for 2 years into a pandemic.
In fact, the data is in, and women and moms have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and moms of color have experienced compounded health and economic harms due to structural racism. It doesn't have to be this way.
We are not just tired, we are outraged.
So we're standing up and speaking out.
One thing is encouraging moms, dads, and caregivers around the country and telling them that there are solutions.
Just like we need to build bridges to drive on to go to work, we need a care infrastructure so parents can work, children can thrive, care workers can earn living wages, and our economy can be healthy.
The care infrastructure includes childcare and pre-K, home and community-based services, maternal health equity policies, lower drug prices,
The monthly child tax credit check, a path to citizenship for immigrants, and paid family and medical leave.
It's a lot of policies, but as the famous author Audre Lorde said, we don't have a single issue struggle because we don't live single issue lives. We know that these are the policies that most other nations take for granted.
And our policies, which Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has noted, we need to catch up with the international competitiveness. And these are policies that lower costs for families just when we need it the most.
Now, we wouldn't be here right now without these critical care infrastructure policies in place if there weren't some who are trying to stop progress, to block it at all costs.
But together we are a powerful, unstoppable, nation-lifting, cost-saving, transformational force that can lift our families and the economy alike.
So today, on Mother's Day weekend, we're taking over the floor to show our strength, to remind people across the country of the choices that we face together.
We are turning the filibuster on its head. Instead of using it to block the progress we all want, we've created this MOMibuster to showcase all the progress we can make to lower family costs, to lift loved ones, and to have a healthy economy.
We're this close to having affordable childcare and free pre-K, home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities.
Paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or serious health crisis strikes. Birth equity, ensuring every person giving birth has a safe and healthy experience.
And extending the monthly child tax credit and paying all care workers a living wage.
We're this close to finally having a country that supports the work that makes all other work possible. And what will bring us over the finish line? You. You, us, our stories, our actions, our voices reaching out to Congress. We're all in this together. We are powerful together. Join us. Today, listen to the stories about care and share your own stories with #CareCan'tWait on Twitter and in the comments section. Let's keep marching and moving our country forward. Together we are an unstoppable, powerful force.
In honor of Mother's Day, on Saturday, May 7th, 2022 at 12 p.m. Eastern, tune in for the first ever MOMibuster to hear hundreds of stories from people on why care can't wait. This is a filibuster for people, for moms, parents, caregivers, and the care workforce. Join us as we push for affordable childcare and universal pre-K, paid family and medical leave, investing in home and community-based services, full access to quality maternal health care for all, extending child tax credit payments, and living wages for all care workers. This is our moment to build a country that values care, caregivers, and the care workforce. Stand up with us and demand change.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sujin Pak, and welcome. I've got a plan today for staying powered up through this MOMibuster. I hope you have one too. I've got sensible shoes on. I'm fueled up. I'm hydrated, but not too hydrated because I also have a bathroom plan. Thank you very much. I have a book called The Encyclopedia of Everything with me. It's ready to go in between all the stories we're going to hear today, because we are ready to talk and push for these necessary policies for as long as it takes. And to do that, we are sharing our stories. Now, why are we sharing our stories? Because when this many people are facing the same type of crisis at the same time, we don't have an epidemic of personal failures. We have national structural issues that we can and must solve together. So our stories are powerful. They tell leaders what needs fixing. They tell the media what they should concentrate on. And they tell us that we are not alone. Our stories can change the world. And for me, this issue is so close to my heart as I take care of my elderly parents, plus the added burden of a language barrier. I'm raising 2 young kids. I mean, it feels like I have to be in a million different places at the same time. And I know a lot of you guys are feeling that burden as well, that crunch, right? I also want to talk about a new pin you're going to see. All right. It's the one with the carnation, and it has the phrase, care can't wait. Now, if it's on a leader or someone's lapel, that is how they are showing that they are strengthening our care infrastructure, and they're with us today. They want the same things that we all want to help families thrive. So if you want a pin of your own, you can go to MomsRising.org and get one too. You can also take the power to Congress by texting "We Care" to 747464, and we'll connect you with your senator's office so you can share Care Can't Wait. All right, let's get going. It's time to share some stories. So I yield the floor to our distinguished community member from Michigan.
Hi there, I'm Julie, and I'm a mom in Michigan. My son goes to child care, a daycare center, and he is 4 years old. When we had our son, we waited later in our careers and in our life because we wanted to be financially sound. We wanted to give him a good opportunity and be able to afford all the opportunities and enrichment programs that we wanted to give him that we didn't get to experience ourselves, my husband and I. So we waited. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought we were making a good financial decision to wait. And it turns out that it's almost like we're getting punished because childcare is expensive. It's too expensive. It's almost as much as a second mortgage for us. And we only have one in childcare right now. So we made the decision to not have another child because we simply cannot afford another payment, even if there was a discount. It's way too expensive. We also have been struggling to find quality childcare that's near us. We moved to Michigan a couple years ago and found a center, but the center since has closed. His classroom in particular has closed due to just not having enough employees. The employees, they would be there one day and then not show up the next day, and it was really unstable, not only for the kids, but for, the families and the employees themselves. They were getting very frustrated with their low pay and seeing people being able to go do other jobs for $5 more an hour. So we finally found a new place. It's further away, and I think that's another part of our problem. We don't have many choices. We were fortunate enough to find the last spot at one particular child care center, but we pay an extraordinary amount. It's a third more than what we were paying. So it's quite expensive, but it's open and there's teachers there, and they have staff. So, and he's cared for and he's loved on. So that's important to us, but we definitely could use some help. We could use that child care tax credit again. We could use some incentives and some subsidies for the child care centers so that they can, pay their employees a fair wage to actually have employees that want to work there. And we could use some more centers so that we're not driving a half hour to get our son to daycare.
Hi, my name is Bridget Todd, and I'm a daughter, a sister, and an auntie living in beautiful Washington, D.C. Now, I'm not yet a mom, but I have served as a caregiver for loved ones, and it was always so much easier when I had help from my community. I know how hard moms work, and for too long, we've just allowed moms to bear the burden of all of that work with little to no institutional support. Everyone is better off when moms get the help and support they need. Things like affordable childcare, pre-K, paid family, and medical leave. It is the very least of what moms deserve.
Hi, my name is Skylar. I am in kindergarten from New York City, and I would like you to know care can't wait.
Hi, my name is Rachel Shelton. I'm a mom of 2 boys in Asheville, North Carolina. My boys are ages 3 and 6, and right now I'm a full-time caregiver for both of them. I also have some caregiving responsibilities for aging family members. My life has changed a lot in the last 2 years. Before the pandemic, I was a public school K-12 teacher, and unfortunately I had to leave that job when I had a second child just because I couldn't find childcare that would match up with my hours as a public school teacher. After I left my public school teaching job, I was a preschool teacher at the school where both of my boys attended. That program closed, like so many others, in March of 2020, and unfortunately has not been able to reopen. So in one fell swoop, my job and my kids' childcare all just ended in March of 2020. Since that time, I've been trying to do the best I can for my kids to keep them safe and also try to give them what they need. It's been a real struggle, and I've been wanting to return to work, especially since this past fall when both of my boys re-entered school finally. But everything has just felt so precarious, and it's been really hard to juggle the demands of, when kids have to be home sick and a parent has to take care of them. It's been really hard for me to look for a job again, and I just feel like I don't have as much choice as I wish I did. I think it's really important that we care for teachers and mothers who are supporting the rest of our economy by caring for children. I think it is so important that we pass a universal pre-K program so that every child has a safe place to go, for them to learn and grow, and for their parents to have that option to be able to work during that time. I hope that we can take care of those who care for others, so that our country can be better and stronger. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng from New York. On Mother's Day and every day, I applaud the hard work that moms do to feed their families, care for their children, and the many other tasks they do. Moms truly are unsung heroes who keep our families together. We live in the world's richest nation, and yet we don't offer common sense policies to help our moms succeed, like paid leave and universal preschool. As moms look to return to the workforce, it's imperative that we advance policies that help them thrive. I introduced the Marshall Plan for Moms, a comprehensive initiative to give moms the tools they need to flourish. My plan specifically calls for policies like paid leave, universal childcare, expanding unemployment insurance, increasing the federal minimum wage, and more. Asking moms to choose between their careers and families is a non-starter for me. And our nation should not accept anything less than seeing moms succeed. I'm proud to lead my legislation, and I won't stop fighting for the well-being of our moms. To all the moms out there, I see you, I hear you, and I'm standing with you. I wish you all a wonderful and happy Mother's Day, and I thank you for your immeasurable contributions at home and to our nation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paola Mendoza, and I am a mother of a 9-year-old boy named Mateo Ali. I think that this country is in dire straits of how it treats its mothers. I would love to see policies enacted that give resources, Marshall Plan for Moms as an example, to make sure that women and mothers and caregivers are being taken care of financially for the emotional labor and our unpaid labor that we do almost as a majority of our time. I also would love to see mental health support given to mothers at this moment in time. We know that the pandemic has created so much stress, particularly for mothers and primary caregivers. We have had to work. We have had to care for our children. We have also had to care for those that have gotten sick in our lives. We've also had to care for our parents. The care crisis that we are currently in disproportionately affects women, disproportionately affects mothers, and we need support in that area.
Mi nombre es Miki, soy de Arizona, soy mamá y cuidadora de mujeres adulto mayor. Mi experiencia en esta pandemia fue preocupante por saber que teníamos que estar aislados y sin poder vernos. Se necesita mucho apoyo para el adulto mayor y cuidado y salud.
Hi, my name is Tasha, and I am a mom in the state of Georgia with 4 kids. And I am wanting to briefly share about childcare and paid family leave. Being a mom is stressful, and having to constantly juggle between working and making sure your finances are straight, getting all the kids where they need to go all the time. Also juggling if you're married or with somebody, your spouse or significant others' schedules as well and what they have going on. It can be a lot. And having access to family care, child care, preschools that are affordable, all of the things that will help meet your budget where you are, or that have access to all of this stuff. I am also a military spouse, so I'm also speaking, primarily from that side of things where you are moving constantly and you don't always know the resources. You don't always know the what is available to you in childcare in that new state, in that new city, in that new country even that you are moving to. And you have to kind of find all of this on a whim quickly. And you don't always have access to that before you move. So yes, I am speaking to better help get us access to affordable health care and paid family leave and anything and that sort of thing. So it's better for everybody and everybody knows kind of what the deal is, what's going on, and it's more feasible for everybody in the long run. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alice Chan of MomCom NYC, and I'm so glad to join the MomiBuster. This is a big deal because we've got big problems to solve. We're all struggling and juggling, trying to get everything to work. And it's hard, not because we're doing anything wrong as human beings. It's hard because we don't have a nation or economy to help us thrive. So what do we really need? We need affordable childcare, pre-K, home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities, paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or serious health crisis strikes, maternal health equity, extend the monthly child tax credit payments, and living wages for all care workers. That's why we're here today and every day. So join us and our allies at the Care Can't Wait Coalition. Go to MomsRising.org and keep the pressure on. Tell the Congress these 3 important words on behalf of all moms, dads, parents, caregivers, and guardians. Care can't wait. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I proudly represent California's beautiful 13th Congressional District, which includes Oakland and Berkeley, California. One of the top concerns I hear from my families in my district is their struggle to find affordable child care. But the East Bay is not alone. Across the country, child care costs are skyrocketing. Since 1990, the cost of child care for one infant has shot up by 214%. During the pandemic alone, it's gone up by 41%. Let's be clear, this is a moral crisis. Parents should not be paying more for child care than their mortgages or their rent. Caregivers should be able to afford the basic cost of living. And for people of color and low-income people, these barriers are even higher and even more consequential both before and during this pandemic. Women of color and frontline workers saved this democracy. They saved lives, they saved livelihoods, and they carried us through COVID. They need the protection of a care infrastructure now, right now, and that cannot wait. A care infrastructure doesn't just mean affordable childcare. It means free pre-K. It means home and community-based services. It means paid family and medical leave. A care infrastructure means quality maternal health care for all, especially women of color. Prescription medication that working people can afford, and a tax system that supports families instead of lining the pockets of wealthy corporations and billionaires. At some point in everyone's lives, everyone needs care. Everyone needs support. It's time for Congress to step up, take action, and pass bold, vital legislation to create the care infrastructure this country needs.
My name is Bettina Lani, and I'm a mom of 2 kids in Arlington, Virginia. I work full-time as the Director of External Engagement for a public health nonprofit. When my kids were very young, I had to quit a job that paid well and that I loved because even at that rate, I couldn't find reliable childcare that was less than the amount of money I was making at my job. 2 years later, I accepted a job that was part-time so it could dovetail with the part-time combination of childcare and preschool I could afford. I know that I'm very privileged to have made even these compromises work with my family's budget. And with all that, not having full coverage for childcare meant that I ended up with a far lower income level and lower retirement savings as a result. But when it comes to childcare, we can't compromise with our kids' safety, so we'll do whatever it takes to put them first. America should put all of our country's babies and young children first. Moms, dads, and families need and deserve full child care coverage, especially for babies in the preschool years and in the gap between the end of school and the end of the workday. Our prosperity as a country depends on this choice and these options, on having moms and dads who are able to choose the best possible job options to provide for their families, both when they're young and to take care of their health and retirement needs in the years to come.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Castro y soy madre de 2 hijos y tengo 4 nietos. Y me he dado cuenta que aquí en Tucson no hay los recursos como para que las madres puedan salir adelante y me pongo a sus órdenes para al cuidado de sus niños o nietos o sus mamás o papás y ya estoy a sus órdenes.
Hi, my name is Keisha Edwards, and I'm a married mother of 2 teenage daughters in Metro Atlanta, Georgia. If anyone had told me that parenting at this moment would be much more difficult than it was years ago when I first became a mother, I would not have believed them. I would have thought, what could compete with the round-the-clock demands of a crying infant and the unrelenting resources needed to effectively lead, mentor, guide, nurture, and care for a toddler while working a full-time job, going to school part-time, moonlighting at another job, and having very limited personal or social resources available. But I'm here to say, unfortunately, that I feel it's worse now than ever, even as a mother of older children. I'm here to talk about those of us who are in the middle. We are at least middle class. We are middle-aged, between the ages of 40 and 59. There are about 80 million of adults in that age group in America right now. We're also generationally caught in the middle between parenting emerging adults, and on the opposite end, facing the prospect of looking after our older, aging relatives and parents. We are facing a reality that is unlike anything anyone living has encountered. My parents can't guide me. Elders have very little guidance to offer as well, because they too admit that they couldn't even imagine being a parent today. Parenting a child of any age, whether it's 0 or 17 and a half. We're living in an age that brings a lot of stress and anxiety, and I see it in my children, and I'm very concerned. It's hard to help them remain balanced and optimistic when we're facing so many existential threats and issues that we feel we have very little power or control over, things that are very systemic and institutional in nature. These concerns range from the environment, the economy, the education system, and the costs revolving around higher education as well, and equity, feeling assured that there will be equality in striking a balance and fairness in being able to live a quality life in the America of today and the future. What are you, leaders? What are you going to do about it for people like me, for the millions of us in the middle?
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I'm proud to be a part of the Care Can't Wait campaign. I want to say I strongly support this movement to create the care infrastructure that allows our families, businesses, and economy to thrive. I have been fighting for these investments for years because in California, we know that they work, just like they did for my constituent Sarah, where California's paid family leave program ensured that she and her husband would not both have to go back to the office just a few weeks after their child was born. We know these policies will make it easier for workers across the board so that we do not have to choose between our careers and caring for ourselves or loved ones. And as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I'm proud to support the MOMibuster. And I want you to know that I will keep fighting for a national paid family leave program for all working families.
My name is Laura Packard, and I'm a daughter in Denver, Colorado. About 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and thankfully, I'm alive in remission today. But while I was going through my chemotherapy treatments, my mom flew in every other month from across the country to help take care of me. Thankfully, she was retired and was able to make that sacrifice. But too many Americans don't have the time they need to take care of each other when we need it. We need paid family and medical leave now because care can't wait.
As a parent, I can say honestly that it is one of the greatest joys I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. As a single parent, I can say that there are a lot of things that I wish were easier for parents and single parents alike. Access to childcare. Why is it so expensive? I think that's insane. Early childhood education. A lot of these things just seem so inaccessible, and in no way should they be whatsoever. Paid family leave, that's a no-brainer. So I don't understand why some of these concepts, some of these ideas feel so impossible to see in real life. Funding for before-school programs so that single parents can get to their full-time job without having to stress or worry about where their daughter is going to go or where their son is going to be or who's going to take them to school because the schools don't open up early enough. You got to see some change in these areas. It's not just for the parents. most important thing is that it's for the children.
Hey y'all, my name is Jessica and I'm a mother of 3 in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. When my youngest child was born, he had some unexpected health problems and he spent 3 weeks in the neonatal intensive care unit. For most of that time, he was intubated and needed a lot of support. My husband and I were both able to spend most of that time with our newborn, but that's not the case for a lot of families. And that experience made me realize how important it is to have paid family medical leave for when there is an emergency like that. And it also made me realize that as mothers, as parents, we need to use our power to vote for leaders who will enact these policies that will make life better for our families.
Hello, I'm proud to speak to you today in honor of Mother's Day about important care infrastructure that I'm supporting in Congress, as well as a very special caregiver in my own life. The President's American Rescue Plan, which we passed last year, provided $39 billion toward increasing access to child care. There is much work that needs to be done in improving maternal and child health incomes in minorities. To that end, I am a strong supporter and original co-sponsor of the Black Maternal Health MOMibuster Act. When passed, this legislation would increase access to maternity care, grow and diversify the maternity health workforce, and extend to 24 months postpartum eligibility for the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children. While I'm working hard to enhance care infrastructure for women and children across the country, I want to honor a very special caregiver, Reverend Howard, who for 20 years has given uniquely invaluable care to my disabled daughter. Ms. Howard has gone well beyond the call of duty, and in doing so has enabled me to carry on my duties as a member of Congress. We must continue to push for better health care infrastructure for families. Let this Mother's Day be an opportunity to celebrate all our mothers and remember why we are fighting for them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Henderson, and I am the CEO and co-founder of a venture called Tend Lab, where we've been working inside workplaces for the last 6 years to optimize the workplace for parents and caregivers. I'm also a mom to 3 kids, Claire, Aiden, and Grace, who are 6, 8, and 10. And I'm really excited to support this campaign because I believe that mothers and parents of all genders, caregivers of all genders, need to be acknowledged, valued, and supported. It is harder to be a working parent or caregiver here in the US than in any other developed nation in the world, and it doesn't have to be that way. Through my own organization, Tend Lab, we've been helping companies build supportive cultures, practices, policies to recognize and realize the value of the parents and caregivers they employ. And I'm really excited that just recently I published with my friend Sarah Jo Hall, the executive director of the Parents in Tech Alliance, an article in the Harvard Business Review advocating for employers to begin tracking the caregiving status of their employees. We believe that when employers see how many of the people working for them are caring for others at home, whether that be children, elders, dependents of any kind, when employers see how many of their employees are caregivers, that they will be motivated to build more supportive practices, policies, cultures, that they will recognize that if they're not acknowledging the needs of their employees, if they're not recognizing that their employees have a heavy responsibility to care for others, that they're missing out on an incredible opportunity. Because when we show up for others, when we care for them in a meaningful way, we unlock career critical skills and we develop our capacity to contribute more meaningfully to our work. There is significant research behind this. I've written about it in my book. I've cited the incredible researchers who've been behind this movement to recognize and realize the value of parents and caregivers. And I'm really excited to be a part of this campaign, which is working to elevate, resource, value, and support those who are bringing this next generation into the world, caring for our previous generations, and elevating the care that we provide to the ones we love, to our community, to our country.
Hi, my name is Saran. I'm a daughter in New York City taking care of my mom, and she was a single mom in Pittsburgh raising me. We need care infrastructure because caregiving disproportionately impacts women. Not only in who does the work, but who bears the cost financially. Having children reduces women's earnings 5 to 10% per child. A recent Pew Research survey generated some headlines. Women under 30 have pay parity in 22 metro areas. But that's of 250 studied. And the wage gap then widens with parenthood. After we start families, we're earning 80% of male peers. This is due in part to not having paid family leave. So women are forced to take time away from work to care about the people we love most. And without that paid family leave, it's harder for dad to take that time away because we can't have two parents not earning wages. But when dad does take leave, for every month of that leave, mom's earnings can increase by 7%. And dad learns how to be a caregiver, how to share the load at home. And that's how it shows up in the time mom has available for work. So from a structural level, we need care infrastructure. We need it for gender equity, for our economy, for all the moms who are providing the best for their families and just need some help.
Hi, this is Senator Patty Murray, and I'm so glad to join you for this MomiBuster. This Mother's Day, I want to take a moment to celebrate all the moms in Washington State and across the country who I know have been working day in and day out throughout this incredibly difficult pandemic to hold everything together. When it comes down to it, moms keep our country moving. And on this Mother's Day weekend, after these long and hard 2 years, moms don't just deserve our immense appreciation for all they do each and every day. They also deserve affordable childcare, an economy that works for them and values their work. That's why I'm laser focused in Congress on lowering costs for families across our country and on getting my plan to fix our broken childcare system across the finish line to President Biden's desk. Because there's just no question the system is not working for families. Across our country, parents are struggling to find and afford the child care they need. And like so many things during this pandemic, this broken system has put an extra strain on moms who've disproportionately left the workplace in order to take care of their kids. No mom should be faced with trade-offs like that, and my child care plan will make sure they aren't. By capping families' child care costs at 7% of their income, saving them thousands of dollars each year, giving parents more childcare options, and making sure everyone can enroll in preschool for free. It's past time we get this done, and that's why I'm fighting hard alongside all of you to fix our childcare system and put money back into families' pockets. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Hi, my name is Neri Teato, and I am a mom here in Hopewell City, Virginia, and I have 2 children who are now teenagers. When I think back to what life was like for us when they were younger, I worked full-time as a single mother, and the challenges of finding affordable childcare, something that wouldn't break the budget, was very difficult. Eventually, I had to transition from working full-time into a part-time basis so that I could support the needs of my family here at home. That also created an environment where I didn't have adequate insurance for a while. And although it freed me up to be home with the children, I still had to think about how to care for them and work at the same time. Years later, as I reflect even now with them being older, I am still feeling the effects of losing that visibility in the workforce and having to try and create my own path and way of working that would fit the needs of my family. When the pandemic happened, although I was here at home working, I also had to navigate how the children would handle school in a virtual setting. And I had also lost some income from home. And so that created another barrier, a gap in us having everything that we would need as quickly. I am still feeling the effects of losing some income and also losing the tax credit. I was actually making some headway in leads for new roles that I could fill here at home so that I can compensate for lost income. But that tax credit was snatched away before I could fully reap the benefits of the work that I was putting in. And so as of right now, I'm not meeting all of the needs of my family and my household. And when I think about it, single parenting now after the pandemic, hands down, I have to tell you, is the hardest thing. It is the hardest thing, and now it is compounded, and we really need to do something about it. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to become a hub leader at Moms Rising, so that we can have the conversations and take the right action that we need to take so that we can do something about this.
My name is Nancy Baker Curtis. I'm from Grimes, Iowa. I am the mom of two beautiful children. My 9-year-old is Sophia and my 6-year-old is Charlie. Charlie has both intellectual and physical disabilities that impact every facet of his life. However, Charlie is not my only loved one with a disability. I'm also a daughter to two beautiful, wonderful parents, both of whom have disabilities. My mom is a multiple stroke survivor and full-time wheelchair user, and her primary caregiver, my dad, is managing a lifelong chronic illness, and he continues to work full-time. Like many other Americans, I'm a member of the sandwich generation. And like many other Americans, my family is waiting for access to home and community-based services. We've been waiting almost 4 years. We do have access to a stopgap waiver, and that stopgap waiver has an income limit, which then negates my ability to be able to return to the workforce full-time. I'm being limited in my income earning potential when I am at my peak income earning potential in years. And as a result of that, I'm not able to financially plan for my own long-term care and future, and my son's long-term care and future, the 40 years of my life, and then an additional 40 years beyond that. Being able to access home and community-based services and having some sort of a universal application that would apply for families. So should they have job changes and need to relocate, they wouldn't have to be able to start, they wouldn't have to start over, would be pivotal. Because of the stopgap waiver we're on, we don't have access to things like case management and respite, which means that I'm limited in my ability to provide respite to my parents, my dad, who desperately needs it after caring for his wife full-time and working full-time. I need legislators to understand that they need to make a historic investment in a historically underinvested segment of our population. As a former educator and teacher, I never looked at my struggling students who needed my help the most and told them, I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait. Yet we look at people with disabilities every single day and we ask them to wait. And we ask them to sacrifice income and earning potential, and it becomes a financial difficulty for families. I want to be able to provide a safe, stable future for my loved ones. And that means passing the Better Care, Better Jobs Act and ensuring that the full $400 billion be funded.
I'm Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth, and I represent the Metro Atlanta area in the House of Representatives. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to speak for a moment about the importance of care and legislation that supports our caregivers. As a mother myself, I know both the joys and challenges of motherhood and the importance of accessible health care that cares for the unique challenges that pregnancies and childcare present. I also know that caregivers are the backbone of our healthcare system and are often underappreciated for their essential work in serving our loved ones. This Mother's Day, I am celebrating the efforts of those seen and unseen people who care for our children, our parents, and our communities, and reaffirming my commitment to fight to pass legislation in Congress that supports them. We need legislation that works as hard for our caregivers as they do for our families. As we prepare to celebrate mothers this Mother's Day, let's remember with gratitude those in our lives who help our families flourish. It is my honor to serve such selfless caregivers in Congress.
Hi, my name is Jen McMillan, and I'm from Decatur, Illinois. And I wanted to share a little bit about my experiences as a mom, as a caregiver, and why I'm supporting the MOMibuster. You know, I am the executive director of a crisis nursery here in Central Illinois, which means we live for these type of crises where there's not enough infrastructure in childcare to help take care of the kids in our community. I like to share with all of my community members that these are all our kids, and we need to make sure that they have a safe environment every day to go to. So the crisis nursery, we're here to help families in need when they have a doctor's appointment, if they're experiencing homelessness. But really, we're also here for families that don't have regular childcare or that use grandma or an aunt or uncle for childcare and they get sick and need someone to watch their child. So this is why I'm passionate about the MOMibuster and making sure that we tell Congress that we need real infrastructure in childcare today. We see this every day in my line of work, and as a mom of 3, I've experienced it myself. I have brought my child to the crisis nursery. I've begged my mom to watch my child because daycare was closed, because baby was sick, because I couldn't take off work. So for all of these reasons, plus all of the families that we see here at the crisis nursery, I hope that you urge your congressman to take action now.
Hi, my name is Lupe Mendoza, and I am from a town that is so nice they named it twice, Walla Walla, Washington. I am a single parent to 5 boys, ages 22, 19, 12, 10, and 8. My 3 little ones are still at home. I am also a grandmother to 4 little ones, ages 5, 4, 15 months, and 14 months. Childcare is extremely important to me because without it, I would not be able to work. As a single parent, if I was forced to leave the workforce, this would drastically impact my ability to provide for my family and my children. I truly value the caretakers who look after my children, as I myself am a caretaker and look after others. I want them and myself to earn a livable wage. Childcare is a vital part of our communities, as we need workers to work and sustain our economy. Senators, our families are struggling. My family is struggling. Our caregivers are struggling. You, can do something about it. It is time to invest in childcare now in the economic reconciliation package.
Hi everyone, my name is Tangerine McDaniels. I live in Pittsburgh, and I'm just about, making this video about caregivers, how tough it is to be a caregiver, not just for an elderly person, but for a kid too, especially for a single mom, because childcare is so expensive. Sometimes you have to choose between putting food on the table, paying um, one of your bills, like light, gas, telephone, or something, because for one child, childcare could be close to like $1,000 a month. And then there's a big giant need for childcare. So most of the time, kids are put on wait lists because they can't get into a daycare because there's a high demand for daycare, but there's not enough daycare in some areas, and they might be short staffed, especially with the COVID pandemic. So I understand. I don't have young kids anymore, but I still can relate when I did have young kids, how tough it was to find trustworthy and affordable daycare. So that's why I'm making this video, and just and for an elderly person, taking care of an elderly person, and then you have to take care of your own responsibilities. You have to take care of your own self, and you might have to work and trying to find someone trustworthy to keep a eye on your aging parent or grandparent. So something needs to be done. There needs to be more funding for elder care, for child care, for anybody who's put in the position where they have to be responsible for someone else. So I hope lawmakers, hear this, and I hope, they like brainstorm how they can help these people, because it could be very overwhelming. It could take a toll on not just mentally but physically. It could take a toll on a person's health when they, feel like they're up against the wall and they're all alone and they don't have no one to help them. So I hope that these just make a difference. Um, that someone's listening, and it will make a difference. Okay, everyone. I hope everyone take care.
Hi, my name is Mara Bolas, and I'm a mom of 2 girls living in Needham, Massachusetts. My care story is that when my kids were really little, around 1 and 3 years old, I got my dream job to work internationally on human rights in countries all over the world. But my dream job did not pay that much, and childcare is very expensive. And so we scraped by, we knit together a patchwork of solutions between my mom coming 2 days a week and helping out. When I wasn't traveling, I worked a 7 to 3 schedule so I could pick the kids up after school. It was a lot of acrobatics and sewing things together. And I was lucky. I was lucky that my mom was willing to help. I was lucky that I'm an incredibly supportive spouse who we worked together to figure out solutions that worked for us. But so many people aren't that lucky, and they just have to get by on their own or forego their dream job, and that's not fair. That's why we need a federally led investment in affordable, accessible, and quality childcare so that all moms around this country can take the opportunities presented to them and have the choices that they deserve.
Hi, my name is Miriam Calderon, and I work as a Chief Policy Officer at 0 to 3, an organization that's dedicated to ensuring that all infants and toddlers in our nation get the best possible start in life. I'm also a mom of twins, Roman and Lucia, and I want to share my care story with you. I had a really tough pregnancy. My babies were almost born at 23 weeks. Had I not been able to stay in bed for almost 2.5 months, literally on my side and unable to sit up, I don't think that they would have survived. I was fortunate to have an incredibly supportive employer that also offered paid leave, which after I exhausted, I relied on disability insurance. Lucia and Roman were born 6 weeks early at 3.5 pounds, 3 pounds 10 ounces and 4 pounds 10 ounces, and spent 18 days in the NICU. Here they are the first time they were able to be taken out of their isolettes and reunited since their birth. This was such a happy day since we were so much closer to being able to bring them home. At home, they still had intense needs. Doctor's appointments, sleep monitors. Not only did I need to take off work, need to still be off work to care for them, I needed the help of my family to be able to do it. Here is a picture of my abuelita, who cared for me as a child and while I was on bed rest. She helped take care of Roman and Lucia in those earliest days. Now that she's 92 years old, I help take care of her. After almost 5.5 months, I couldn't afford to be off work any longer, and Lucia and Roman were a lot stronger. Here they are about a month or a few weeks maybe before I had to go back to work. I was in a tough spot though. I couldn't afford childcare for 2 babies, even in a 2-income household, and I also couldn't afford not to work. I needed something that could fit in our household budget, and I wanted someone I could trust that shared my culture and language and that would nurture and care for my babies just like I would. As the day inched closer for me to go back to work and our worries increased, I got a call from my dad with incredible news. After 18 years of waiting, my tío and tía were notified that they were getting their green cards. Here is my tía who made it to the United States just in time to be able to care for Roman and Lucia. My care story goes on to include other amazing Latinas who helped me educate, care, and nurture my babies in both informal and formal settings. I'm so grateful to all of them and for my family to supporting me. I remember this time as one of incredible joy and gratitude that my babies were healthy and growing despite the challenges at the beginning, but also a time of stress about money, stress about their care as our needs and circumstances changed. It shouldn't have to be that way. I got really lucky, and it shouldn't have to be about luck. We can do better, and we have to do better for our babies and our families.
Hello, my name is Allison Jones, and I am a mother of 2 beautiful young daughters in Mesa, Arizona. I'm making this video to share the importance of getting all the support as possible to take care of, my family, myself, healthcare wise, childcare wise. All of these things are super important, and definitely the government needs to help out so more families can be supported for the difficult challenges they go through. I want to share my specific story in hopes that this will encourage, others to, speak out about this and to help lawmakers, pass more laws, either locally where I live or just, as a nation to support, more people and families to be happy and healthy and, just live good, full, productive lives. So in the fall of 2020, I found out that I had breast cancer, and it was the scariest thing ever. Unfortunately, it was operable. It wasn't easy to go through. I had to get a double mastectomy. It was really, really scary. I did it, and I also got, I had reconstructive surgery shortly thereafter. But I am a working mom. So I had to pay extra for the a disability that I had to take, the 3 months off. I had to pay extra in my health care towards that. Then I had to deplete all of my sick and vacation time to get paid for that. And then after that ran out, then I had to, be okay with just getting 3/4 of my salary for the remaining time, which that's hard and that's ridiculous. Like, I shouldn't have to deplete my sick and vacation time and then just be okay on getting 3/4 or whatever it was of my salary for the duration of this time. It's really unacceptable that individual families and, caretakers have so much burden on them when our government could definitely, take better care of its citizens. I really want to make sure that more families, even, beyond just moms, like, people who are taking care of, their parents or, other siblings, anyone who's taking care of anyone needs that support. I know a lot of people went without daycare, during the pandemic, and, fortunately we didn't have that scenario, but certainly, decreased childcare costs would be certainly, wonderful. It's daycare costs are incredible and very expensive. I mean, the workers definitely deserve that pay, higher pay for that matter. But, you know, a lot of people can't afford that and they deserve better. And I'm really hoping that, you know, lawmakers can do better for the individuals, for us as a nation, for us as people to be happy and healthy and doing our best for the economy and providing. So please consider, you know, doing better because we all need and deserve it. Thank you very much.
Mi nombre es Erlinda, soy madre de 4 hijos, vivo en Tucson, Arizona. El cuidado que yo he tenido es cuidado personal, tanto para mí y para mis hijas, porque ellas trabajan en hospital. Entonces, si yo me cuido, ellos se cuidan. Si yo me enfermo, les puedo transmitir la infección a mis hijas. Entonces, para eso me cuido yo primero. Y también quisiera una ayuda, que hubiera más ayuda para las personas en general, tanto niños, mujeres y adultos, que son ahorita lo que más necesitamos.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn Baz, a pediatric hospitalist in Portland, Oregon. As a pediatrician and mother, I see the importance of skilled childcare every day. I care for children in the hospital injured by lack of adequate supervision or by stressed caregivers inflicting injury, accidental or not. Stable childcare enables parents to work, providing essentials like food, shelter, and medical care. Studies show that supporting parents, including provision of stable childcare, decreases child abuse and stabilizes families. Please help protect children by supporting their families. Thank you.
My name is Danielle Melfi, and I'm the Executive Director of Building Back Together, an organization that's focused on advancing the policy agenda of the Biden-Harris administration. Prior to that, I was the Chief of Staff for the Wisconsin Department of Children and Families, the agency that oversees childcare and that's responsible for ensuring that all kids are a part of thriving families and communities. I was there during the pandemic and saw firsthand the impact of the pandemic on caregiving and caregivers, but also on childcare workers and providers. Families who are struggling to make ends meet and choosing between going to work and caring for their kids. And childcare providers who are largely women of color going above and beyond, providing formula, trying to find diapers, and doing everything they can to support kids during this trying time. President Biden knows the importance of caregiving and childcare, and he has his own personal story as he was a single dad trying to care for his kids and work in the US Senate. And that's why he has made caregiving the center of his economic recovery. Through the American Rescue Plan, which was passed solely with Democratic support, the administration invested over $39 billion to invest in the childcare industry, supporting providers and giving funds that were needed to state, local, and tribal governments. Additionally, the child tax credit provided critical relief to over 66 million families and cut child poverty in half. We have so much to be proud of, but so much work to do to both support the childcare industry and to make sure that families have the breathing room they need to afford quality, affordable, and equitable childcare. And that's why we need Congress to pass the president's plan and deliver on his promises to lower the cost of childcare and make sure every family has what they need to thrive.
I proudly support Black Mamas Bailouts. Black mothers are the cornerstones of their families, often bearing responsibilities alone, while still supporting everyone else. So if you have the opportunity, take a moment to show them that they are supported too.
Hello, my name is Stephanie. I am a mom of 4 outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I have a 20-year-old in college. I have a 10-year-old son. I have Jayla here, who is my, how old are you?
6 years.
6 years old. She is my special needs daughter. And this is Josie. And Josie is how old?
3.
3 years old. And what I love about being a mom is having these kids because they're awesome. But what's really hard about being a mom is not having the resources that we need for our children and our family. and our family is very complex, and there's a lot of resources that we need. Paid family leave is huge. My husband is a cancer patient in remission, and we absolutely need paid family leave. Not only for him, but also for her, because there have been times where she has had hospital stays, and we just don't have the ability for my husband to take time off of work to stay with the other kids, or to be able to take care of the other kids while I have to stay in the hospital with her. So paid family leave is huge for our family. Also, universal pre-K for kids like Josie. She really loves school.
I am 3.
And she's 3. And she really, really adores school. And it's so important to get them started early. We just need help. We need the help. We need the... What helped us a lot was the child tax credit, and that is now gone. And just getting that extra money each month, knowing we had that available, knowing it was coming from our taxes, we understood that, and we were so grateful to have that coming each month. And for that to be gone, that made a huge difference in our life. So we just ask that a lot of these things be looked into, and just really think about families like ours. Think about the families with kids like Jayla, who are disabled, who are medically, intellectually disabled, who need their parents, who have 2 parents who still can't take the time off, who have a parent who stays at home, but the other parent can't stay home with the other kids. She shouldn't have to be alone in the hospital, and my husband shouldn't have to find a way to work with the other 3 kids. And my daughter shouldn't have to come home from college to be able to help us and miss her classes. There's just so much that needs to be fixed. And we're just asking for you to talk to people. Talk to moms. We're here. We're willing to talk. Please, just talk to us.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Chang. I am the Michigan State Senator for District 1, representing Detroit and Downriver. And I'm a mom of 2 little kids. I have a 6-year-old and a 2-year-old. And as part of this MOMibuster Day, I just wanted to share a little bit about why I think it's so important that we have stronger care policies. As a mom and as someone who has served in the legislature for now 7 years, I've just heard from so many moms and family members who really are struggling, especially through this pandemic. We have seen over and over again just how important it is that we have affordable, quality child care, and that we are paying our care workers adequately for the work that they do to take care of our children, and to make sure that we have the best possible quality child care. I've also heard time and time again that not only is it child care, it's also caring for our older generations as well. Lastly, I also wanted to just highlight, how important it is that we ensure that the child tax credit continues, and we know that our president has done a great job championing this legislation, but we need to continue to move it forward. And I also think that we need to do as much as possible, and that's why I am currently working on legislation around making sure that we're actually helping some of the small businesses that are doing the right thing, that are providing paid leave, earned paid sick time, helping with childcare, employing people in the community that tend to be underrepresented. And so I'm currently working on a bill that would help to provide some support for the small businesses who are doing the right thing for their workers, which ultimately is good for their children and their family members by giving them the time that they need to take care of their loved ones when they are ill, and also to provide support for childcare. So on this MOMibuster, I'm just so happy to lend my voice in support of all of the work that goes on around the country. And we've got so much more to do, but just so grateful for the opportunity to be part of this. Let's keep going.
As speaker, it is my privilege to virtually join Moms Rising, the Care Can't Wait Coalition, and advocates across the country in MOMiBustering for family care. Thank you to Kristen Rowe Finkbeiner, co-founder of Moms Rising, for organizing such an inspiring event this Mother's Day weekend. And thank you to the hundreds of parents, leaders, and caregivers who are sharing your stories today. The pandemic has reminded our nation how urgently we must invest in care services. Right now, too many Americans are being forced to choose between paying for rent and caring for their families. That is why House Democrats are proud to be your partners in the Congress. Working together, we have taken key steps toward building our care economy and lowering costs for families. Just over a year ago, Democrats enacted the American Rescue Plan, which delivered $39 billion in child care funds, strengthened the child tax credit, dramatically lowering child poverty. Last November, the House voted to extend that vital lifeline, and we advanced historic investments in paid leave so Americans can care for their loved ones, universal pre-K to get children learning, parents earning, home care so everyone can live in dignity, and maternal health care to stop tragic preventable deaths. Now Democrats are continuing to advocate in the Senate to enshrine these deeply needed investments into law. We are committed to empowering America's families, honoring heroic care workers, and building an economy that works for everyone. But we can only accomplish so much through inside maneuvering. We also need outside advocacy and mobilization. Know your power. Thank you to everyone participating today for making your voices heard. You are our VIPs, our volunteers in policy. This Mother's Day, let us honor America's moms by building a fairer society for working women and a brighter future for our children.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Thank you for standing with us. Now, how great is it that we're hearing from people all across the country, including elected officials at the very top who support and value care like us, joining our MOMiBuster to champion moms and caregivers. So let's keep the stories going. Now, too many are struggling to find care all across the country, and too often this daily fight for care becomes invisible because we're all so busy, right? So many of us are so busy and so inundated with this problem that Moms Rising keeps its own storybook. And this storybook helps us make the struggle of care visible and known to everybody else. So I'm going to read an excerpt right now from the storybook. It's going to remind everyone how much we need to build a care infrastructure, which includes affordable childcare and living wages for childcare workers. So here is Jamie's story. She worked part-time only when her husband could be home because they couldn't afford childcare. Even though he had 2 part-time jobs, they still struggled. And until they started getting SNAP food stamps, their 4-year-old and Jamie herself went without healthy food. It would come down to a choice: pay bills or buy groceries. And if they chose to pay bills, they went without fruits and vegetables. And if their grocery bills went up, debt collectors would come calling. Listen, nobody who was working, let alone holding multiple jobs, should have to struggle to put food on the table. But too many families face stark choices just like Jamie's, and too many families face steep, unmanageable costs. Jamie is not alone, as we know. Right now, childcare costs more than college. It is hard to find, and childcare workers are paid non-living wages. And because childcare is too often unaffordable, too many moms and parents are pushed out of much needed jobs, which hurts businesses and causes supply chain issues. So now more than ever, we need to lower costs for families and making childcare one of the highest cost to families affordable. It is a key way to accomplish that goal. Stories like those of Jamie's are why we are here today. We all know this. The day before Mother's Day, we are taking a stand for these things that matter so much to us, the things that will help families and our communities thrive. Critical things like home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities. We want affordable childcare and pre-K. We want paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or a serious health crisis strikes. Birth equity, ensuring that every person that gives birth has a safe and healthy experience, and extending the monthly child tax credit payments and living wages for all care workers. You can take the power to Congress by texting "We Care" to 747464, and we will connect you with your senator's office so you can share. Care can't wait. Go ahead and text them.
Hi, my name is Yvette Nicole Brown, and I'm honored to join today's MOMibuster. We know we have big problems to solve. Moms, parents, care workers, and caregivers like me are all doing so much and trying to keep everything together. And it's hard. Not because we can't handle hard things, it's hard because we don't have the workforce protections, the care infrastructure that we need in order to thrive. But we also know that when we come together, when we raise our voices, solutions are possible. So what do we need? We need affordable childcare and pre-K, home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities, paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or a serious health crisis strikes, birth equity, ensuring that every person that gives birth has a safe and healthy experience, an extension of the monthly child tax credit payments, and living wages for all care workers. That's why we're here today and every day. So join us at Moms Rising and Mamas Con Poder and our allies along with Care Can't Wait Coalition.
Hi, my name is Jo Hutchison, and I'm a West Virginia mom. For 16 of the past 18 years, I've been the only parent for 2 teenagers. My oldest one is actually preparing to graduate from high school next month, and so I find myself with a new list of worries. I'm concerned about student loan debt. I'm concerned about how well she'll adjust to that environment because I know from my own lived experience the struggles that people raised in poverty have fitting into those environments. And then I stop and think about the things that made it so hard. The first is healthcare, and the fact that I can't afford health insurance. I haven't been insured for years because I can't afford the deductibles and I can't afford the monthly premiums. And as the only parent of 2 kids, that adds so much stress to my life. I can't take care of myself physically. I can't afford to do that. And so what's going to happen should something put me out of it for a while? When you're working jobs with low wages, you receive low-end benefits. And so things like paid leave, I pray every day that I don't get sick and that I don't have to lose wages, because then the struggles are going to start kicking in. Like, how am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to make sure we can keep a place to live? And then I start to think about the fact that I'm part of that sandwich generation now. Not only am I raising my own kids, but my mother lives with us, and her care will become my responsibility. And then I see my friends of young ones. My own brother just recently became a dad, and now the cost of childcare is making it absolutely impossible for both of those parents to be working. And so whenever I think about the fact that, here in West Virginia, real talk, we know we need that physical infrastructure. We know the roads and the bridges are crumbling here. We live on it. We see it every day. But what we don't pay attention to is the dire need for an infrastructure of care here. It's amazing to me that policy changes could change so many people's lives in a positive way in a state like West Virginia. And yet it seems as if we have to beg and plead and that we're not really seen or heard whenever we're trying to speak to our members of Congress. Those child tax credit payments from the expansion, those were life-changing for so many West Virginians. 50,000 West Virginia children. In West Virginia alone, 50,000 kids were taken across the poverty line, and now they're back down under the poverty line because of a lack of policy. And then I think about the lack of access to health care, the lack of access to food security, and I just don't understand why it is that we are so quick as a nation to point our fingers at people and say that they don't want to work and they're lazy, and when the right reality is it's hard out here. It's hard to get into the workforce, and it's hard to stay participating in the workforce without these supports and without this infrastructure of care. To me, it's a no-brainer. You know, if you want my best, then I need you to help support me and being able to build a life that provides that. And that's going to be better for all of us.
Hey, Moms Rising and Care Can't Wait Coalition. I'm Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. I am so proud to be part of the MOMibuster. I know that this pandemic, if anything, showed us just how important it is to uplift mothers and uplift our children. And there's my son, Yusuf. I just want you all to know it isn't just childcare, but it's also the other safety nets that are so incredibly important. It's environmental justice. It's access to healthcare. It is making sure that women in the workplace is protected. And so I just want you all to know that you will always have a fighter and a partner in the United States Congress.
Hello, my name is Pamela Travis, and I am from Detroit, Michigan. And I would like to take a moment to share with you my experiences as a mother of two, a wife, a caregiver for my elderly mother. This is why I support MomBusters. As a community advocate, we are in a crisis, more so now than ever. Congress, we need more infrastructure in our schools by way of a positive learning environment, which could lead to an effective learning. We need infrastructure in public health to provide the necessary foundation that will enable higher and quality healthcare. We also need infrastructure in childcare, which will include specific care such as accessibility, affordability, also supervision and monitoring to the safety of our children. This is my plea on today, Congress.
Family caregivers are an important glue in so many families across our country. We don't recognize how important they are, nor do we do enough to support them. I know I'm luckier than 99 9/10 of the people in this country. And I lived this issue for more years than I can count. And those personal experiences showed me how broken and fragmented this system is, and that we've got to give people the support that they need. As a caregiver, I witnessed. I would try to make a bureaucracy work. I would just finally break down in tears and pound my head against the table. I was lucky. I kept the man that I loved at home. And I was lucky that I found a caregiver that I totally trusted, who was able to be there when I couldn't and help me put together a team of other people over the years. And I went through the periods of when he didn't need to have someone with him the whole time until when he did. Two of those caregivers became members of our family. They helped my husband live with dignity and respect and love and live a great life right up, honestly, until the minute that he died in his own home where he wanted to be. More people should be able to do that without sitting on waiting lists, trying to get somebody to help them, balancing being a caregiver and worried about having a job and being able to put food on the table, and worried about the person that you love potentially having to go to some long care facility that's more institution than community, and worried about how you're going to pay for it, and that all of your assets might have to be sold to even be able to get Medicaid to pay for it. Seniors and people with disabilities deserve to live with dignity and in safety, loved, and in a community where they're known. Caregivers deserve adequate benefits for the work that they do. Not working 2 jobs, 3 jobs. I had one caregiver that was working 4 jobs and still working below the poverty line. Our long-term care system right now doesn't meet any of those unique needs. All care is possible. All work is possible when you have someone caring for those that you love in a safe way. I think more people understand it. they've witnessed firsthand the fractures in our systems during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially within our care system. It's hurting our economy, our seniors, people with disabilities, our families, our communities. No one should have to wait to get the care they need, they deserve, they've earned, and no care worker should have to live below the poverty line to give this care. I introduced the Better Care, Better Jobs Act, which will expand home and community-based services so that seniors and people with disabilities can get the care that they need in the setting of their choice. They want to stay at home. If they want to stay in the community where they've grown up, they've worked, they've lived, their friends and family are, they should be able to do so. Along with that, we can also ensure care workers are receiving pay and benefits that are commensurate with the importance of the work that they are doing. As I said before, caregiving allows for all other work to be possible. It gets seniors and people with disabilities the support that they need to live with that dignity and that independence at home that they want in the place, the community that they know. I'm going to tell you something I know right here in my heart, and I'll never stop fighting for. Care work is one of the most essential jobs in our society. And I will continue to fight because care cannot wait.
Hi, my name is Christina Ramos and I live in Silver Spring, Maryland. I am a single mom to a 9-year-old son, and my childcare struggles really started about 5 years ago when I got a divorce. And so my ex-husband, he works from home, so he doesn't have to worry about before care or after care. I am a teacher, so I have to worry about before care and after care because my schedule does not align with my son's schedule. So currently, I'm a teacher in DC, and my son is a student in Montgomery County, Maryland. So what I have to do is drop him off at before care by 7 a.m. in order to make it to my school by 7:45. So that means that I have to pay for before care. And my ex-husband does not share the burden of helping pay for before care at all, or after care. So it falls on me. And you all know, as being a teacher, we don't get paid a lot of money. So that comes out of my, my salary. And so it's really frustrating for me. And with COVID, it's made it more frustrating because I just feel that there's not a lot of support out there for parents or caregivers that have children that have special needs. My son has been diagnosed with ADHD, and I'm a special ed teacher. So, it's great because I know how to, help my son. However, I got 9 sick days for an entire school year, and that doesn't take into account COVID, me getting sick, my son getting sick. So those 8-9 days are already gone. And here we have, 2 more months? We have 40-something days more of school. And so I can't be sick. My son can't be sick because my sick days are gone. And that essentially means that, I'll have to take a pay cut. And as a teacher, that's just, it's a struggle. And I would still have to pay for before care and after care. So that's my story. We need more help. We need more help. We need stipends. We need more sick days. We need this country to, walk the talk. You talk about loving children, but how do you support them and their caregivers?
Hello, everyone. My name is Eve Rodsky. I'm the New York Times bestselling author of Fair Play and a new book called Find Your Unicorn Space. I'm here to leave you with 3 steps we can start with today for how we can start thinking about and communicating on an individual level what we need as we move forward, and understanding that our boundaries, our time is diamonds and deserves to be respected, and we deserve uninterrupted attention for things that we love. We deserve a permission to be unavailable from our roles as parents, partners, and/or professionals. Step 1, we have to recognize that we have not been conditioned to ask for what we need, that we've been afraid to come to the table. And often that means we use vulnerabilities, passive aggressive communications. We keep it in until we boil over. We end up seething or resenting and then regretting how we've communicated. To stop that pattern, we need to recognize our own communication vulnerabilities, number 1. Number 2, understand that most of those vulnerabilities come from giving feedback in the moment, whether it's to an employee, a colleague, your partner. And so if feedback in the moment is so toxic, step 3 is wait for it. Start your communication practice today. Implement check-ins as you return to in-person work. Implement check-ins with your partner every single night, every week, where you can start to think about a life that's filled with boundaries, systems, and communication. What I'm here to tell you is that it's time. It's time we look at the world in a completely new way. And this is it. Private lives are public issues. Even though we're talking about work today, the last frontier of equality, ironically, starts in the places closest to us. It's time that we redesign our homes.
My name is Josephine Calapenny, and I am the Executive Director of Family Values at Work, one of the most influential, powerful national networks in our country fighting for an equitable economy that works for all. This Mother's Day, as we celebrate all of the mothers and the caregivers in our lives, it is important to show up with the chocolate and with the flowers and with the cards to show all sorts of gratitude and love to the mothers and caregivers in our lives. It's also important that we show up with the idea that mothers and caregivers in our lives need more than just flowers. We need a working care infrastructure that includes affordable childcare, affordable home and community-based services, and paid family and medical leave for all working moms and all working family caregivers. I think of my own mom, who I will be celebrating this Mother's Day, who has always worked tirelessly to make sure that I had all of the opportunities that I could have growing up and even now. She's always taken the time to care for us while also balancing work, balancing caregiving for my late dad, and balancing her own care and her own needs. And we know that while she loves flowers, she loves chocolate, and Mom, I won't forget the perfume that you love. She also needs a working care infrastructure. She needs to be able to know that when she is ready to get care in her own home, that she will be able to afford to do so, and that the workers who will care for her are dignified and have adequate compensation, but also that any of us, her working kids, can afford to take the time off from work in order to show up for her and for her own needs in a way that doesn't destabilize us and our futures. And so this Mother's Day, we call on everyone in this country to become an informed and educated care champion, to champion our care infrastructure in your local, state, and congressional offices. Make the call today on behalf of not just a mom, a caregiver, a grandmother, or an aunt, but on behalf of all workers in this country. Show up on Mother's Day in not just the traditional ways, but in new ways. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Hi, I'm David Stanley, DStan58, anywhere there's a username, and I am proud to be a board member of the fatherhood advocacy group, fatheringtogether.org. We have nearly 250,000 dads who participate in our social media sites. Back in the early 90s, I was an at-home dad. I wasn't a rarity. Nope, I was a freak. and I learned a crap ton about what childcare support means to the family. Today, 20% of at-home parents are dads, and I'll do the math for you. That means that in 4 out of 5 families, the primary care providers are still moms. Those caregivers, especially as we're talking about this at Mother's Day, need support. They need an infrastructure put into place that includes affordable, meaningful childcare and pre-K, community services, paid family and medical leave, maternal health care, and affordable prescriptions. The U.S. needs a system that supports the backbone of the USA, the family. Why do billionaires like Elon Musk get to waste $44 billion of their wealth on Twitter instead of paying a reasonable tax rate? Families need tax breaks like the one you, Washington, handed to Amazon that helped them pay $2 billion in taxes on record profits of $35 billion, while they skated on over $5 billion in taxes. It's time to support moms, dads, and families, Washington, in the same way you support the corporate asshats who donate millions and millions to your campaigns. Go ahead, Washington. Do the right thing. Support moms, support dads, support the family. I'll be shocked if you do. I like to be shocked. With Fathering Together, I'm David Stanley.
Hola, soy Ana González y vivo en Tucson, Arizona. Soy madre de una niña de 13 años. Durante la pandemia no tuve opción de ser madre cuidadora. Las circunstancias me obligaron a seguir trabajando. Esto provocó que mi hija estuviera estudiando sola en la casa. Algo que pudiera ayudar mucho es una buena planeación entre el sistema escolar y las autoridades competentes de tener una reacción más eficiente ante este tipo de crisis. No estamos exentos de volverlo a pasar. Por eso es que tenemos que prevenir que esto vuelva a pasar y no poner la educación de nuestros hijos por encima de su salud emocional y mental. El estar confinados durante toda la pandemia, esto provocó muchos problemas de salud en ellos, emocionales. Entonces nosotros necesitamos ese soporte de ustedes para nosotros los que no podemos estar con ellas durante este tipo de crisis. Gracias.
My name is Kelly, and I'm a mom to 3 sons who are 11, 8, and 5. I live in Rockland, Maine with my partner, their dad, and we are pretty solidly middle class and all the privileges that come along with that. And yet, this last couple years have been so challenging for us. It's challenging to parent in general, and with 3 kids, but you add on the pandemic and all the other things that are happening in the world to that, and it's felt very overwhelming, especially the emotional labor and toll that they've taken, mentally, just talking my kids through what's going on in the world and supporting them in their different developmental stages, but also, again, during this pandemic where there's been a lot of isolation and there's no sense of what's normal for them. And so it feels like a constant influx that is really hard on any brain, but especially hard on kids who are trying to make sense of things. And I guess especially hard on adults who are not maybe the best at explaining those to kids and demonstrating the best ways to deal with those things. So being there for my partner, being there for my kids, but then also feeling really isolated myself. I feel like there's a lot of lip service in this country that's given to caregiving and being a mother in general, that it's supposed to be the most important job ever, but there's no structural or systemic support for that. There's not healthcare that goes along with this important job, or any recognition outside of like good job and like Mother's Day celebrations that don't talk about the reality of parenting. And so I want to be that mom that used to like go outside and play with my kids and be excited to see them, and instead it feels like I'm tired all the time. And when they go outside to play, I'm like, okay, now I can get some of my work done because I haven't been able to with them. So with both of us working full time and just managing that, it's been extremely challenging. And I wish that, like we had to pay for pre-K. There's no public pre-K options in my area. So, and childcare is extremely unaffordable and hard to find. And so there's no break for parents when they need that emotional time for themselves to reboot. And so it ends up coming either out of my job or out of my parenting. And either way, I'm really tired. And so on Mother's Day, I just want a nap.
My name is Heather Booth. In 1970, I was a young mother with 2 little children, and I needed to return to the workforce to support my family and also add to a meaningful life. But there was no city-funded childcare, no caring place which could support our kids and us while my husband and I were working. So we organized. We created an organization, held town halls, spoke to the city council members, the governor, raised it in the elections. We publicized it. We organized neighborhood to neighborhood in all 50 wards of the city of Chicago, and we won. We won funded childcare, and we won parents and childcare providers' ability to have a say in what kind of childcare was available. So we provided loving care for our kids while parents were working. The same fight is going on now, and we need to do the same thing. We need to organize, take it neighborhood to neighborhood, take it to the elected officials, drive it into the election, send out the message. And when we organize, we can win that caring society for all.
Hi, my name is Melissa Boter, and I am a mom, a caregiver, and an advocate. When my son was born, we struggled so much to find childcare. Even before he was born, when I was pregnant, we had put our name on a host of waiting lists for childcare slots in Washington, D.C., and nothing. Eventually, we were able to patch together some things with help from my mom as well, but it was really not ideal. And when he was entering preschool, I finally got a call from 2 of the slots saying, "Oh, now we have an opening for your child." 2 years later. We're in a childcare crisis. This predated the pandemic. The pandemic just laid it bare and exacerbated what was already there for all to see. Parents are really struggling to find and afford childcare. And the providers and early educators, who are nearly all women and disproportionately women of color, are often paid poverty wages for doing the essential work of caring for and educating our kids. It's not tenable. We can't keep this up. If the pandemic taught us anything, it's that childcare workers are the backbone of our economy. And without childcare and also policies like paid leave, home and community-based services, a robust child tax credit, without all those caregiving infrastructure supports, we're not really giving women and families the true opportunity to thrive and to balance breadwinning and caregiving. So my plea to Congress is that as you consider an economic reconciliation package, please prioritize the kinds of care infrastructure investments that will help women and our families and also our economy overall. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dina Titus, your representative from Nevada's 1st District in the heart of Las Vegas. Today and every day, we honor mothers by letting them know they're valued, by passing common sense policies that improve their lives, and by creating a better future for their children. In order to fully support mothers, we need to expand family and medical leave, eliminate the gender pay gap, provide child care, combat domestic violence, and invest in women-owned small businesses. As a member of the Democratic Women's Caucus and the Labor Caucus, I've been a longtime advocate for paid family and medical leave. Right now, the U.S. is the only industrialized nation that does not require any type of paid leave for new parents. To remedy that, I'm an original co-sponsor of the Family Act, which would provide workers up to 12 weeks of partial income when they take time away from their job. It can be for their own serious health conditions, to take care of a child, parent, spouse, or domestic partner, and it can be following childbirth or the adoption of a child. Moreover, I'm proud to co-sponsor the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act to ensure that employers cannot deny employment opportunities based on a pregnant woman's need for reasonable accommodations. Supporting mothers also means providing material, direct assistance to people when they need it most. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, President Biden and House Democrats championed the American Rescue Plan to help working families make ends meet all across the country. The expanded child tax credit included in this historic legislation has benefited and substantially reduced poverty for many, including 96% of children in my district. Supporting our nation's mothers means ensuring equal pay for equal work. Many of the women in my district are working mothers who have to go to work and take care of their children. I'm proud that the first bill I voted for as a member of Congress in 2009 was the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act to combat wage discrimination. Another way to support mothers and their families is to invest in child care and early childhood education. Programs like Head Start prepare children for success, provide more families with access to early child care, and help parents go to work knowing their children are safe. This Mother's Day, let's remember that family-friendly policies not only honor mothers, but improve our society as a whole. Let's get rid of the filibuster. Have a MOMibuster, because care can't wait. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peggy. I'm a mother of 3 daughters, a grandmother of 3 grandchildren. I am a former teacher. I was a former caregiver to my mom. She passed away in 2020. She was 91 years old. And all of these things have made me the person who I am today. I'm a much stronger person because it taught me the things my limitations were, what they were, and what I could achieve. I never thought I'd be taking care of my mother, but I did, and I think I did it with the help of the good Lord and family. And she got to the point where she had dementia, and so she didn't recognize who I was, and I learned that I would ask her questions, why? But I learned she didn't know why, and I had to accept the fact that she was deteriorating every day. I had to end up bathing, feeding, and lifting. And the lifting part was the worst part because I think it messed my back up. So in the end, my sister decided she would step up and help me out. But being a caregiver was very difficult for my mother, just mental-wise. So it takes a strong person, and you're stronger than what you think you are, because I never thought I would be taking care of my mom. She lived here in the house with me for a year and some months. And when it came time for her to make her transition, I had to learn to let her go. I had to release, they told me there's this book, I forgot the name of the book, but it helps you understand the phases of dementia. And that helped me be somewhat prepared mentally that she was going to leave me soon. And that helped me. So if you need help dealing with anybody who has dementia or any illness, with your grandchildren, they all take patience. And you just have to, reach out and acknowledge the fact that you need the help and ask for it, and you'll be okay.
Hi, my name is Reverend Amanda Hambrick Ashcraft. I am a minister at Middle Church in New York City and an entrepreneur and a mother of 3. At the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, these kids were 5, 5, and 4. It was one of the most difficult things I have ever done in my whole life, to be working a full-time job and all of a sudden have the world turn on its head and be expected to be a full-time teacher and caregiver 24/7 for these 3. Imagine going from a 2-bedroom New York City apartment with 3 remote devices. In case you were wondering, 4-year-olds don't actually love to learn on remote devices. So many things became apparent to us during the coronavirus pandemic, but the one thing that is an overarching thread of all of the things that we have learned and are seeing with new eyes during this time is that this country does not value care. We do not have a sustainable infrastructure for care at all, and people like me are exhausted. Not only people like me, but women of color are extremely exhausted, and caregivers of all kinds, essential workers, domestic workers, the elderly, those who work with the elderly, are all exhausted. But because we have not been valued, we have not been seen, and we have not been paid adequately or supported with the supplies that we need to take care of this country during the pandemic. And let us be clear that when the world started crumbling around us, who was the net that was expected to pick up the pieces and keep us all together? It has been moms, it has been caregivers, it has been women of color. And it is time for Congress to step up and understand that they can make a change. You can make a change. You can invest in the infrastructure of care and recognize it for the heartbeat and the lifeblood for this country that it is. Zane, tell us what it was like to be a kindergartner and then all of a sudden when the world shut down to have to do school at home.
Well, when the world just shut down, it was very difficult to get into COVID. I did not like it. I missed my teacher. It was not fun having to do remote school. It became a little more boring, a little bit more less activity because it was online. You couldn't see your teachers in person, and you had to see all three, four teachers at once, and that was a little difficult because I was used to having only one teacher.
Yeah.
And so.
And was it hard to have like you and your siblings and your mom and dad all trying to work from here in one small apartment?
It definitely was. It was like there was an echo between my brother and me because we were in the same class.
Yeah.
And it was just difficult.
And did some of us work from the bathroom sometimes?
Yes.
We did. So Zane, if you had one message for the world today, what would it be?
Care can't wait. Congress, do your job.
Thank you. Levi, what about you? Like, what is one thing that you think might have helped us all throughout this pandemic?
If there are more caregivers paid well to take care of us, I can see my friends more.
And so, Levi, do you have a message for the world today?
Care can't wait.
Skylar, what about you?
Care can't wait.
Let's say it together. Care can't wait. Congress, do your job. Invest in care. Pass all the Build Back Better bills. Pass all the economic infrastructure bills that you need to so that this country can finally value and invest in care for the first time. Thank you.
I'm Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, and I'm honored to represent Washington's 7th Congressional District in the House of Representatives, where I also serve as the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. But the most important job title that I hold by far is mom. Today, I couldn't be more thrilled to stand with moms across this country to call for an end to the filibuster that is standing in the way of progress in this country. It is time to replace this arcane statute with a MOMibuster to create a care infrastructure that delivers for our families. Too often in this country, moms are left at the wayside with massive hospital bills after delivery and very few community support systems to help them raise their kids. Moms deserve paid family and medical leave, affordable childcare, universal pre-K, affordable health care, and home and community-based services that help them to support and foster their kids. So happy Mother's Day to all the incredible moms out there raising smart and compassionate kids. Please know that as each and every one of you do the work that is so difficult of advocating for yourselves and your families, I am right here in Congress fighting with you and for you.
Hi everyone, my name is Zohran Mamdani. I'm the Assembly Member for the 36th District in Northwest Queens here in New York State, and I am taking a minute out today to speak about the need for a care economy to happen at the national scale. I'm in full support of the MOMibuster and of all of the Moms Rising members and supporters across this country taking action, because while we care deeply about making sure that New York State's economy is one that values and funds care in the way that it deserves to be, there's only so much we can do at a state level. And for us to truly take care of our neighbors and ensure that whether it's childcare or whether it's aging, that all facets of this economy are truly funded at the levels that they deserve to be, it has to be done at a national level. We have to have national level in terms of the scale that we are approaching this problem, in terms of the funding that we are diverting towards this issue, and that can only be done if Congress acts. So I'm in full support of this message, and I hope you have a lovely day.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Goddard. I am married for almost 25 years. I have two children, a 22-year-old college senior, a 12-year-old sixth grader. I'm a small business owner, a former primary teacher, a former candidate for the Kentucky House District 2. I'm a current Kentucky field organizer, Western Kentucky field organizer for Planned Parenthood Alliance Advocates Kentucky. I'm a member of Moms Demand Action Kentucky, Four Rivers Indivisible. I'm the treasurer and political action chair for Mayfield, Graves County NAACP. I'm a member of Graves County Democrats, West Kentucky Now, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, and I'm also a graduate of Emerge Kentucky Class of 2018. So I'm a mom in the sandwich generation with aging parents, step-parents, grandparents, and along with a college senior applying for a doctorate of physical therapy and a son in elementary school. So as I said, I'm a mom in a sandwich generation. I have a lot on my plate all of the time. Being a mom and a caregiver is stressful in these times. There's certainly not enough time to spread around to everybody. There's a lot of guilt surrounding that. There's certainly not enough money. Our healthcare system is ballooning astronomically. Wages are stagnant. We have skyrocketing college expenses, ballooning car prices, rent, gas, house prices, groceries. Here in Kentucky, they're defunding public schools. They're busting public pensions and unions. They're increasing insurance premiums. We're losing access. We have lost access to reproductive rights in Kentucky. There is no access to abortion, or at least it's being blocked currently by a court. We have had unprecedented one after another climate catastrophes in Western Kentucky. We have high rates of in fact, we have the #1 rate of maternal death and infant mortality. We are #1 in child abuse and domestic violence. So a moment where I realized my power and greatness as a mom was when I realized that moms could make an impact for not only ourselves, but for our children, our loved ones, including our parents and grandparents. By running for elected positions, we are the backbone of society. It takes us to advocate. So we need to be advocates, and we need to be running for office. And I support abortion, reproductive health care, public education, affordable child care and pre-K, paid family leave and medical leave, home and community services, and climate awareness. And for our area, local disaster planning. We've seen that it was not adequate before the tornadoes, and so I would advocate that all communities need to do that.
Hi, my name's Tony, and I'm a mom of 2 under 5 in Northern Virginia, and I have been so thankful for the caregivers who love my kids and take care of them every day. One of my children is in a center, a child care center, and the other is in a home-based daycare. And in both contexts, my children are so loved. They're taken care of as if they were the children of the child care workers. I'm so thankful for the flexibility of being able to send my children to preschool every day so that I can work. I'm a full-time mom. And what's been causing me stress is the threat of COVID. You know, each time that there's an outbreak at the school, my kids have to be home with me where I'm trying to work. And thankfully, I get to work from home. But it's really difficult to balance being both a full-time mom and a full-time worker. And so I'm really thankful for the childcare workers who put their lives at risk and put their families at risk every day for contracting COVID. And despite that, showing up every day and loving my kids as if they were their own. I know that my children have amazing relationships with their childcare workers. They are the second moms. I trust these women with my most precious gifts. And so what I would just desperately ask for is that these childcare workers who take care of my children every day, that they were compensated at a rate that really reflected the love and the dedication that they bring to this work. Taking care of children is a full-time job. It requires tremendous care and skill. And I can tell you that it's difficult when my kids are home for me. So I just know that it takes a very special person to dedicate their life to other people's children. And so I would just ask a great investment in childcare workers, that there would be some government subsidy for workers like myself who are putting their kids into school, 2 children. You know, it takes up half of my income every month to put my kids in school, but I would do it because I have to work and pay for health insurance. And so I would just ask, one, for subsidy for working families like myself, and I would ask too that childcare workers were subsidized in such a way that they could make living wages in Northern Virginia, that they didn't have to have side jobs of babysitting and other kinds of things just to be able to support their families, and that they were getting paid the same, if not more than, you know, the Verizon workers right now who are gonna get paid $20 an hour, and the McDonald's workers who can get paid $15 an hour. So let's invest in working families like me, and let's invest in childcare workers who love my children so much.
Hi, my name's Liz. I grew up in Connecticut and I live in Northern New York. I raised 3 boys. When I was pregnant with my first child, my husband and I ran the numbers and we were just gonna barely break even if I worked. I have a college degree, but the cost of childcare was astronomical. So that's the choice that we made. And I was lucky. We were lucky. My husband had a good job and he had health care. And that's not the way it is for most of this country. Also, when my kid got really ill and I was sick too, I was able to go to all the doctor's appointments and go to the hospital with him and be there for him when he was sick. And I am so grateful for that. There has got to be something that Congress can do to make sure that other parents can be home with their sick kids, to make it affordable for parents to have childcare. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day.
Hi, my name is Patty Leo. I live in Seattle, Washington with my family, which includes 2 hilarious children, ages 3 and 6. When the pandemic started, my kids were 3 and 10 months old. So when our childcare facilities had to close due to COVID-19, I was tasked with spending half the day taking care of my kids and not being able to work. So that meant eventually I was laid off from my job. So that's a pretty clear indication that access to childcare is directly influencing my ability to work. Luckily, everything opened back up and I was able to send my kids back, but just found out a few weeks ago that my youngest's daycare facility is now closing permanently due to hardships faced from the pandemic. So even, over 2 years into this pandemic, our community resources are still feeling a lot of pressure and a lot of economic hardships because of this pandemic. So my ask to you, my senators, is that we throw more support behind affordable accessible, quality childcare. Not only making sure that there are enough facilities to handle all the families that are looking for childcare, but also supporting the employees, making sure that they have their benefits, that they're being paid enough, that they're not facing these economic hardships that force them to close. Because their existence allows me to work, and I would really like to be able to work. I would really like to be able to be a contributing member to society. And I love my kids, and I love my work, and I think I should be able to be happy in both worlds. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Holly Brooks. I'm a two-time Olympian from Alaska. I am a licensed professional counselor who holds a certificate in perinatal mental health. I am also a mom of twins, and most recently, I am the co-founder of a program or passion project called Moms Matter Now. Moms Matter Now was actually created in response to the crisis that I saw literally unfolding in front of me in the pandemic, both professionally with clients and then personally with my own situation and friends and family. And the thing that stuck out to me the most, aside from the uncertainty and the isolation, was the abrupt lack of childcare. And I lost my childcare for many months, like most people did. And it was just really, really unraveling. So it was hard for me to work at all, which is how our family puts food on the table. And also just how I kept my sanity as a person, as a mom. And, I saw this story unfold time and time with people around me, just being asked to do unconscionable things. And so if I were to be able to ask for one thing, it would be subsidized childcare and affordable childcare. Childcare is really the basis of our economy. No one can work outside the home, I guess, without having some help with childcare. The other thing, if I'm allowed to ask for more or highlight more, is some emphasis and funding going into preventative maternal mental health. And, that is actually what we're trying to do through Moms Matter Now. But just making sure that people are set with a social support system, that they know the signs and symptoms of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, which, by the way, have absolutely exploded during the pandemic. The numbers are as many as 1 in 3 new moms are experiencing a diagnosable level of perinatal mood and anxiety disorder. And so those are my two things. I'm just seeing extremely high rates of depression and anxiety, and also OCD amongst my clients. And people having panic attacks that have no history of having panic attacks. So I know I've gone on, and I'm writing fittingly from my minivan. But thank you so much to Moms Rising and everyone that is contributing to this movement.
My name is Chanel Croxton, and I'm coming from Durham, North Carolina to talk about care. I think that care is so important to each and every one of us because it allows for our most vital needs to be met, and it creates a functional community where everyone can participate and thrive. I believe in universal care, from early childhood to elder care to comprehensive care for those with disabilities. And over the years, I've personally felt the impacts of not having a functional system with my grandmother, who's 85 and is no longer able to live independently in her home. Although she was receiving weekly visits from healthcare professionals through her Medicare, it just wasn't enough for the level of care that she needed. We looked into different options, including assisted living, which wasn't a good alternative because of the high costs and the knowledge of the less than favorable conditions within those institutions. Nor was home care an option because it would require a minimum number of hours and a high out-of-pocket cost. So looking at the only option left, we fortunately were able to move her to another city to live with my aunt, but that shouldn't have been the only choice that we had, to uproot her from her house of over 25 years just to have peace of mind. I think that adults should be able to age in place In their senior years, I think that folks with disabilities should be able to live independently with dignity, and that workers in direct care and long-term care should be well compensated and invested in order to maintain a high quality of care. We need Congress immediately to make historic commitments to bring about a just care system, a care system where those who need care receive it and those working in care don't have to make sacrifices to stay in the field. Full stop.
My name's April, and I'm a mom and a grandma from Olympia, Washington. Being a mom during this time means that I spend my days balancing the needs of my family with the demands of my work. I am lucky in the sense that I have an employer who allows me to flex my time, work around the needs of my family, and work to meet the needs of my clients based on my availability for my family. I'm lucky in that sense that it gives me the opportunity to be around for my daughters when they need childcare unexpectedly. I can't tell you how many times in the last 2 years my daughter has called me in a panic, needing care from my granddaughter because the child care center has closed. In the beginning, it was due to the pandemic and COVID outbreaks, but most recently, it's because of the low pay that providers make in these positions. They're receiving education to meet the requirements to be a child care provider, and they're moving on to jobs that provide them with medical and benefits and things that they need to survive to provide for their families. We need to do more to fix the child care crisis. This care can't wait. Providers need more pay. They need benefits. They need livable wages. And our families need accessible, affordable childcare and pre-K. I've spent over a decade advocating for affordable childcare. The fact that I am now helping my children try to find and afford childcare drives me crazy on a daily basis. I thought that I would be setting them up for better success, for accessible childcare, for easy to find preschool by the time that I had raised them. Our country is in a really good spot to be able to provide for working families in a way that makes it so we all can work together. Our economy doesn't function if our families can't work. Our families can't work if there is nowhere to take their children. No one can afford, I won't say no one, there are very few people who can afford to live off of one income. There are very few people who have the flexibility to be able to stay home with their children. We need a care structure that works for families, that works for children, that works for our nation. Our care can't wait.
Hi, my name is Lola Denise Brown. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, in a tower for people who are elderly and disabled. And I have health problems that I'm trying to get corrected so I can go back to work and begin singing again. My main thing is I have six kids, 5 boys, 1 girl, who all have families of their own. And they're not able to come by and see me as much as I would like for them to because of their children. Now, I would love more than anything to have a caregiver that could help me do my breathing exercises, help me walk around the building, get exercise, get some vitamin D in. Because the thing about this is that I went into the hospital at the end of February and they put me on the fentanyl patch, knowing that I had COPD. I was having problems breathing with my lungs, but he put me on the fentanyl patch anyway. And 24 hours after being on the patch, it completely took my breath practically away. Now, I know that when you all finish your terms, at the end of your terms, when you're done doing everything you can do for yourselves, you're going to be taken care of. As a matter of fact, you'll have insurance, very good insurance at that. You'll still be getting an income, a whole lot more than what most of us who are retired and disabled get. And you have nothing to worry about. As a matter of fact, you'll be able to hire someone to do stuff for you. Well, see, that's what I need to do. I need someone who can come in and clean for me, who can come and help me take a bath, who can come and take me shopping or go shopping for me. But I can't do that because you all are pocketing everything and giving nothing back to us. I think it's really screwed up that we work all of our lives and only get 40% of what we make when we retire. You know what I have to say to that? You all need to do a lot better. Bye.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Spence, and I live in Huntington, West Virginia. I have 3 kids, 2 boys and 1 daughter. My daughter lives at home with me. She's 43, and she has cerebral palsy and severe to profound intellectual developmental delays. We have a program here in West Virginia called the Title 19 Waiver Program. It provides services for my daughter such as program management, case management, nursing services, respite care. She can attend a day program with other adults that have similar disabilities to hers, or even have are higher functioning than she is. But she can go to this day program when we're not in the midst of COVID and have opportunities to interact with people, get out in the community, do volunteer work, and actually have a job if that's something that she can do. Many people are on a waiting list in many states that do not have access to these programs. I went to lunch the other day at a restaurant here locally, and a lady we got into a discussion, and she has a son who is 8 years old who has been on a waiting list since he was 3. He has autism, and she still, to this day, has no access to these programs to help her with her son, to help her with, respite care, any kind of programming services. She did have a program that helped from birth to 3 because he was diagnosed early with issues. But we need more access and more slots to open up in these waiver programs so that these people and these children have a chance to live a life where they can be in these communities without having to resort to going into institutions, going into group homes with strangers, not being able to live at home with their families, being able to possibly be in their own apartments as they get older and have full-time staffing care, and access to, having some semblance of independence at whatever level that they have. It is so important to have funding for these programs in these times. We need for families to be able to have 2 wage earners a lot of the times, because the pay is not enough to raise a family and to live where you're not having to live paycheck to paycheck. If I did not have this program to help me with my daughter, I never would have been able to work, because I can't afford to pay out of pocket with what I was making at my job, pay $12 or $13 an hour for someone to come and care for my child while I was only making $13 an hour at my job. It would have been ridiculous for me to work and pay someone to take care of my daughter so that I could work and just come out with no benefit at all. I'm urging our government to properly fund community-based waiver programs so that we can enhance the lives of people with disabilities.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Marina Jiménez, estoy en Arizona y tengo 3 hijos. Como instructora de Zumba, ofrezco mi servicio comunitario a un grupo de mujeres donde nos reunimos para ejercitarnos. Usamos este espacio para sanar mental y físicamente. Durante la pandemia pues, nos vimos afectadas y fue algo frustrante, ya que pues por regulaciones de salud no pudimos reunirnos físicamente para poder llevar a cabo nuestra hora de ejercicio. Me hubiera encantado que hubiera existido recursos en donde las personas o las mujeres que participaban en este grupo tuvieran acceso la mayoría a internet para así poder acceder a esas aplicaciones que en ese momento de pandemia estuvieron dispuestas para ofrecer clases. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name's Dr. Kathleen Malley, and I am a mom of two wonderful children, one who's 3 and one who is 6. And I live in Durham, North Carolina, and I'm contacting you today to tell you a little bit about what it's like to be a parent right now and how we need your help to make it more sustainable for all parents to take care of each other as we move forward in this country. I wanted nothing more than to be a parent in my life, and I'm so thankful for a supportive partner and 2 wonderful young kids. And you prepare, you read, you save for being a parent in this country because you know how much it costs to raise a child from the age of a newborn to the age of 18, and you read about it. You do all the things that you're supposed to do, and then when you get time to actually be a parent and you start seeing all that money go out the door, it's tough because not only are you spending all that money on preschool, because I work full-time, so does my husband, and we didn't have family in the area to lean on, and you're basically paying college tuition for a less than 1-year-old. And at the same time, you're trying to save money for your own retirement. You're trying to save for their own education while paying off your own student loan debt. And trying to create a safe and loving place in this world for them to be in. And I'm also, and my husband is too, we're getting older, and so are our parents. And so this is a really interesting place where I think a lot of parents are right now because of the trends in having children later, where we have young children and now our own parents are requiring care. This is not something I really had thought about as much, but we're here. My father probably has the early stages of dementia. My mom had cancer this year, and she worked in public education in the South for over 30 years as a full-time worker and with a master's degree, and pretty much got underserved by what she left with when she retired. And she has to live with my sister now. And she definitely has to live with her so that she can make it to all of her doctor's appointments on time. And her healthcare isn't great because that's what we do here in this country. And I don't want to see my children go through this. I don't want them to have to spend their time thinking about, in their first pregnancy, how am I going to pay for all this? What am I going to do because I'm having to miss work because I did not realize that this was going to be a complicated pregnancy. I was a healthy young woman. I didn't know that I would have to take more time because my body was not having a very easy pregnancy. And what was I going to do if I had to miss work? Because I had to go to more doctor's appointments all the time now just to make sure we were safe. And I had to take more time when she was born so that my body could heal and that she would be fine. And that's a lot for a first-time parent. And you know what? I have a lot of privilege in this regard. We both worked full-time in salaried jobs. The people who are taking care of my children and who will take care of my parents, it's harder on them. We need to take care of those early education workers. We need to take care of the workers who are taking care of our parents. We need them. I need them. Let's do what we can to make sure that we take care of the people who take care of us. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Julia. I am recording myself doing a video for the Moms Rising. I'm taking my lunch break during work to talk a lot about what's happening in my life and what I hear happening for other people that are raising young children. And actually currently I wanted to talk about a little bit the Tri-Share that I think Michigan initiated throughout the counties. That's something actually that I qualify for, which I'm very thankful to have that resource. The only thing is that my childcare doesn't always fit into those little application boxes. I rely heavily on family, and they are not licensed. I don't know what I would do without my Aunt Becky, who runs my kids to random appointments. I could never take my kid to preschool. There's no wraparound care where we live. So preschool starts at 9:30. I start driving at 6:30. So thankful for her. I always tell this story. Actually, I was telling another reporter who was reporting on childcare infrastructure. My 85-year-old grandfather, he's a huge support for me. I don't know what I would do without him as well. I remember one time, so it's always dark in Michigan, obviously, like early in the morning, and it gets dark early at night. And he was doing bus, like he was taking my 7-year-old to the bus. And he brought this little tiny flashlight. And he's like, I'm going to use this flashlight so I can walk down your stairs. And the whole way to work, I was like, oh no, I hope he doesn't like fall down the stairs. So that was something that I think just gives you a true picture of what we as families kind of work around with childcare. The other thing I always like to, whenever I have a platform, I'm so thankful for you guys listening to my story, is talking about the people. I work for the Head Start program, and I appreciate all your bipartisan support with that. So I always like to take the time, using my platform to talk about the families that I work with who are marginalized or vulnerable. Like what resources they have. I think I call it the lamest term, but like the phrase that a lot of people use currently is nobody wants to work. I think that's such a cop-out phrase, unfortunately. I challenge people who have power and people who have authority to make decisions. What infrastructure are you supporting? Why are we as young families having to figure all that out? I think about, in dream world, could there be childcare at every workplace? My husband works in the auto factory, and can there be a childcare center there to provide those resources for young families raising young kids, to make it more equitable and more easy accessible? That's the thing with childcare. It's not always accessible. It's complicated. All things are complicated, but something like that, I really want to advocate for too. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope that all of our stories have an impact on you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Assistant Speaker of the House, Catherine Clark. I'm also a mother, a daughter, and I was a caregiver. When I was first elected to Congress, I was juggling care for my 3 children and my sick parents who lived next door, all the while flying back and forth from Washington. It was stressful and exhausting to be torn between so many obligations, and I was one of the lucky ones with a supportive spouse and resources to pay for help. But for millions of moms and working parents, the bills, the choices, and the squeeze are simply impossible to manage. Parents struggle with impossibly high costs, providers operate on the thinnest of margins, and women are pushed out of the workforce when they can't find support. The system is broken, and this Mother's Day, it can't be fixed by flowers and chocolate. Mom, caregivers, and American families deserve an economy that works for them. We need universal pre-K for all 3 and 4-year-olds. We need to cap the cost of childcare at 7% of a family's income, and we need to raise the wages of early educators and care providers. As a nation, we have to recognize that childcare is a public good, not a private issue. So thank you for your dedication, your leadership, and everything you do for our nation's families. I'm proud to be in this fight for you and with you. Let's do what moms do. Get this done.
I know a lot of us may doubt, can our voices make a difference? And nothing can be further from the truth. It can absolutely make a difference. The voices of moms, parents, caregivers, and the care workforce have been growing, and our voices together are why care economy policies are lining up for elected leaders to vote on and pass right now. Now is the time to amp up our power and get those policies voted on and passed into law. Let's hear another story. And this one comes from Martha. It's an excerpt on why we need to invest in home and community-based services for our elderly and loved ones with disabilities. So here's Martha's story. She writes, my son has received in-home nursing care for the last 3 years through a Cap C terminal illness waiver. He has severe obstructive sleep apnea, asthma, and a floppy airway, along with other medical concerns. Before we were granted nursing care and Medicaid, it was very dangerous for Javi to attend preschool, as he was still small enough to nap during the school day and required oxygen whenever he was asleep. Every time he started to fall asleep at school, I would have to leave work and rush to pick him up or apply his oxygen and sit with him while he slept. Once Javi had a nurse to go to school with him, they were able to get him on oxygen should he fall asleep, monitor his vitals, and help him get through the school day safely. Now that Javi no longer naps and is not in school in person due to COVID, his in-home nurse provides support for him when I'm not able to be with him. Javi doesn't need oxygen during the day, but he does need 2 daily rounds of chest PT, daily vitals checks, and frequent nebulizer treatments. So I'm so grateful for Javi's wonderful nurses and the waiver that provides for them. They have allowed me to continue to work and contribute to my community while ensuring my medically fragile son is safe, healthy, and able to learn and thrive with his peers. Wow. Now, Martha's story. This is a story. These are the stories that why we're here today. And this MOMibuster is designed to stand up for Martha and millions more. We are here to defend our democracy by standing up and supporting our leaders who support and value care, the care our families need to thrive. Make sure you are registered to vote. Make a plan to vote. Call your 2 senators by texting "We Care" to 747464. It's so simple. And tell them 3 simple words: care can't wait.
Hey everybody, my name is Ai-jen Poo, and I am the president of the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the director of Caring Across Generations. And we represent family caregivers, moms, parents, domestic workers who are nannies, house cleaners, and home care workers, overwhelmingly women, majority women of color, who are doing the work in our families that makes all other work possible. And it is a struggle every single day. All of us, whether we're parents, caregivers, we are doing the very best we can to show up for the people that we love. And we can be doing every single thing right, and it's still not enough. And you know what? It's not our fault. The problem is that we don't have the policies, the infrastructure, the workforce in place to support childcare or paid leave or home and community-based services and care for older people and people with disabilities. There are some fundamental, essential needs that we have as individuals and families in order to care for ourselves and the people that we love. And we have not built the infrastructure to support that in our country. It's not that any one of us has failed, and the fact that it's so hard, it's not our fault. It's because we need policies, and we need Congress to take action now to make sure that we have affordable, quality childcare, that we have home and community-based services for our elders and for people with disabilities, so that people can live independently in their homes and in their communities. This is essential. And we need the care workers that we count on every single day to take care of the people that we love. Childcare workers, early childhood educators, home care providers. We need each of them to have access to good jobs. living wages so that they can take care of themselves and their families too. Really, really basic stuff that we have not really put into place in this country. Now is the time, coming out of COVID, when we've all been through so much, we have the opportunity to rebuild a whole new infrastructure to support care. Our kids and our parents and our loved ones deserve nothing less. In honor of Mother's Day, Father's Day, whatever day means the most to you, I really hope, Senators, that you hear our calls, our action, and our urgency. Care can't wait. I'm a stepmom to a brilliant 11-year-old girl, and I want for her to have a strong care infrastructure because I know that that is what will enable her to realize her full potential in the world. We deserve nothing less. Happy Mother's Day, y'all.
My name is Allison Shee, and I am an attorney and mother of a 3-year-old in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's hard to condense my struggles with dealing with finding adequate childcare into just a few minutes, but they started before my daughter was even born. We learned pretty quickly from asking around with friends and other people in the New Orleans area how difficult it is to find good quality childcare, especially for the infant phase. I knew I only had 12 weeks of leave from work, from which I'd be borrowing vacation and sick time for the whole following year. And so I knew it would be critical to find somewhere that was safe and comfortable and supportive and loving to leave my daughter with when I went back to my pretty demanding job as an attorney after giving birth. And so this meant that we had to get on wait lists for daycare centers starting in my first trimester. It started when I was 7 weeks pregnant. I got on several wait lists. It was so early that most of my family and friends didn't even know I was pregnant yet, but the daycare centers did because I had to put our names on those lists. And we didn't even get off of many of those lists. We only got off of one. And so we were so fortunate to be able to have a great place for my daughter to go to when my leave was over. But of course, the struggles didn't stop there, because when COVID hit and all the daycare centers closed and many of the other daycare centers just closed down and ceased operations entirely, we chose to keep our daughter home even after they reopened because the community spread in New Orleans of COVID-19 was so intense. And so we had her home with us for a year. But for that year, we paid every single month to hold her spot so that there would be somewhere for her to go when things finally felt safe again. My husband and I both live at least a 16-hour drive and 20-hour drive from his parents and my father, respectively. So we have absolutely no help in New Orleans, and it's led us to reimagine where we need to live and think about relocating back somewhere where we have some assistance from family, because what we've done for the last over 2 years is really untenable, and the resources in our current city are just not there. What we really need is for politicians and government to realize that children just don't appear at school age at 6 years old ready to go to kindergarten, and everybody needs high quality early childhood education and daycare. And we also need longer parental leave so that we don't need to put very small children in daycare if the spots aren't there or we're not choosing to. We need to start focusing on our children and on the parents that are struggling so hard to support them, to get them to a place where they can be ready for kindergarten and ready to start a K through 12 program.
Hi, my name is Avni Patel Thompson. I'm the founder and CEO of Milo. And previous to this, I was the founder and CEO of a company called Poppy. And for the last 7 years, I've been working on trying to figure out how we can use technology to help everyday parents and everyday parenthood. I'm the parent of 2 daughters who are now 10 and 7. And for most of my experience as a mom and a working parent in America is how we need safety nets, how we need backup, how we can't be relying on just one or two parents to be shouldering everything that is needed to raise these incredible kids. And in particular, I think about the care infrastructure. Since I started Poppy, to be able to connect really incredible people in the community to provide childcare when parents had gaps in care every week, I've seen firsthand just how needed it is on both the parent and the caregiver side, but also how broken the system is without focus and attention and investment. And so we absolutely need the attention and the focus and the prioritization to say that this is not a nice to have, it's an absolutely must have to make our lives as parents, as citizens, as professionals actually work. And so that's everything from valuing caregiving as the incredible profession and work that it is, valuing the work, making it paid the wages with the benefits that it deserves. And it means recognizing the challenges that parents have in paying how much this really great care costs. So I am always optimistic that there are solutions. We have built incredible solutions, but it takes more than just one company, one community to make something like this work. Childcare, care in general, our communities are something that we all need focus and attention and investment. And that's what I'm so excited to be supporting and advocating for.
Hello, I'm Tasha Wilson, and the state of care for my family is receiving quality resources as well as funding as I walk through this journey of helping my mom, my elderly mother, as a stroke survivor. I care for my mother while working a full-time job, going to grad school, and I'm newly married. I coordinate care for my mother, and I also help her with day-to-day tasks such as assisting with her medication and also making sure that she eats and takes her medication on time. There are days when I want to scream and cry because I feel like I'm not doing enough for my mother. As caregivers, we truly need help, and we need the commitment.
Hi, my name is Brenna Goldner. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina, and I am a mom of a 4-year-old boy. He's been attending preschool since he was 1 year old, and him being able to attend daycare or preschool since then has allowed me to go back to work full time and contribute to our economic security as a family. That's been really important just because my husband works a rotating schedule as a boat captain, and so he is gone very early in the morning or the evenings and sometimes the weekends as well. So having a known factor for my son to be able to go to daycare every day from 8 to 5 has been a huge relief on us. And we know that he's getting an education even as early as 1, 2, 3 years old. And it allows me to work full time as well without having to take any sort of early leave or part-time work or anything like that. And you know, he was born with profound hearing loss, and he wears cochlear implants, and he's responded really well to them, and that has allowed him to attend a regular school and without additional services. And he's grown immensely just from the time that he's been able to spend there. And I think a lot of that is because he goes every day, Monday through Friday, and he interacts socially. And they're working on a education program, you know, on the alphabet and numbers and everything. And so he's at the same level of his peers or better in some regards when it comes to his language and speech and communication development. And so being able to attend a preschool, I think at such a young age has really been a benefit for him, and not just for my husband and I being able to earn more money and be able to contribute back to our society in a really positive way. And, you know, when we had COVID and a lot of the quarantine periods for COVID, you know, my son was at home and I had to work remotely, and it was really difficult to just be able to do my job as well as take care of him as well. And so I know that early childcare services are extremely important just to get people working again and people being able to contribute to the economy and earning more money, and especially in this day and age of when everything is so much more expensive. I know just in living in Wilmington, the housing market has exploded in the last few years, and so even just being able to rent a home is outrageous. And my son's preschool and daycare is anywhere from $10,000 to $12,000 a year based off of where he goes and what age he is. And so having affordable childcare at those young early ages are really important for people. And while we've been fortunate to be able to afford that, there are a lot of families here that cannot. And North Carolina has a Smart Start program for PK4, which is the traditional preschool the year before you go to kindergarten. But a lot of families can't afford that, and so they provide free tuition for kids who apply. But there's nothing like that for any of the years before that. And so there's no preschool available, affordable or at no cost to families who can't afford it for kids that are 1, 2, 3 years old. And I think that the earlier we can get kids into preschool type environments, the more that they can prepare themselves for school, the more that they can learn, and the less of a burden it is on schools and caregivers later on as well. So that being said, we need affordable childcare in our country, and everybody deserves it. And it just makes for happier, healthier people, families, communities, everything. So please consider affordable childcare for everybody in this country.
Hello, hi, I am Latasha from Toledo, Ohio. I'm currently residing in Columbus, Ohio, and just wanted to let you know the benefits of childcare for moms, especially single moms, because we definitely need that in order to be able to work. We also would love to have that child tax credit, because sometimes even with working, we cannot financially get everything we need, because a lot of taxes are taken out of our checks and stuff like that. So it's very important for us to have child care. Implementing a child tax credit and getting that back into play will be awesome, not just from July to December. If possibly we can have it all year long. I think that those programs are beneficial to us because where we lack or where we don't have our rainy day fund, because some of us cannot always have a rainy day fund, those kind of things are beneficial to us. Not even having to pay for childcare is amazing. If we get those opportunities, sometimes some of us make too much money to afford childcare. Somebody like me who pays $330 a week for my son to go to daycare to work a job that doesn't even pay me enough to really afford that, and just finding programs to help me alleviate some of that cost is extremely beneficial. So I hope that we could totally get some of these programs into play to be permanent, not just a selective thing for the time being, not something that's just post-pandemic or pre-pandemic. I would love for, both programs to be something that could, just be long-term for us. Thank you and have a good day.
Hi, my name's Casey White. I am the mom of 2 sweet boys in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. Being a parent and a primary caregiver to me means always being on. Right now my kids are napping, but even as they're napping, I'm thinking about what we're doing when they wake up. And when they go to bed, it's, do they have the right size shoes for the next size they're growing into? Do they have the right clothes? What's the weather going to be like tomorrow when he goes to school? There's so much to think about. So it really is being all on right now, especially where my kids are 2 and still just a baby. They require a lot from me. And I would say that I am thriving. I so enjoy my role as a mother. It is the most fulfilling thing that I have ever done. And I love my babies more than anything. And it's possible for me to thrive because I have an incredible support system and, frankly, a great deal of privilege. My husband works really hard to ensure that I can really focus on our kids. I do work part-time, but for the most part, I am mom, and that is more than a full-time job, which actually surprised me when I took on the role, because I think I expected to have a little bit of time, and there really isn't any extra time because kids are nonstop. So I am thriving, and I'm really grateful that I have the opportunity to be with my kids and focus on them. But there are still stress points. I am a full-time caregiver, but I still have to figure out childcare every once in a while. Things come up. My job requires me to go to an event here or there. Who's going to watch the kids? How am I going to make sure they get where they need to be and I get where I need to be? And so I think childcare has just become so challenging, especially with the pandemic, because we have to be able to really trust the people who are caring for our kids. There's nothing more important. And so there are a lot of layers to that. The other stress point for me that has come up since becoming a mother is just caregiving in a society that doesn't necessarily value caregiving. I have always made decisions that put my family first, and I've now left a couple of jobs because I didn't feel that was a respected approach to being an employee and a mom. But my kids and my family will always come first. And I think that they should come first for our lawmakers as well. I am an avid supporter of affordable childcare policies. I think it eliminates a lot of stress for families who have dual income households, for single parents especially. Single income households are probably putting most of their income into daycare, and it shouldn't be that way. Paid leave is also another extremely important policy for me. I think there's no world in which a woman should be returning to work at 6 weeks. I know I was never ready to really have a whole day away from my kids at that age. And it should just be a given that moms not only are able to stay home and heal, but that their partners are able to be there and to support them, that their family members can take time if they need help. And I think the biggest thing that we need to turn our attention to when it comes to policies is maternal health equity. It's hard for me to understand how in 2022 moms are losing their lives in extremely preventable situations that relate to bearing and birthing a child. I've had complications with both of my births. I had mental health complications after having my first son, and those continued through my second pregnancy and postpartum period, and then I also had preeclampsia. And the most stunning thing to me was being told by my doctor that they really don't know why preeclampsia happens. It's been going on for as long as we've been having babies, and I can't quite understand why we don't know more about it. So I think it's just imperative that we care more about the health of our mothers, because at the end of the day, affordable childcare and paid leave don't mean anything if they're not here to take advantage of those policies, to raise their kids, to support their families, to care for their parents as they age. Moms, we're kind of holding down the fort these days. We are primary caregiving left, right, up, and down, and it's time that we're supported in doing so.
Hi there, my name's Lisa Folda, and I am a mom in Baltimore City, Maryland. I wanted to participate in this video, MOMibuster, because I just can't believe that our country doesn't have basic affordable childcare yet. I have a 12-year-old, so my childcare days are gone, although after-school programs are still an essential part. But I remember very well the struggle that it was when my daughter was an infant. And my husband and I both have, pretty flexible jobs, pretty good benefits, decent salaries. And it was still such a struggle just to piece it all together, the cost, the time, the what to do when she got sick, the who was going to stay home, the what happened if that really didn't work for either of us. It was a constant juggling act. And I'm fully prepared to own the fact that I was tremendously naive about it, to the point that I, appreciate only when it was happening how many assets we had through our workplaces. So now, 12 years later, I manage a team and I have several young moms in that group who have more than one kid. I only have one. I still think anybody with more than one is something of a hero. And the way that they are, juggling and trying to be present for their children, be intentional about their parenting is not helped in any way by the fact that they are, their kids are getting sent home sick. They are working late hours in the evening to make up for time that they had to spend trying to patch together an emergency situation for their kids' care. There's so much data that shows that when a country implements affordable childcare, everyone wins. Everyone. The economy, the families, the mothers who can go back to work, the kids who get really good attention and reliable and trustworthy care. There's just no downside to this except for the courage that it takes to make that initial investment. So really, I urge you, and I thank you for listening. I got out of this relatively unscathed, but there's so many people suffering who don't have family and other supports. There's so many more ways that we could maximize our people by providing them with this care and support.
Hi, my name is Cassie. I'm a mom of two. I live in Farmington, Michigan. I'm actually in Farmington, Michigan because my husband and I, living in Atlanta, realized that it was not affordable to have a second child. Childcare was more than our mortgage for just our son. And so it made more sense to leave our jobs in a thriving industry than to try and stay there and pay for childcare. So we picked up our entire lives and moved 800 miles so we could be close to my retired mother and lean on her for childcare. That experience has really shown me how vital childcare is. Not everybody is fortunate enough to have a family member that can help out, and it's insane how expensive it is. And there are almost no households that aren't two-income households. We need affordable childcare options. In addition to that, over the past 2 years, the pandemic has wrought changes in our home as far as what kind of work we were able to do. I was laid off from my job at the beginning of the pandemic, and the child tax credit checks that came monthly were such a huge relief and help, just bridging the gap for us as our income shifted and changed. And when those went away early this year, it really made it difficult for us to get back to the point where we were saving money and able to make purchases and do the things that you want to do. And so I would love to see an extension of the child tax credits put into effect permanently. That those child tax credit checks were a huge help to my family. It's really expensive to buy diapers and food and clothes for kids. I also think we need universal 3 and 4K. It's gives kids such a leg up in school, and the cost of preschool is crazy high, almost as much as daycare in some cases. And I hope that the Senate can take a look at how important caregiving is to families in the United States and make policy choices that will help caregivers, that will make caregiving services more affordable for those who need them.
Hello, my name is Nija. I'm a mom in Columbus, Ohio, of 2 kids. What does being a mom to me mean at this time. Being a mom to me means to stand up for what you believe in, be a protector, and just be basically in protection of your mental health. I'm thriving as a mom just by basically off of hope, that things will get better, especially with COVID. We still got to be fighters as moms. So I really don't take too much time thinking about what ifs and, just bad things. Now, the struggles I have endured and experienced taking care of, kids is just, I think, childcare. That's my main thing. Childcare. It needs to be more accessible to everyone. And it just needs to be easier, And I don't think childcare should really be based off your income, but that's nor here or there. I feel like that's a necessity for you to basically strive. A moment in time when I realized my power of greatness as a mother would be joining Moms Rising and also Motherful. I realized that I had a voice and I could speak my opinions and stand up for what I believe in. So I really appreciate that. Regarding the support, I can't just choose one. So affordable childcare, pre-K, paid family and medical leave when you have a new baby. Child tax credit is a big one for me with child care, maternal health and equity and extensions, basically everything, because we can't do better if everyone, I can't just say for myself, we're all going to be in a situation, especially, community-based services for people who are aging. We're all going to get older. We can't change as a whole if we're all not changing or if we're all not in a good state. So thank you so much.
My name is Christina and I live in Herndon, Virginia. I am a mom to one little baby boy. My partner and I are lucky to have very supportive friends and family members who help us whenever they can. And although these relationships are wonderful, they can't erase the other difficulties that we face related to a lack of paid family leave, the high cost of housing, and the very high cost of childcare. Because I didn't have paid family leave, we decided that my partner and I would split our leave with our new baby so we could always have an income. It was a purely financial decision, and it was extremely difficult because my partner went back to work when our baby was just 11 days old. Like a lot of other moms, I experienced pain, anxiety, reoccurring nightmares, exhaustion from being up with the baby throughout the night and day, and there was nobody at home during the day to help me, which made matters even worse. And on top of that, about a month before my baby was born, my own mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. Like me, my siblings did not have paid family leave either, so I watched as they had to overcome their own set of challenges caring for her and visiting her. She did end up passing away when my son was only 11 weeks old, and because no one in my family had paid family leave, I was only able to see her a few times during this difficult process. Now that my baby is nearly a year, my partner and I continue to have financial challenges because of the high cost of housing and childcare. Despite both of us having a master's degree, full-time jobs, and rushing back to work before we were both ready to, we still need to pinch pennies to cover the cost of housing and childcare. I would have loved to have spent the first 6 months after birth or longer home with my son, but like millions of other women, I did not have the opportunity to because of financial reasons. For Mother's Day, I am urging Congress to implement a national guaranteed paid family leave program for all Americans and affordable child care.
Hi, it's Congresswoman Susan DelBene from Washington State. It's great to join you for the 2022 MOMibuster. You know as well as I do that we urgently need to support mothers, parents, and caregivers. For years, our caregiving workforce has been severely under-resourced. It's critical that we strengthen our care economy by better supporting these workers and expanding access to affordable, high-quality childcare across the country. We must keep speaking out for proven long-term policies like monthly child tax credit payments and universal paid leave. These policies uplift families. Investments in our caregivers and families are investments in our economy and our future. I'll continue to fight for these policies because care can't wait.
I'm Adria Goodson, and I live in Ardsley, New York, and I am the mom of one amazing human being. Right now, I am thriving as a parent. I love being a mom. My daughter is brilliant and smart and really cares about the world, which makes it fun to be her mom. It is, however, sometimes quite challenging. In January, my partner, who's a very supportive co-parent and very engaged in the raising of our child, was diagnosed with COVID and had to quarantine for 2 weeks. This is normal and often the state of condition for many families where one parent is suddenly taken out of commission. He was fine, luckily, but he had to be sequestered and quarantined, as I said, for 2 weeks, which meant that I was single parenting while being a full-time working mom during that period. When I think about people who have young children, luckily my daughter is a bit older, when I think about people who have young children, I can't quite imagine how they managed to have childcare in this period of COVID. This COVID is only one disease. What happens when one parent is taken out because of some healthcare issue and the other parent is left to be both full-time breadwinner as well as full-time caretaker, as well as full-time caretaker of a sick person? So the things that I'm most concerned about as a mom: affordable childcare, the ability to trust that someone can take good care of your child, showing them love, care, and providing an education, all while you are at work providing a paycheck and food on the table. Someone who's providing health care that is high quality, that ensures that people can survive and thrive, even in an era where you can catch either an illness that is new and novel, like the COVID virus, or something that is quite old, like cancer. I care about these policies because I know that families are what make our country thrive and survive. We need to be able to support all of us to truly support all of us, the entire country. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Christina Hayes, and I am a mother from Detroit, Michigan. I am a state paid leave organizer with Mothering Justice Organization, and this is my lovely little goofy princess, Genesis, and she's my only daughter. Yes, she's my only daughter. A story about me. I became an advocate for paid leave for all. Yes, 6 years ago, because I am also a lupus warrior. Lupus is an autoimmune disease that affects nearly 1.5 million Americans. It is autoimmune. Your immune system attacks your body. You end up having a lot of different symptoms like chronic fatigue, extreme arthritis, and pains like that. I was diagnosed at the age of 19. So the last 14 years of my life have been rather tough trying to keep a job and maintain my health. I was actually choosing to go to work and not actually go to my doctor appointments because I did not have access to paid leave. My health ended up making the decision for me because I ended up passing out at work from not going to my doctor appointments. I put my life at risk and was more concerned about getting a paycheck to take care of my daughter. And that's just very risky. And I don't ever want to have to do that. And I feel like I don't want any other mother to ever have to make the choice between going to work and taking care of their health. And that is the reason why I am now a new state paid leave organizer for my state of Michigan, to make sure that everyone gets access to paid leave and no mother ever has to make a choice between going to work and taking care of their loved ones. Paid leave means a lot to me, and I am very passionate about making sure other mothers have this. And you see my daughter here saying paid leave. Genesis, why is paid leave important to you?
Because when like if someone's sick, or if I'm sick and I come home and I can't go to school, then you can take the day off and stay with me at home.
Absolutely. So my daughter, she knows about paid leave from me educating her about it and from constantly seeing me protest about it. And she knows when her mom doesn't feel good and when I need to take time to actually take care of me. And I'm hoping that with the new care infrastructure, we can all have access to paid leave for all.
My name is Chelsea. I'm a mom in Reno, Nevada, with one toddler at home. Being a mother has been a really amazing experience. My daughter brings so much joy and love into my life and the life of those around me. But it's also been really difficult, especially with the pandemic. That hasn't helped. And when my husband got sick with cancer, it was often up to me to take care of my child by myself. But I want to bring attention to the fact that daycare is expensive and not easy to get. Most childcares and daycares and preschools, virtually all of them, in my experience, have waiting lists, which puts parents at a position of disadvantage. Like we don't have very many choices, so we kind of have to, follow the preschool's policies pretty closely. And when my child gets sick, which is often because she goes to daycare, so she picks up everything that comes through there, I have to keep her home, and I miss a day at work. And where I work, I don't get paid if I have to stay home. But I do still have to pay for that day of daycare. So it is difficult on my budget, losing that day of work. But it also feels insulting because then I have to stay home and do, the pretty not easy task of taking care of a sick child all day and essentially pay double for it. So I beg you to consider mandating paid sick leave so that when mothers like me have to stay home to take care of a sick child, at least it won't break the bank. Thank you.
My name is Toem. I'm a mother of two from California. 母亲节快到了，今天我想谈谈对于我作为母亲来说很重要的一件事情，那就是托婴托育。我先生和我有2个很棒的孩子，分别是4岁和8岁。我们等了4年半才生第2个小孩，因为我们很难同时负担2个孩子的托儿费用。我们很幸运能有一个我们喜欢的托儿中心，但它的费用比我们的房屋贷款还要贵。而根据2017年的一项调查，这在美国家庭中实际上很常见。疫情来袭的时候，我的工时减少了1半，我们的托儿中心也关闭了。当它重新开放时，我的工资不够再支付托婴费用，我们不得不动用我们的紧急存款。这是一个系统性的问题，对于在职父母，尤其是职场妈妈，非常的不公平。我希望我们的民选代表会为工薪家庭挺身而出，投资托婴托育。没有一个家庭应该像我的家庭这样，为了负担托儿服务而挣扎。所以基本上，我想要呼吁参议员们，请做好你的工作，在经济复苏方案中投资托婴托育。
Save our child care! Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Julie. I live in Montgomery County, Maryland, just north of Washington, D.C., with my husband and my nearly 2-year-old daughter. She is therefore a pandemic baby. I gave birth in 2020 during the peak of the pandemic. And my husband is in aviation. He's a pilot, which meant because of the nature of the pandemic, he was not working, which was great in a sense, in the sense that he was able to be the full-time caregiver for our newborn daughter when I had to go back to work. I work for a nonprofit, and he was her sole caretaker for the most part when I was working. for almost the first year of her life. But now, as the pandemic has started to ease and life has started returning to normal, my husband and all other pilots have been called back into their normal line of work, which means my husband is gone for about a week at a time, a full 7 days. And in those 7 days, I am completely on my own with my daughter and my job. So in one sense, it's very empowering. It means a lot to me to be able to say that I can keep her alive and keep her thriving during that week, that 7 days when my husband is away for work. But it is only possible because of childcare. The childcare in the DC area, the options are plentiful but very expensive. Our childcare right now in the DC area costs more than our mortgage, which is a lot to grapple with. We don't anticipate being able to mathematically afford a second kid. I don't understand how it's possible to afford 3 mortgages, 1 mortgage for your home, amount for a mortgage for childcare for kid number 1, and the amount for childcare for kid number 2 on top of that. The discount is not that much. So I definitely am hoping that Congress or just leaders who have the power to make this better can make childcare more affordable. She really needs it. My daughter is a pandemic baby, and just like many pandemic babies, she has speech delays. She really needs the help. I could quit my job. I don't want to. My husband doesn't want to, and pilots are needed. So we're kind of stuck with our limited options and limited funds. And I really believe that Congress can make it happen and help empower me even more than I'm already trying to be on my own. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. Reflecting back, way back to when we had our firstborn son, I remember how difficult it was to find childcare, affordable that is. Well, I started out working and I wanted to be a fashion buyer. It was a great dream. However, we did find a babysitter and we thought it would work out and it would be affordable. But one afternoon, my husband decided to pick our son up early and he found our son screaming, crying to the top of his lungs. And guess where the babysitter was? Seated at the table with her family, having dinner. Well, my husband was not happy. And that wasn't the worst part. He said she was smoking to boot. So that was the end of my dream of a fashion buyer on that day. And I really didn't mind because I wanted to be home with our son anyways. But just thinking back to what it would have been, or could have been, and could now be for many women in my same predicament, I find it so frustrating to find childcare that's affordable, or other avenues in life that we need support in. So I'm asking right now that care can't wait and Congress take action on today. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
I'm Sherrod Brown. It's a privilege to serve the people of Ohio in the United States Senate. Thank you to Moms Rising for everything you do to moms everywhere. Your activism just shows how hard all of you work. We know how much work it is to take care of children, especially young children. It's only gotten harder over the last 2 years. And too often your hard work doesn't pay off like it should. We've seen what's happened over the past few decades. Productivity's gone up, stock prices have soared, executive compensation is stratospheric, yet wages have barely budged. Parents all know how expensive it is to raise kids: childcare, healthcare, school lunches, diapers, clothes, school supplies, braces, sports fees. The list never seems to end. People feel like they're trapped. They can't keep up no matter how hard they work. It's about finally making parents' hard work pay off so you can keep up with the cost of raising a family. As soon as we pass the child tax credit, a $3,000, at least a $3,000 tax cut for 90% of Ohio families with children under 18. Stories from moms across Ohio immediately poured into my office. Kristen from Columbus, she's using this to pay for daycare. Katie from Akron It'll help pay for school supplies. Caitlin said it'll pay for preschool for her son. Jennifer said she'll put the money away for college tuition. These are all parents working hard. Raising children is a job, is working hard to provide for their families. They're working a hell of a lot harder than the CEOs and the hedge fund managers and the Swiss bank account holders that are always getting tax cuts from politicians in Washington. Remember what happened when Mitch McConnell and the lobbyists that line up outside his office passed their tax cut for the wealthy and for corporations that outsource jobs. You know what they promised? They promised, we'll give these big tax cuts and it'll trickle down to everyone else. We know it never does. Corporations and especially their executives kept the money for themselves. They spent that money in stock buybacks. Pretty simple contrast. Whose side are you on? Do you want tax cuts for billionaires and corporations, or do you want tax cuts for working families? All of us want tax cuts for working families. So let's renew the expanded child tax credit. Let's keep the largest tax cut for working families ever so that parents can have the peace of mind that the child tax credit will keep delivering money month after month after month in their pockets. Have a blessed Mother's Day.
Hello, I am here to join the mom work to try to get supports for families. I'm a grandmother and a professional educator. I work at our community college teaching in the Department of Early Childhood Education. For my own purposes, I do care for my granddaughter about half of each month. My daughter and son-in-law both work shift work at the local refinery. They're 12 hours on when they're working, and that doesn't allow them to care for their child, so she comes to me. When I'm working, this sometimes interferes because I'm trying to teach online from home, and she has needs as a child. So if there were a school-age care facility available beyond the Boys and Girls Club, which is very limited, then we would be able to take advantage of that, and she would have appropriate care for the times when she's not in school and adults are not available to care for her. Thank you for supporting measures to increase access to school-age childcare and increase the quality of the school-age childcare that is available. That's it for me.
Hi, my name is Catherine Landfield. I live in Washington, D.C. I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister and an aunt, and I'm a wife. I have been a caregiver at least a couple of really significant times. One period that lasted about 20 years, that was raising my boys. And the other that was very significant was over the course of at least a year and a half of intensive caregiving for my mother, who was dying of cancer. And there were many times I thought she was going to pass away, and then she didn't. And every time that the care duties increased, I would think, I do not know how I would do this if I were not, able to work part-time and had the financial support from my husband's work that allowed me to be working just part-time. It was an incredibly challenging period. Emotionally, it was exhausting. Time-wise, the randomness of the times when my mother needed me, the late nights, the early mornings, the middle of the day, it was so challenging to keep any kind of normal work life. And at that time, I just was incredibly grateful that I was not in the situation of being a full-time worker and not knowing what to do, not knowing how I would keep everything moving forward. It is so important that we have paid family medical leave. And I really hope that after the pandemic, or because of the pandemic, we're not exactly out of the woods yet, it seems clearer than ever that families cannot move forward without a strong, functional care economy that allows families to do what is needed and to maintain a job that pays when you have to be away from work, that guarantees your job and guarantees your income and helps families in all types of situations that require that care attention. And I am so glad Moms Rising is fighting for this to make it a reality for families. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our stories. My name is Catherine Walden. I live over in Gardner, North Carolina, and currently I am a stay-at-home mom to 3 children, ages 9, 7, and 3. The pandemic, there are clearly no words to describe it besides hard, and it still continues to be hard for not only my family, but for pretty much every family that I talk to at the park, at my kids' school. But there are ways to make it better. Right now, you have an opportunity to vote, to turn things around for so many American families. We are in a paycheck-to-paycheck living situation because I cannot find affordable care for my youngest. If there were affordable care, if there weren't wait lists that were months and months long, if it was good, quality, reliable care, I would be able to be working right now. Alternatively, if there were universal preschool, I know that Jude, my youngest, would be getting the building blocks that he needs to build an excellent future for himself and for any family he may choose to have down the line. I could cite you countless studies that shows how important early childhood education is for our children, especially for children from low socioeconomic families. Families like mine that struggle with food insecurity, that struggle with finding good housing. If we knew that our children were taken care of, we could find stable jobs that have promotions, jobs that are not just minimum wage, jobs where we could get health care for our families. But as things stand, we can't get there. There's a gap between where we are now, and the only thing that can bridge the gap right now is you. The stress that the pandemic has placed upon all of us is unbearable at times. And with the end of the advanced child care tax credit, hope seems to have left us. I thank you for hearing us and for voting to make America a place where people can raise a family again, a place where our children can thrive and parents can do more than just survive.
Hi, I'm Rashmi Sajani, the founder of Girls Who Code and the CEO of the Marshall Plan for Moms, and the author of the book Pay Up, The Future of Women in Work, and Why It's Different Than You Think. Today, we have an enormous opportunity to take moms from crisis to power. I found myself as a working mom in the beginning of the pandemic, and it nearly broke me. In 2020, we were on top of the world. Girls Who Code had a Super Bowl ad. I was having a newborn son that I had been waiting my entire life to finally meet. I was going to take that paternity leave and I was going to spend the time that I needed to spend with my family. And then a few weeks after Sai was born, I found myself having to go back to work, take care of my newborn, homeschool my kindergartner, and save Girls Who Code from being shut down. Because when pandemics hit, the first resources to go are to women and girls. When I looked at my leadership team, which were mostly working moms that had really little kids, we were all barely making it. And what we would say to each other in the chat is just hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute. Because when the schools open in September, everything will be okay. And when the schools didn't open, and many millions of women were pushed out of the workforce overnight, and we saw our dreams, we saw our mental health, everything just vanish immediately. I found myself asking, where's the plan? I mean, you can't lose millions of women in the labor force overnight and not have a plan to figure out how to get them to come back. And so I wrote an op-ed called The Marshall Plan for Moms, and I unfortunately read the comment section. And when I read the comment section, I realized that, wow, motherhood is controversial. There are still people asking, even though millions of moms have been pushed out of the workforce, there's still people asking, what about the dads? And there's still people asking, well, you're a mom, so you chose to be one, so you don't get help from the government. You don't get help from the private sector. You don't get help, from your partner. And when I talked to the moms in my PTA, it was so clear what we needed to be healthy, to go back to work, to be able to take care of our children. We needed paid leave. The United States, as you know, is the only industrialized nation that doesn't offer paid leave. We needed affordable childcare because far too many parents spend more money on their mortgage, more money on their childcare than they spend on their mortgage. We needed a parental income because the work that we do at home, 2/3 of the caretaking work is done by women. That is work, and work that should be valued. We needed schools to open up safely. And finally, for so many women who found their jobs automated in the pandemic, we needed retraining because when women lose their jobs, the entire family suffers. I think that there's a tremendous role that the private sector can play in helping working women recover in this pandemic. As I say, workplaces were never built for women. And now 2 years after the pandemic, women are still in crisis. Millions of women are still missing from the labor force, and that doesn't count the amount of women that have downshifted their careers. 51% of working moms report that they are anxious and depressed. We have a mental health crisis when it comes to moms, and moms don't break, but we are broken. But because of the Great Resignation, because there are 11 million open jobs right now, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to finally make workplaces work for us. And that means making sure that companies are offering paid leave, not just to salaried workers, but hourly workers too. That means making sure that companies see childcare as an economic issue, as the thing that is standing in between women being able to go back to work and work at their fullest potential, something that they should start paying for. It means companies supporting women's, not just pushing for their output, but supporting their mental health as well. It means companies thinking about how their corporate policies exacerbate gender inequality at home, because until we fix gender equality at home, we are never going to fix gender equality in the workplace. And finally, it means us banding together to make sure that we have a care infrastructure and pushing our government to do what is right by us. Congress has bailed out airlines, but they have not bailed out moms. We cannot give up, and we cannot lift the pressure that we have to place on our elected leaders to do what is right by so many women that literally are voters in their district. Our time is now. It is our time to rise up, stand up. And what I always say is that we cannot change the lives of girls until we change the future of women. So as moms, we get rights too. We have the obligation to fight for ourselves so that our daughters' futures look far, far different than they do today. So thank you. Join this movement. Thanks, Moms Rising, for the incredible work that you are doing to lift moms up and to make sure that we are continuing to fight for change in our country.
Hi there, my name is Tiffany, and I am a single mom living on Dena'ina land in Anchorage, Alaska. I gave birth to my daughter 5 days before the world went into hunker down for the pandemic. Motherhood has been incredibly isolating and incredibly rewarding. All of the support that I thought that I had built up around me vanished overnight with the pandemic. And I discovered a lot of inner strength that I didn't know that I had. And I am very lucky, and I still did have support through the family members who became part of my bubble and through friends and other caregivers who helped in ways from outside of the house. I wish that we had paid maternal leave, at least 12 weeks of it in this country. I wish that fertility treatments were covered by insurance. whether a person is in a heterosexual relationship or not. I wish that my employee insurance covered my family. I wish that the child care tax credit was extended. My daycare options quickly went away with the pandemic, and I ended up hiring a nanny because it felt like a safe move. And I am the executive director of an organization, and I had to work. And I'm happy to have the nanny. We love her. She is an immigrant to this country, and I'm happy to be supplying a good job. I know not everybody could do that, and I know that I am eating into my savings every week as I do. I wish we had universal pre-K. I wish we had affordable childcare options. I wish we had more flexibility for families, for all people in work environments, and especially for families. And I wish I didn't have to film this during my time with my daughter and let her watch a screen instead. But somebody's got to speak up for working families in this country.
Hi, everyone. This is Congresswoman Robin Kelly from the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. I have been working on maternal health policy since coming to Congress 9 years ago. And while we've made some progress, we still have a long way to go. We recently passed my legislation, the Maternal Health Quality Improvement Act, to invest in developing evidence-based best practices, improving maternal mortality review committee data, and evaluating new models of care. This new law will develop implicit and explicit bias training for healthcare providers and invest in integrated care for postpartum mothers. I'm excited, but this is not enough. There are still too many mamas in this country without access to maternal health care. We must close the coverage gap and ensure that we've expanded Medicaid in every single state. We must also pass My Mama's Act to extend postpartum Medicaid coverage from 60 days after delivery to 1 full year in every single state. It's time to step up for mamas, and we can't wait.
Hundreds of moms and caregivers are standing up during this incredible MOMibuster here to push for care, and millions of people are standing up across the nation with us. We are not alone, and you too can share your own care experience with #CareCan'tWait on Twitter and in the comment section below. We are sharing our stories, and these stories matter to push for affordable childcare and free pre-K, home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities. We are fighting for paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or a serious health crisis strikes. We are fighting for living wages for all care workers, extending the monthly child tax credit payments, and birthing equity, ensuring that every person that gives birth has a safe and healthy experience. Let's listen to Rebecca in California, who struggled with maternal health issues, and she writes, I experienced life-threatening bleeding following the birth of my daughter. After an emergency surgical procedure to stop the bleeding, I required transfusions to stabilize my blood pressure. Luckily, my daughter and I recovered thanks to quick medical attention. Childbirth and postpartum period are still dangerous times for women and babies. Access to care is essential to reducing morbidity and mortality. Unfortunately, prenatal care and access to essential services may be a luxury that some women and families just can't afford. We can do better. Protect Medicaid, protect coverage of essential health benefits like maternity care, and protect women and families. And here's another important story from LaShonda in New York. She writes, quote, as a Black woman, I knew the numbers were especially dire for me. I knew that factors that usually reduce pregnancy and labor risk, right? Those factors, under 35 years old, higher education, high income, diligent prenatal care, these things would just not be enough to counteract the dangers of my race. I had read about how statistically doctors are less likely to believe women when they say they're in pain and even less likely to believe Black women. Black and Indigenous women are dying 3 to 4 times more often in childbirth as white women. That is a fact. We are the only industrialized nation where maternity mortality is on the rise. More and more women are dying in childbirth. Our stories, these stories, they're saving lives. They can shine a bright light on the struggles that we can and must fix together as communities across the nation. And one powerful thing about community is that when we come together in community, we can make a really big change. We can pass the Black maternal health MOMnibus to make birthing safe for everyone. All right, this MOMibuster is all about building and connecting communities, right? We're changing and saving lives here. We're making sure every family can thrive. We're all being seen and sharing our stories. Now, as you're watching this, another way to help the MOMibuster today is to please cross-post to your own Facebook page and help amplify the voices of moms and caregivers.
Hi, I'm Angelica Montoya Avila. I hold a doctorate in education and I'm a research specialist in the area of early childhood education. And I'm also a mom of a 2-year-old girl. We live in Ellicott City, Maryland. Being a mom means joy and learning. Joy when you see your kid learn, grow, and develop. And learning also because you're trying to get better every day, how to be a better parent for you and for your child. I'm thriving as a mom because of all the support systems that I have, including support from my family, friends, relatives, also the teachers who take care of my daughter while I'm working, and this helps me continue with my professional career. Also, I would say that what has been very hard for us as a family is finding childcare that is culturally and linguistically responsive. We are raising our child bilingual, but there are many options that support her bilingual career. But we have to make do with what we have available, and it's very hard also to find childcare that is affordable. We have a 2 household income, and even in that case, it's very hard to deal with the cost of care. It's actually even almost as expensive as our house mortgage, and between the house mortgage and the childcare, there is not that much left for us to save. Another challenge has been taking care of a child during the pandemic. There are no vaccines for these little ones, and also you feel very isolated. And as a mom, I have personally struggled with the feeling of isolation, but fortunately I've had a group of great healthcare providers who have been there for my daughter and for me, and mental health specialists. We have also benefited because my husband and I have flexible jobs that support paid family leave and paid time off, and that has helped us when our child is sick or when we need to take care of her. So all this experience, I hope that help you have a better sense of what families are experiencing, and we encourage you, my family and my daughter, my husband and I encourage you to help families like ours by supporting policies that help to make childcare more affordable, linguistically responsive, to support policies that help with family pay leave, and support anything that improves equity in maternal and infant health care. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Gabriela, and my name is Carolyn, and we live in Tacoma, Washington, and I have 6 children. I have 4 kids, and we're both single parents, and we're just surviving. We wanted to talk about some of our struggles that we've experienced taking care of our family during this time. You want to start off, Gabby? Yes, my struggles are thankfully I haven't got COVID, but if I do, who's going to help me pay my bills? And if I would lose my job due to getting this virus. And I feel the same way about my struggles as being a single mom. What happens if I get sick? Is the paid family and medical leave going to help me? Am I going to be able to keep my job? Am I going to survive? That's a scary thing, a very scary thing. Who's going to take care of the kids?
And that doesn't include if you're undocumented, you have less resources that you have to deal with, not being able to get help from the state.
And again, that's scary too. There's some things that haven't really been thought about or taken into consideration. Being undocumented, being a single parent, trying to just survive. It's hard. We need help. And with all of us moms coming together, we can do this.
Thank you.
Since ever I became a member at National Domestic Workers, I realized that the image of the environment in our worker is not like that. Many of my followers, colleagues face harassment, do not have the right to have a writing contract, and do not have a safety place to work. Therefore, I became an advocated member for National Domestic Workers, and I would love to invite you all the moms and the beautiful caregivers that are watching this video to join our movement, because we need more voices to speak out for our work. We are the labor worker that move the economy of the whole United States of America. We make all the job possible. However, we are not considered as a human labor essential worker. So our job is not an essential job according to the political class. And we need some legislation protection. For instance, we are going to pass our Bill of Rights, and the time is coming in June. So I invite you all to speak out for our movement. You can use 30 seconds to talk about the essential and relevant work that we do, and how you as a mom, as a dad, can support our job and can support our movement. Thank you very much. And we're essential. We deserve dignity, and we deserve some protection.
Hello, my name is Morgan, and I live in Catonsville, Maryland. And I'm the mom to 2 daughters, age 8 and 11. I'm also the stepmom to a 12-year-old boy. And as I think of Mother's Day, I look forward to those homemade cards, maybe a macaroni necklace, but I also think about what moms and parents really need. Things like paid family leave. When my daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, it wasn't something we planned for. It was an emergency call. She was headed to the hospital, and I needed to leave work to be there with her. No mom should have to sit there in a moment like that and wonder, if I leave to be with my child, could I lose my job? Will I lose pay for the next few days as I am by her bedside? Will I lose my employer-sponsored health care that I need to pay for the medicines that she will need to stay alive? No. No one should be put in that impossible position. When I was pregnant with our youngest daughter, I faced complications. I needed extra tests and doctor's visits. And I'm grateful that I had the paid time off so that I could do what was needed to have a healthy pregnancy. And now I have that little girl running around asking me questions and always wanting to play board games. Every parent should be able to make a living wage, get affordable health care, have that paid time off in a time of illness or injury or joy at the adoption or birth of a new child. We've seen in the last couple years with the global health crisis that far too many people are not provided with the support, services, and workplace policies that they need. Well, this Mother's Day, we can give out the roses, but I hope that local, state, and federal lawmakers will also take action. Pass those policies, fund those programs, make sure that we have the dollars for everything from healthy school meals to affordable childcare. That's what moms and parents need on Mother's Day and every other day.
Hello and happy Mother's Day. I'm Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, and I represent New Jersey's 12th District. I may be a member of Congress, but more importantly, I'm a mother and a grandmother. I know firsthand the importance of the role mothers play in their families, their communities, and their country. Motherhood is a lifelong gift. It's also a lifelong sacrifice. It is the most rewarding work there is, yet it's also at times the least forgiving. Far too often our society leaves mothers behind. This doesn't hurt just mothers, it hurts their children too. When we fail mothers, we fail families and we fail our future. That's why since my very first days in Congress, it's been a mission of mine to fix our broken maternal health system. Last year, I reintroduced the Healthy Mom Act. My bill would establish a special healthcare enrollment period for expectant mothers, ensure coverage of maternity care for children, and guarantee a year of postpartum Medicaid coverage. Although a portion of my bill was passed as part of the American Rescue Plan, I won't rest until the whole thing is signed into law. Every mother in every community should be able to receive high-quality maternal health care whenever they need it, but that's far from the case today. American mothers are dying at a rate higher than mothers anywhere else in the developed world. Our response to the maternal health crisis must put equity first. Black mothers are dying at 3 to 4 times the rate of white mothers. Systemic injustices like lack of access to care and inherent bias in the medical field have made Black mothers among our nation's most vulnerable. Considering these disparities, centering Black women and especially Black mothers in our policy debates, not treating them as an afterthought, will help all mothers. As a Black mother myself, a co-chair of the Caucus on Black Women and Girls, and a member of the Black Maternal Health Caucus, addressing Black mothers' unique needs is a top priority for me. So that's why I co-sponsored the Black Maternal Health MOMibuster Act, which would expand healthcare access and diversify our maternal health care workforce. Of course, simply treating maternal health conditions as they arise isn't enough. We as lawmakers must do everything in our power to address the root cause of poor health outcomes and prevent tragedy before it occurs. The MOMibuster Act would do just that by investing in housing, transportation, nutrition, and the other everyday factors that impact maternal health. We're the richest country on the planet. We have the resources to put an end to the maternal health crisis. What we need now is a government that's ready to put these resources to work. And I know that I'm ready. Thank you and God bless you in the work that you do.
I remember what it was like not having enough paid leave. And I remember what it was like not having childcare, sitting on waiting lists. And the only reason that I was able to hold on to a job and a paycheck is because I was lucky. My parents were able to come. My mom was able to hold my son while I worked, while I showered once in a while. My father taught him to take his first steps. But still, I remember the total anxiety, the pain, the round-the-clock care, sleepless nights of pacing, swaying, on loop, trying to calm my colicky son. I remember the difficulty of both nursing and of pumping, rounds of infections. And I cannot imagine if I'd had to go back to work within just days of giving birth, which is the reality for so many people in this country. The majority of Americans don't have access to any paid leave. So many go back to work while they're still bleeding, their body's still broken. I remember feeling left behind, abandoned, unsupported. And it doesn't have to be this way. In fact, it is not this way in most of the world. This country relies on the often invisible, always undervalued, unsupported work of moms, of parents and caregivers. And it is past time that we had the most common sense, affordable childcare, accessible home and community-based care, and paid leave for all. Moms can't wait. We can't wait. Care can't wait.
Hi, I'm Jalixi Quinones. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm a mom. I'm a mom of 3 wonderful kids that have special needs. And as a family with special needs members, we struggle a lot. And today I wanted to share a little bit of my story of one of that many, and that is childcare. When I have my 2 youngest ones, I have in my plans return to a paid job. And I say a paid job because when you have a member that have any kind of need, it's a lot of work. It's around the clock work. But obviously for financial reasons, I wanted to return to my job, my paid job, and I couldn't afford that because it was too expensive. It was incredibly expensive. When you say that you have a child that is not a neurotypical child, the doors close, and they're closed fast enough. So at the end, my husband and me decide that I couldn't return because we cannot afford it. So for consequence, that generate a lot of stress, a lot of worry. We have to change many plans, and other ones we had to cancel. We had to downsize. We had to do many things to adjust what don't look so fair. And even though that it looks like something that happened to a family, happened a lot, happened to many families. And that doesn't stop there, because when one of the incomes stop coming to the household, many things change. You cannot afford many things. You cannot do many things. You have to stop many projects. For consequence, that affects your immediate economy and your local economy and your town and your city. So it's not that incident that looks isolated. It's something that continues going on and on and on. Okay, so if I can leave something there, I wanted to bring that awareness. Is something that is happening. This happened a lot, happened to many families, and we want for our congressmen and women and the people that care to think a little more about it. So thank you for hearing me out, and do great. Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Lois Franco, member of Congress from Florida. But I'm here not as a politician, but as a working mom and now a working grandmother. When my son was a little boy, like most Americans, before I went to work, I wanted to make sure that he was in a safe, caring space. And now I feel the same way about my grandchildren today. Yet, for too many Americans, the cost of childcare is out of reach. And for too many childcare workers, the wages are so meager they can't take care of their own families. Here's the thing, care can't wait.
I'm Julie. I'm a mom of 2 girls, and I work at the National Women's Law Center. I love my kids, and I love my job. What I do not love is trying to manage both at the same time. 1 second, sweetie. This pandemic, this never-ending pandemic, has made it clearer than ever for me and so many moms across the country that every working parent needs childcare they can count on and afford. And every childcare worker and provider who are doing the most essential work. 1 second, honey. The most essential work deserves good pay and benefits so they can care for their families too. It's really simple. All I want for Mother's Day is high quality, affordable childcare for every family who needs it, and good jobs for the people who provide it. Please, Congress, can we get this done?
My name is Christina Hendrickson, and I own and operate Green's Little Explorers Family Childcare in New Glarus, Wisconsin, and I'm also a Main Street Alliance member. And I want to talk a little bit about being a mom and how difficult it is in this country to do so and be able to afford the things that I need in order to make sure that my kids are safe, cared for, filled with food, and have clothing to cover their bodies as they are continuously growing. First off, that child tax credit was a godsend last year. It saved us every single month. I was able to make sure that I had enough groceries and I had clothes to cover the kids. When winter came, I was able to get them new boots and snow pants and coats and hats that would fit them, and they wouldn't have to worry about clothes that didn't fit them. They're 15 and 13. We all know how that can affect the rest of your life if you are that kid without the clothes that you need. My families in my childcare have also were able to send clothes with their kids immediately once the seasons have changed. I haven't had any of them asking me to dig through my things or having to find resources for them in order to access that because they had that money coming in every single month. My family's had no problems paying me every single week. In the past, that has been issues with some families. Also wanted to talk about the lack of care. In Greene County, my little tiny county of 26,000, we had over 85 regulated childcare programs in 1991. Now we have 32. That's a huge problem. There aren't fewer children. So where are they going? What kind of environment are they in? We also need to look at education. It starts at birth. It really does. And care and education go hand in hand, starting at birth, going all the way through. Even when you think about it with adults, when you are trying to teach someone, if they don't trust you, if they don't believe you, if they don't like you, they're not going to listen to you. So you have to have those relationships, and it is core to education and the quality of education that a child is receiving. So we need to really acknowledge that our educators of our youngest, when their brains are developing the most, are the most important and set that child up on a trajectory for success. And parents need to be able to choose the program that fits their needs for their children. Right now, that's not what happens. Right now, it happens to be who has a spot for me that I can make work. Parents, neighbors, grandparents, aunts and uncles, they're all taking part-time jobs or taking days off so that they can fill in so that other parents can go to work. This is causing problems all the way through our economy. In Wisconsin, we lose $21 million annually due to the fact that people can't recruit and retain a staff at their business because there's nowhere for their children to go. So we need to invest in our educators of our youngest, and we need to make sure that there is a system that truly works for everybody so that our kids can thrive. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Margarita. Soy de Tucson, Arizona, y soy madre de 2 hijos y voluntaria comunitaria. Al estar con las mujeres de la comunidad en esta pandemia, percibí la necesidad de un cuidado a los niños accesible para que las madres puedan estar tranquilas, el poder ir a trabajar o hacer una actividad de educación y que se sientan tranquilas al saber que sus hijos están seguros.
Mi nombre es Karina y estoy en Arizona. Soy mamá de 3 hijos y voluntaria comunitaria con el adulto mayor, lo que significa para mí como voluntaria y madre en estos tiempos de pandemia, debido a que tuvimos que enfrentarnos a cuidados extremos y aprender cómo dirigirte y manejar las situaciones cuando se tiene que estar la mayor parte del tiempo en un aislamiento y desarrollar estrategias que te ayuden a lograr ese balance en la salud física y emocional. Pienso que nuestras comunidades estarían más fortalecidas, que se necesita más ese apoyo en enseñar cómo llevar a cabo un cuidado al adulto mayor, cómo saber dirigirte a los niños y a los jóvenes para que ellos sientan ese apoyo en estos tiempos donde todos estamos vulnerables y se necesita de gran apoyo en el sector salud para que sea accesible para las comunidades y para sus habitantes.
There's no denying the high cost of childcare. It's an issue too many parents face. Many families pay up to $14,000 a year per child, a staggering statistic that makes it clear care can't wait. We know that investing in our families reduces costs, cuts child poverty, and gets women back into the workforce. The Quiñones family in El Paso used their child tax credit to afford childcare for their newborn while they went back to teaching in person. The Herbert family used it to secure health insurance for their kids for 1 year. These basic necessities are crucial for our communities. Moms need more than flowers and candy for Mother's Day this year. It's time to strengthen the care economy so that families, businesses, and the economy can thrive.
My name is Tiffany. I'm a working parent in Northwest Arkansas, and I have 2 young kids, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. Last year, I had recently returned to work after 12 weeks of unpaid family leave when my spouse and I found out that we had suddenly lost our childcare. We both work to support our family and we rely on full-time childcare. So when we got this news, we were scrambling to find childcare so we could continue to work. We were super lucky and were able to find 2 separate daycares that had availability in 5 weeks, but most of the daycares that we called had waitlists 9 to 12 months out. For those 5 weeks, we cobbled together temporary babysitters, trying to work while watching 2 kids at home, and paid time off to bridge that gap. Honestly, those 5 weeks of trying to work while having 2 kids at home was so stressful. I can't imagine waiting a year for daycare spots to open up. Our family is extremely lucky that we had enough savings to sustain us for 3 months of unpaid family leave and that we had access to paid time off when we suddenly lost our childcare. But most families in our country don't. Legislators, paid family leave and accessible, affordable childcare are crucial to supporting families like mine. And I'm calling on you to make investments in our care infrastructure now.
My name is Barbara, and I'm a mother, a grandmother, and great-grandmother. This Mother's Day, I don't want flowers, chocolate, or card. What I need is for a care infrastructure that works for all of us, including free pre-K and help with my blood pressure medication.
Hola, mi nombre es Nayeli García, yo vivo en el condado de Durham, Norte Carolina. Soy mamá de una niña de 8 años. Lo que yo estoy aprendiendo es cómo mi hija puede tener mejor educación y una mejor salud, ya que como padres siento que tenemos la responsabilidad de poder guiar a nuestros hijos a una buena educación. Siento que es el derecho de los niños poder estar bien educados e informados. Y yo como madre me siento preocupada, pero pienso que unidos podemos hacer grandes cambios. Hemos estado trabajando con la comunidad para poder llevar mensajes que pueden ayudar a nuestros hijos, a nuestros jóvenes, a que puedan seguir yendo hacia adelante. Siento que como latinos somos una gran comunidad, que si nos unimos podemos hacer grandes cambios, que nuestros niños y nuestros jóvenes son el futuro de este país. Y siento que con Mamás con Poder y algunas otras organizaciones podemos tener el recurso y la información, que podemos estar trabajando para poder llevar mensajes de motivación a todos nuestros jóvenes. Algo que siento yo que ayudaría mucho a nuestra comunidad sería tener centros en donde nuestros jóvenes puedan de ser informados, de tener tutorías para que ellos puedan ir a la universidad, campamentos más económicos y recursos que puedan ser gratis y en español.
Hi, my name is Brian Anderson. I'm from Evanston, Illinois, and I have 2 amazing daughters. When my first daughter was born, she had jaundice, and we had to take her back every day for a week to get blood work to ensure that she was healthy and her system was processing the jaundice out of her system. I didn't have any paid leave. I had to take personal time off and sick leave to ensure that I was present to my wife and my newborn. This added a layer of stress that was not helpful to anyone. My wife and I truly wanted to be present, to start off on the right foot, to be enjoying those days with our newborn. But the stress ate away at us. And so I'm begging for you to create a policy so that all parents, not just biological parents, all parents have paid parental leave to be present at the birth of their child, at the first few days of life, so that they can start off on the right foot. My organization, Fathering Together, empowers dads to be agents of change. And as a father myself, I look forward to the day that all dads are able to be there for their families and create gender equity in the home so that all of us can thrive. Thank you.
I am Kalisa Kastning from Anchorage, Alaska. I am the mother of 3 daughters, ages 10, 7, and 5. And being a mom during these times has definitely brought additional stressors and ultimately fatigue. As a working parent, having to continue to be a productive employee, for me, keeping an organization afloat during a pandemic while supporting, children at home, virtually learning, and a preschooler kind of pushed to the side to say, do another puzzle on your own, brought a lot of stress and guilt. And I personally felt mediocre in everything I did. So now 2 years in, and my girls are finishing up this past year of in-person learning, has brought, definitely renewed joy for them in being social and seeing friends in person again. And for me, a feeling of some productivity when, not having to balance work on top of virtual learning and navigating a pandemic while, trying to keep my family safe. Policy changes that would be incredibly helpful for moms, for my family, as a whole, and I know many others, would be a continuation of, the child care tax credit. Having that support last year for 6 months was a huge financial relief, and I felt more, purpose of being a working mom and supported as a female leader. It felt that, for me as a working mom, it mattered, and I was supported like I had never been before. And although it was nice to have and provided a lot of relief during that time, it did feel like yet, another rug pulled out from working moms, as it was just temporary support. And, come January, we were back to the financial stress of, 2 working parents and the high cost of childcare for the preschool age daughter and also for after school programs. The most recent, powerful mom moment that I'm proud of is that this past year, my friend Holly Brooks and I channeled our frustrations about the lack of support for expecting and moms already with kids, which was just, exacerbated in the pandemic. And we found any energy we had left from parenting and working in a pandemic. And we started a project called Moms Matter Now. And MMN, as we call it, is a membership community where we support, educate, and empower moms and moms to be, so that they don't lose their minds, selves, and relationships. So although we are not able to change policy, we are hopeful that this supportive community will, lift moms up and reiterate that we are not alone in this motherhood journey. So we just want to say thank you to Moms Rising for your advocacy work towards positive change for moms, and for the opportunity to share a bit of my own story. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samantha Todd, and I'm a mom in Boise, Idaho. I have a beautiful 6-month-old daughter. Being a mom is just the best. I'm also a physical therapist, and I work for our local hospital system. I wanted to take a minute to share with you my journey trying to find childcare. I was really fortunate that I was able to cut back to working 3 days a week when my daughter was born, which has been helpful because we are still waitlisted at all the local childcare centers that we applied to. We actually just got off the wait list. We're not able to start until August. Fortunately, my mom has been able to watch our daughter when I'm at work. I know that not everybody has that kind of family support, and I feel very fortunate. I know a lot of my mom friends are still trying to find childcare. So I wanted to take this moment to urge Congress to not only make childcare more affordable, but just to make it more available. We just want safe places where we can send our kids, and to just reevaluate the way that we support working families in this country. Thanks so much for your time. Bye.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Imel Desquer y trabajo en la YWCA del sur de Arizona. Voy a hablar sobre mi experiencia trabajando con cientos de mujeres latinas que acuden a los programas que yo manejo. Cuando estas mujeres se inscriben en los programas que nosotros ofrecemos, que son programas de desarrollo personal y desarrollo profesional y prevención e intervención de violencia doméstica, entonces estas mujeres se inscriben a los programas muy animadas, muy contentas porque van a ellas a alcanzar una meta que se han propuesto, pero al cabo de un tiempo ya no acuden a los programas. Y como manejadora de los programas, una de mis responsabilidades es darles una llamadita y preguntar qué fue lo que pasó, por qué ya no estás asistiendo a los programas. Entonces la razón número uno que estas mujeres comparten conmigo, y créanme, es la razón número uno, es que son madres y no tienen acceso a cuidado de niños, o son hijas y no tienen acceso a cuidado de personas mayores. Entonces, ¿por qué? Porque hay muchas guarderías, hay muchos lugares donde te pueden cuidar los hijos, pero el precio es un precio que no está al alcance de ellos. Y entonces este mensaje es para decir qué tanto afecta a la comunidad, especialmente a mujeres de color, cómo les afecta y minorías, cómo les afecta el no tener acceso a estos servicios que son de necesidad básica. Y no es que ellas tengan algún tipo de deficiencia o que no sean capaces. Por supuesto que no, ellas son capaces de hacer cualquier cosa en sus vidas y alcanzar cualquier meta, pero estas son barreras sistemáticas. Entonces, creo que es importantísimo que este mensaje llegue a los oídos de esas personas que tienen el poder de cambiar las pólizas y poder hacer una ley donde las mujeres tengan acceso a estos cuidados que son básicos y son primordiales para poder salir para poder alcanzar estas metas y para poder desarrollarse y para poder tener ingresos mejores y para poder tener una vida mejor para toda la familia y la comunidad en general. Muchas gracias por este espacio.
My name's Elliot Haspel. I'm a father of 2 daughters living in Richmond, Virginia. You know, I love being a dad, watching these children make meaning of the world, watching them reckon with all of its wonder, all of its challenges, watching their faces light up when they realize that they've learned how to do something for the first time, that they've made some connection for the first time, finding out their different personalities and what they think is funny and what they think is silly is truly a joy, a deep, deep joy in my life. It's a challenge, however, and particularly around childcare. So when my wife and I had our first daughter, you know, it struck us how difficult it was to find and afford childcare, and we're so privileged. You know, many of our peer groups were in our 30s when we had our first kid. We are married, we are employed, we have college degrees, and many of us have graduate degrees. And for us, it was still incredibly difficult to find childcare, much less childcare that we felt like met our needs and our preferences, and that was high quality. It was really, really difficult, and it's always struck me that it shouldn't be that hard. You know, we have a public school system in this country. We have lots of social goods. But for parents of young children, it feels like we're on our own a lot. It feels like we have to come up with the money, as if, you know, childcare is some optional thing that we just choose to need, like going out to eat at a restaurant. We can just do without. And that's obviously not the case. So you need to have affordable childcare. Childcare should be a right. Childcare should be very low cost, if not free. Childcare should be accessible to everyone. You should be able to have choices. And it's really important that Congress acts, because the childcare system, and I work in childcare policy, it's dying right now. Programs are closing, staff is leaving, and parents are having fewer and fewer choices. And that means less freedom. That means less freedom, more stress, less choices of where and when we can have children, less choices of how we can set up our work and care situations. And it's not great for our kids either when there's a constant turnover of my daughter's childcare teachers that affects them. And so we really want to encourage Congress and encourage everyone to pass permanent, robust childcare funding. Parents of young children deserve support from the time that child is born. It's good for us as parents, it's good for our kids, and it's good for the entire society. Childcare should be an American right.
Hi, my name is Jillian Astorita, and I'm a mom in East Windsor, New Jersey, to 2 little girls. I've always wanted to be a mom, and it's the best job I've ever had. Even though it's extremely difficult, overall, I would consider myself thriving in the role. My husband and I planned extensively before having children to ensure that I could stay home with them and leave my career. Additionally, my husband chose to take paternity leave after both of them were born to spend time with the family. Thankfully, we knew ahead of time to budget extremely carefully as our income dipped dramatically during that time. These were choices we were fortunate enough to make for our family, choices that millions of other families aren't able to make through no other reason than circumstance. I do worry about being in control of these choices for long. The pandemic has changed the way we look at our future, and many choices were taken out of our hands and millions of other families' hands over the past 2 years. As parents, it's our job to keep our children safe and healthy. Without health care for all, we are dependent upon my husband's job for health care, as millions of other families are dependent upon their jobs for health care. His work situation has been unsafe since he returned to the office, as there are no COVID protocols in place. And yet we are dependent upon his job for healthcare, and thus he remains in that situation. I have attempted to re-enter the workforce to allow him to leave his situation, but because of unequal pay, I cannot make enough money to pay for our expenses, despite my nearly 2 decades of work experience and advanced degree. Families thrive when they can spend time together by providing healthcare for all, paid FMLA, and equal pay. More families could make choices that benefit them instead of running themselves into the ground. When families are stronger and happier, all of society benefits.
Hola, mi nombre es María Retamosa y estoy aquí para pedir por favor a todas las personas, las autoridades que puedan estar envueltos en la comunidad. Yo he sido cuidadora de niños por alrededor de 20 años. Durante la pandemia tuve que cerrar mi negocio. Hubo mucha deficiencia en los servicios y uno de ellos en que me afectó fue económicamente. Después no había transporte para los niños escolares. Tuve que hacerla de voluntaria para llevar a los niños a la escuela. Y hasta ahorita es uno de los servicios que todavía no están completos. Necesitamos, por favor, que nos escuchen para que nos den más servicios para los niños. Otra de las cosas es que las personas mayores, especialmente latinas, no tenemos o no tienen el servicio cuando las personas mayores necesitan recurrir a alguien que los cuide con verdadera devoción, con respeto y sobre todo porque la economía, si no hay recursos económicos, no pueden hacer nada. Entonces necesitamos para que esas personas sus últimos días los tengan con dignidad. Esperamos que nos escuchen y que pues podamos tener esos recursos para todo. Y muchas gracias. Esperamos tener ese beneficio.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, and I have the honor of representing Illinois' 14th Congressional District. I would like to thank the Care Can't Wait Coalition and Moms Rising for hosting this MOMibuster event, and I'd like to thank all the moms, parents, and caregivers who are making your voices heard on these critical investments that families across our country are depending on. I was proud to vote for the Build Back Better Act that we passed in the House of Representatives, which would expand access to childcare and pre-K, home and community-based services, paid leave, child tax credits, and premium tax credits to lower out-of-pocket healthcare costs. And as a co-founder and co-chair of the Black Maternal Health Caucus, I was particularly proud that this package included every eligible provision of my Black Maternal Health MOMibuster Act and a permanent year-long expansion of postpartum Medicaid services in every state, the largest maternal health equity investment in American history. The MOMibuster includes funding to grow and diversify the perinatal workforce, address social determinants of health, improve data collection, support community-based organizations, and provide care for moms with mental health conditions and substance use disorders. These are necessary investments that will save lives and end disparities. It is essential that the Senate takes action to advance these priorities that families are counting on. There's no time to waste. Thank you for everything you're doing to elevate this important issue. I look forward to the day I can be with you in person, but until then, take good care of yourselves.
Hi, my name is Nikki Treadway. I live in Port St. Lucie, Florida, and I am a mom of 2 kids. I have a 7 and a 9-year-old. I am also a licensed mental health counselor who specializes in maternal mental health, and I work with pregnant women and postpartum women and helping them navigate all these different elements of motherhood. I had to leave a full-time job and when I gave birth 9 months ago because the job did not offer adequate maternal leave benefits, and there was no way I was going to leave my 3-month-old baby in order to return to a full-time job, back to a full-time job. So I left and started a private practice shortly after. I was lucky enough to do that when I know so many other women and families in this country do not have that opportunity. One of my most powerful moments as a mother was after my son was born and I was starting a new business, and I had a nursing infant that I put in a baby wrap and carried him into banks, into an accountant's office, into a business coaching meeting because I was determined to start this business and I did not have adequate childcare for him. While his sister was eligible for certain pre-K programs, I carried him with me everywhere I went and started that business with him attached to my breast. And while it was exhausting and fatiguing, and I knew that many of the men sitting in the room next to me during those meetings had no idea the effort and struggle I went through to get to that meeting, it still made me feel incredibly powerful just to be there. Working with women, working with families, I see the damage that what it does to become a parent in this country and the lack of resources that are available. And for that reason, I am a huge advocate and demand the following from our legislators. I demand an increase in paid family and medical leave. My husband only got 3 days, both times I got birth, to be with our family as we're introducing a new human. This is criminal. I demand affordable childcare from birth until early elementary, and this includes paying those workers fair wages. I also demand maternal health equity, mental health, and pregnancy and postpartum care. Please listen, step up, do something, take care of our new families and our new parents. Peace on earth begins with birth, y'all.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici. Work depends on care. Access to quality childcare, home care, and paid family and medical leave, it's life-changing and opens doors to opportunity. As a mom of 2, I know how crucial childcare is to continue a career. I've spoken with many Oregonians, especially moms who have been limited by a lack of access to affordable care. We know childcare is a good investment, so I am continuing to champion the Child Cares Infrastructure Act to make long overdue investments in care facilities and improve access to care. Breakfast in bed and flowers are nice, but what moms really need is affordable, accessible childcare.
Domestic work is the work that makes all work possible, and I know that on a personal level. In 2015, before my grandfather passed away, I was his primary caretaker. That role that I took on allowed my family's household to continue and prosper because I was there to care for him when nobody else was. That moment shaped me and made me really understand how critical and crucial and important it is for people to have options as they age in our system. But to do that, domestic work has to be work that is dignified, work that is compensated well, and work that is safe.
I'm Magdalena Verdugo. I'm in Tucson, Arizona, and I'm the mother of 2 children. What makes it possible for me to thrive as a mother is the support network that I've been able to build from family, friends, and community. The work and home balance was a real challenge for myself at the time as a single mother with 2 children, and having to manage not only accessing childcare, but also the affordability of childcare when you have 2 children in childcare at the same time. I was very fortunate, I would say, that I had an employer that was very flexible by allowing me time to come in a little later once I dropped off my kids, and also bringing my children to work and see me in action in meetings and so forth. And so they grew up in my work life. That was about the only way I knew how to manage it. So having that flexibility and having the opportunity to pay for what maybe was considered affordable at the time was a blessing, considering that maybe other women had similar challenges but didn't have the resources to be able to manage it. We need more legislation around affordable childcare, quality preschool education, and all-day kindergarten.
My name is Shelly Zales, and I'm a mom in Los Angeles with 3 kids. For me, being a mother made me learn how to multitask on steroids, juggling it all. You have one life with many dimensions, and my work and family are integrated into who I am and how I function. I'm a great mom, but I was not a typical textbook mom. I always knew what my priorities were, which were family first. Motherhood helped me realize I needed to live with a no-regret policy and to lead by example. I made a promise to myself that I would live with no regrets. I never wanted to look back and say, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I realized early on in my career that no one at work would remember if I stayed late for a project, but my kids would always remember if I missed something important to them. That no regret policy became my North Star. As a leader, I encourage the same policy and tell my employees, if you're going to regret missing a family event or something that's important to you, don't skip it. Lean on your colleagues and share the work burden so you won't miss something that you'll regret. The best leaders today are caregivers, and yet we're losing our best leaders to caregiving. The modern workplace needs leaders with qualities traditionally associated with caregiving, such as empathy, flexibility, and staying calm under pressure, now more than ever. The reason that we're losing our best leaders to caregiving isn't because a woman doesn't want to lead. It's because the system isn't setting us up for success. Policies can help bring us closer to turning the motherhood penalty into a motherhood opportunity. And we can create workplaces that allow primary caregivers, whether male or female, to thrive. Just a few examples include destigmatizing flexible schedules, measuring success not by time spent in the office, but by results, and normalizing paid parental leave, offering equal paid leave to minimize hiring bias. Making leave mandatory would help level the playing field.
My name is Tess Griffin, and I stand with domestic workers and caregivers. When my grandfather had Alzheimer's and required a home caregiver, it was incredibly important for him to receive good quality care, the services that he needs, and respect from the caregiver. And now I am also asking for those same things for all caregivers. It's important that caregivers and domestic workers are given the same respect, services, and resources so that they themselves can have healthy families, healthy lives, and a healthy work balance.
Listen, these stories, this big, diverse, kind, and determined community is unstoppable. Let's hear another story. This is an excerpt from Krista Dixon's op-ed, which ran in the Charleston Gazette in West Virginia, that uplifted the importance of passing a paid family and medical leave program. So she wrote, in January, my whole family was diagnosed with COVID-19. My husband, our 3-year-old daughter, and our 5-month-old twins, and me. My husband's parents who care for our kids while my husband and I work also tested positive. Suddenly, our world was turned upside down. Not only were we terrified about everyone's health, my husband and I also worried about taking time off from work to quarantine and recover. If we had gotten COVID-19 just 1 month earlier, we could have used the 2 weeks of emergency coronavirus paid leave Congress wisely included in the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act. But because Congress let this essential benefit expire at the end of December, and our nation doesn't have a national paid medical leave program like every other country, we couldn't access the paid leave we needed. That added a huge unnecessary layer of stress to an already terrible situation. My husband and I were faced with the fact that we would have to begin draining our leave bank, facing potential unpaid leave if we did not recover fast enough. That first week, we were all very symptomatic, and I used 5 sick days. And by the end of that week, I was so nervous about using up all my sick days I had banked just in the beginning of the year. So the next week, I worked remotely, even though we were all still sick. It was a nightmare. It definitely prolonged my recovery and my husband's too, because I wasn't able to help him care for our 3 little ones and keep a calm environment in the house. The week after that, we both returned to work. We were no longer contagious, but we were exhausted and depleted. If we'd been able to access paid leave, we would have recovered much more quickly. Sadly, it wasn't the first time we had struggled without the paid leave we needed. Last July, when I had our twins, neither of us had paid parental leave. I had a high-risk pregnancy and drained most of my vacation and sick days going to doctor's appointments. So when I actually gave birth, I had to take mostly unpaid leave. We had done everything we could to save money while I was pregnant in anticipation of lost paychecks, but it was incredibly difficult. In the end, I returned to work just 8 weeks after giving birth to twins via C-section, and I couldn't afford to stay home any longer. It was stressful in every way. Physically, emotionally, and financially. We lost our financial buffer and my entire leave bank. I really wish we had paid family medical leave so I could have fully healed and we could have had more time to bond with our babies and adjust to life with twin newborns before returning to work. Wow. Well, Krista's story is why we are going strong. This is what it's about. This supporting and valuing care is why we're here. We are fighting for affordable childcare and pre-K, home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities. We are here because we want paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives or a serious health crisis comes up. Quality maternal health care should be available to everyone, living wages for all care workers, and extending the monthly child tax credit payments. So let's keep these stories going.
Hi everyone, I am Congresswoman Susan Wild from Pennsylvania, and I'm also a mom. Now, my kids are in their late 20s. They've fully launched, I'm happy to say, but I remember very, very well just how challenging it was to be a working mom and to be juggling work and the demands of child rearing and making sure that my kids were well fed and doing their homework and all of that. And then you add in the sports and everything else that kids get involved in. And I remember it as a true challenge. So I'm a big supporter of all working parents. And this Mother's Day, I want to give a shout out in particular to working moms. I want to work in Congress to make sure that we are supporting those moms and all parents and families as much as we possibly can. And what I hear consistently is that people are caught between returning to work and struggling with childcare, not only finding childcare, but the expense of childcare. It's like taking on a second mortgage to have a child who needs childcare. And so one of the things that we could do that would solve a lot of problems would be to get universal pre-K. I think it would be just transformational in this country. It would give the kids a really solid beginning to their education and set them up for strong lives ahead. And it would also give parents the peace of mind of knowing that their children were in a safe educational environment while they were at work. So this Mother's Day, let's do as much for moms as they've done for us.
Hi, my name is Mia Young. I am a physician and a mom for two under the age of 5, living in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I'm contacting you today because you have the power to make all moms' lives easier this Mother's Day. We desperately need affordable, reliable childcare. My son's preschool closed their full-day program unexpectedly in the middle of the school year as a result of the pandemic, and all the parents were scrambling to find alternative childcare plans, and we don't have any family members in the area to help out. In my role as a geriatrician or a physician specializing in the care of older adults, I also see mainly moms who are caring for their parents living at home. And a lot of times these folks are too poor to pay for paid caregivers, but too rich to qualify for Medicaid and long-term care services. So the burden falls on women in the sandwich generation to pick up the slack that our society choose not to take on. But you have the power to vote and make the policies that actually value the incredible work that women everywhere do. We don't need any flowers or chocolate this Mother's Day, but affordable childcare and affordable elder care would be great. Also, a small change that you can make would be to make FMLA eligibility to include any time from the time of starting employment, rather than having to wait until after a year of being at someone's job. For example, when I first started working in North Carolina, I was in between jobs, so I was not eligible for FMLA in my new work. And my husband had to start work immediately in order to get health care and a salary. So all of those are things for you to consider, and thank you for listening to my message.
Mi nombre es Anabelia. Soy madre de 2 hijos. Soy madre y cuidadora de mi hijo adulto con habilidades especiales. La pandemia ha impactado considerablemente su desarrollo terapéutico. Se requieren más recursos aquí en Tucson para el apoyo de los padres que están al cuidado de sus hijos con educación especial, como lugares, escuelas, recursos, entrenamientos para los padres. Y pues les agradezco de antemano su valiosa atención y sobre todo su apoyo profesional. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Faith Williams. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the Associate Director of Government Relations and Advocacy at National Council of Jewish Women. I'm also a mom to twin 20-month-old boys. I have only ever been a parent during the pandemic, and I'm surprising no one when I say it's really hard. It's hard to parent during a pandemic. And I say this as someone lucky enough to work for an organization with a great leave policy and lots of flexibility, and also lucky enough to live in a city, Washington, D.C., with comprehensive paid family and medical leave. It's still really hard to parent during a pandemic. I think there's a lot more that as a nation we can do to support caregivers, not just parents, but people who are taking care of friends and family members, whether it is directly related to the pandemic or the regular things we all go through in our lives, because everyone will need care or to take care of themselves at some point in their life. There's so much more we need, and I think in particular what's come into focus for me is childcare and pre-K, and that has a lot to do with how old my kids are, but we need expanded pre-K programs across the country, and they need to be accessible for for parents and caregivers, and they need to be affordable, and we need more of that. We also need comprehensive paid family and medical leave so that it's not just dependent on whether or not I lived on one side of the district's line versus the other in order to get that paid leave. That's really important too. Being a parent, I think at any time, I'm new to it, I guess, being a parent at any time is an incredibly humbling experience as you realize all the things you don't know how to do and all the things you're maybe not so good at doing, and also all that you can learn from other caregivers and parents around you. So it's been a powerful experience. It's been a humbling experience. And there's just so much more I know we can do, that our country can do, that our states can do, that our city can do to support caregivers during the pandemic.
Hello, my name is Giovanna Brownlee. I live in Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm a single mother to 3 amazing children. I am also a Strolling Thunder family advocate. Some of the struggles that I face being a single mom is homelessness, unemployment, not having access to affordable childcare, and having to return back to work within 4 weeks of having a baby because I had no paid maternity leave. Going through all of those struggles and challenges made me realize my greatest strength was resilience. It took a lot of resilience to keep going and not give up, even though there were not certain resources in place to assist me. So some of the policies and supports that could have helped me in my time of need and can still help me in other families like mine is affordable childcare in pre-K, paid maternity and paternity leave, also bringing back the child tax credit to avoid having to make ends meet, to avoid having to struggle to make ends meet. So I hope that my video brings awareness to some of the issues that is going on and we're able to make a change. Thank you.
Towards the end of my mother's life, she required a lot of care. I was a caregiver along with many other fabulous care providers. Due to my mother's condition, we visited the emergency room frequently. Paid family leave would have lessened that stress and financial burden that comes with supporting a loved one. Paid family leave is necessary.
My name is Tabitha St. Bernard Jacobs, and I am a senior advisor at Women's March. And we are honored to be partnering with Moms Rising on the MOMibuster. I'm a mom. I have 2 kids. They're 7 and 2.5. The half is very important. Being a mom is both the most rewarding work I've ever done in my life, but also the most difficult because of the lack of support from the systems that we live in. When my son was a baby, I had to work multiple jobs to make ends meet, and I still couldn't afford to place him in daycare full time because of the cost of it. My partner is incredible, but there was really only so much we can do as 2 parents who were working full time. There's a couple of things I would have loved. I would have loved a flexible work schedule, more time with my son, less stress when it came to actually making ends meet, and more services to give him the best that he deserves. I'm joining the MOMibuster because the past few years have been really tough on moms across America. This country is failing us. Politicians on both sides of the aisle, they love to call moms the backbone of this country. But if that's the case, it's time to start treating us that way. We cannot wait another month, another year, or another decade to see these changes. That's why I'm urging Congress to stop talking and start acting. Pass paid family and medical leave so we don't have to choose between our jobs, our families, and our health care. We're able to take the time we need to show up for our families, ourselves, and our jobs. I want to thank Moms Rising for putting this together and all of our partners.
Hello, my name is Jessica. I am a mom in Denver, Colorado, and I have 1 son. He is 19 months old. My husband and I love our son dearly, and we are so excited to be growing this family of ours. And we have had so much help and support from other family members close by, which has been amazing, especially in these pandemic times. We have also greatly struggled financially, as well as figuring out the healthcare system to manage both my needs postpartum as well as my son's needs medically. We also struggle financially with being able to afford high quality daycare in our area. And though I have a master's degree from Columbia University in healthcare myself, our salaries combined have made it very difficult to still yet be able to afford high quality childcare. In addition, I did not get any paid parental leave when I gave birth, so that was very difficult financially for our family to bounce back from. We are still bouncing back financially from paying off my birth as well as postpartum care 19 months later. I truly believe that affordable and high quality early childhood education, daycare options, preschool, as well as a state or nationally mandated paid parental leave policy would have made our entry into parenthood a lot smoother, and allowed myself as well as my husband to really flourish in this time of raising a son who we want to give the world to and be able to really thrive to the best of his ability.
Hola, mi nombre es Ingrid Vaca y soy una trabajadora del hogar. Soy hermana, soy tía, pero lo más importante, soy un ser humano y madre de 2 hermosos hijos. Lastimosamente, la pandemia mostró la realidad de todas las necesidades que tenemos como madres. Tuve que sufrir muchísimo ya que me infecté con COVID 2 veces. La primera vez fue leve, pero la segunda vez tuve que estar internada por 1 semana, sin poder trabajar, sin tener días de enfermedad pagadas, sin ningún ingreso para mi familia. El no poder trabajar se convirtió en una pesadilla, ya que para colmo el hecho de ser una inmigrante con un estatus no definido no me permitió ni siquiera recibir ningún alivio del gobierno. A pesar que yo, como muchas otras madres, aportamos pagando nuestros impuestos y nos sentimos sumamente vulnerables, tanto económicamente y más que nada con respecto a nuestra salud física y emocional. De todas maneras, como cabeza de familia tenía que ser fuerte y no demostrar debilidad, y tuve que enfrentar todas esas circunstancias y malas experiencias y sacar mi superpoder de madre, buscando de alguna manera lograr conseguir sentirme saludable a pesar de las consecuencias y secuelas del COVID. Pero el amor a mis hijos y mi pequeña familia está logrando que esa pesadilla sea solo eso, una pesadilla. Pero si el gobierno desarrollara una infraestructura real, completa, sin discriminación de color, raza y estatus a nivel federal, nuestras familias y nosotras las madres ya no tendríamos que ponernos las capas de supermamás buscando una vida digna y tendríamos la seguridad de contar con el apoyo para poder mantener, cuidar y sentirnos económicamente respaldadas, contando con guarderías asequibles, servicios de salud a domicilio, tanto para la comunidad como para personas mayores y con discapacidad, equidad en la salud materna y amplio crédito fiscal mensual por hijo. Es por eso que hoy le pido al Congreso que apruebe una infraestructura del cuidado para todos. Muchas gracias.
Hi, my name is Joan Williams, and I'm here as a mom. I'm in San Francisco to talk really about my 3 children. One is a son, one is a daughter, and the third is the Center for Work-Life Law. And I founded the Center for Work-Life Law 25 years ago because, you know, in the United States, sometimes we get the message that having a child is like a private frolic, kind of like hang gliding. And people seem to say to us, I don't pay for your hang gliding. Why should I have to pay for you? Why should you have to pay for my children? And, you know, having a child is not like hang gliding, with all respect. We're raising the next generation. And when I had young children, I just loved being a mother so much. And I thought the way that motherhood was constructed by society was just so wrong. It was wrong for women It was wrong for families. It was wrong for children. It was wrong for men. And so I founded the Center for Work-Life Law really to talk about how women across the class in the United States struggle with motherhood in ways that hurt everybody and hurt the country. Poor women who we deal with and help every day at the Center for Work-Life Law, under COVID, they were being ordered back to work. When they were in the hospital struggling with COVID, they were being ordered to go to work when they had children home alone. We did a report called Poor, Pregnant, and Fired, and we found that women who are in low-wage jobs, they're often fired like 15 minutes after they tell their bosses that they're pregnant. So that's kind of the face of work-family conflict in low-wage jobs. We recently did a report this year with some cardiologists, and women at the top of the income heap, they are severely disadvantaged by motherhood too. Cardiologists have higher levels of pregnancy complications because they are often given little or no maternity leave. And they have to work such long hours and have to kind of pay back their leave, if you can believe it, before they even take it. And then we've also worked with blue-collar women who were hired into blue-collar jobs. And then sometimes I think their employers never wanted to hire them, and they just kind of wait until these gals get pregnant, and then they refuse to give them the simplest of pregnancy accommodations. Things that the employers are doing for the guys all the time, but they refuse to give it to the women kind of as a way to push these women out of the workplace. And so, at the Center for Work-Life Law, we're just trying to make sure that people can do two things that they are totally entitled to do: to be good mothers and good parents, and to care for their children and to support their children at the same time, because this is the 21st century, and this is what parenthood looks like in the 21st century. So there are so many things. We have the most family hostile public policy in the developed world. Don't even get me started. We need things like the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. We need the PUMP Act. We need a federal law that will protect caregivers from the kind of discrimination that we see on our hotlines every single day, where parents are just fine trying to be responsible at home and responsible at work. And so for this Mother's Day, I just wish, hold the flowers, I'm over the chocolates. Just give mothers what they really want, which is the ability to be responsible people at home, responsible people at work, and not to have to make these irrational choices. Happy Mother's Day.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucy Vázquez, madre de 3 hijos. Estoy en Tucson, Arizona. Trabajé mucho tiempo para el área de cuidado de niños en guarderías y también fui voluntaria mucho tiempo en el área de bancos de comida, que ya no se pudo hacer eso después de la pandemia porque ya no había suficiente comida. Es por eso que hace falta más recursos para que todo vuelva a la normalidad.
Hi, my name is Laura Norton Cruz. I am a mother of 2 children, Aida Luna and Rio Esteban. I'm raising them here on Dena'ina land in Dikayakak, otherwise known as Anchorage, Alaska. I love being a mother. It is the most important and wonderful thing and meaningful thing I've ever done and ever will do. It is so wonderful. I loved being pregnant. I loved giving birth. I loved breastfeeding. I love raising my kids. And it's also really hard and really expensive. And there are a lot of things in this country that we could do better to make parenthood a more supported and therefore supportive place for children and for families. I had the privilege and opportunity of giving birth and having prenatal care and postpartum care in a wonderful practice with
the absolute most empowering and evidence-based care. But not everyone has that privilege, and it is very expensive. It is very difficult to find. So I want to see more support for quality maternal health care that follows the evidence for how to support as much as possible vaginal births and breastfeeding. I also have had the wonderful privilege of having a great childcare and being on the board of it. It's a parent-run nonprofit, but there are years in which I've spent up to 35% of my income. I'm a divorced parent, co-parenting, but I pay for childcare completely, and it has cost up to 35% of my income to put both children through. Even now, when they're in elementary school, it's last year it was 27% of my income in summer camps and so on. So more childcare funding. 0 to 5 especially, but also after school. We need to match the school day with parents' work schedules or provide better and more affordable and universal childcare before and after school during summers, and especially 0 to 5, including higher wages for childcare workers. I also was able to bring my second child to work with me, which is wonderful. It made a huge difference in my bonding and breastfeeding. Not everyone is able to do that, and we need to allow people to have paid family leave so they can bond with their infants, breastfeed, support attachment, support health and recovery after childbirth. Thank you very much.
Soy Nelly, de aquí de Arizona. Soy madre y abuela. Necesitamos apoyo para todos los adultos mayores para salir adelante con esta epidemia. Ojalá que nos apoyen y nos ayuden, que nosotros los estamos necesitando.
Hi, my name is Najwa Allen. I'm coming to you from St. Louis, Missouri. I'm a grandma, or for the second time around, I'm mom again to 4 children, 3 little ones that are pre-K ages. And the challenges, just dealing with the trauma, the pandemic, the stress, grieving the loss of my daughter, grieving the loss of the life that I once had, but yet rejoicing and just trying to make a better life and future for my grandbabies. What has been really challenging is just the educational system, assistance for the children, but yet we've been living above the thrive. I don't want to say thrive, but we have to live above the thrive daily. What I would like to see changed, if possible, is just the restrictions around pre-K education for children with disabilities, learning disabilities, speech impairment, just any type of disability. Because what I look at is when a child has to take the entrance exam to get into a pre-K all-day schooling, if they don't meet, I guess, a certain threshold, and then they have to take an IEP, they qualify for special education. But they're limited to how many hours they can spend in the classroom with the educator. But those that do not have special abilities can go to school all day. It just doesn't make sense to me. So for them to say, well, your 3 little ones can go to school 3 to 4 days for 2.5 hours a day, and that's it. But those that don't have any special abilities, we can accommodate them all day at school. I don't think that needs to be a breakdown. I believe that all children pre-K needs to go to school all day free. Pre-K should be free, and it should not matter whether you have a disability or not. Our babies deserve the best education starting at those early stages. So as a mom again, I'm just coming to you to say, hey, we need to change some laws. We need to change it for the betterment of the next generation that is coming behind us. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Renuka, and I live in Washington, D.C. And I wanted to talk about why I think care cannot wait. And when I think about that, I think about a lot of the people that I know who are having their first child or second child. And the people I know are pretty lucky. They have a lot of resources when it comes to childcare. Many of them are in supportive partnerships with 2 people who have full-time jobs. They have usually job flexibility to take time off if they're sick, if their child is sick. They can work from home a lot of the time if they need to. And on top of that, they can afford to have house cleaners come in every few weeks and to have a nanny come in every day. And even on top of that, many of them have family that live nearby to help take care of their children or spend time with them when they just need a bit of a break. But even with all of those resources, I have noticed that those same parents still get burnt out and tired and feel overwhelmed at times. And it really just shows what a great responsibility it is to care for someone. And I think about the people who don't have those same resources, if they, are the primary breadwinner in their home, if they cannot afford to pay the astronomical cost of childcare here in DC, it can be basically like paying another rent. A lot of people go to work and then they have to come home and they can't take a break. They have to go straight to that care, caring for their children or caring for another loved one. And they deserve the same resources as all of my friends have. And it shouldn't be based on how much money you have, or if you happen to be in a, good circumstance or relationship. It is something everyone deserves. So I really think that this is the time to make sure that everyone can have the care that they need to be able to take care of themselves and their families. Thanks.
Hey, you guys, I'm Jody Sweeten. And I'm Celia Behar. And we are the co-hosts of the podcast Never Thought I'd Say This, which takes a fun and sometimes serious look at parenting and all of the stuff that goes along with it. And, one of the things about being a parent is the amount of stress is unbelievable, whether you're a stay-at-home parent or a working parent, or you sort of hybrid it like you and I do, where you sometimes work from home.
We are both self-employed, and we know that care is super important, and that's why we wanted to join the MOMibuster.
Yes, absolutely. Thinking back to the days when I was barely making ends meet and trying to find preschools for Zoe, for my older daughter, and it was nearly impossible here in LA to find a preschool that wasn't at least $1,200 a month. And I was able to find one where I did a co-op so I could volunteer one day a week. But if you're a full-time working parent, that's sometimes not an option.
No, when I was a full-time working parent, more than half of my check went to pay for daycare for my children, that they had to be in daycare, but I also had to work. It was a catch-22, and that's kind of how that goes, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I think one of the most important things that we have to focus on for parents, particularly with income the way it is, having one job often doesn't work for people anymore. Inflation, cost of living raises, all of that sort of stuff. I think affordable childcare is a must.
Yes.
Affordable childcare is a necessity. And by affordable, we don't mean what politicians think is affordable, which is usually some outrageous number that they're like, oh, that's only, $800. I mean, affordable childcare that is safe, that is conducive to their learning and to their well-being, and helps parents be able to get back in the workforce and do things because their child is being taken care of.
Yeah, it's really important to make sure that while you are working, that you know that your child is safe, and that, all of your money isn't going to pay for child care.
And also during the pandemic, women were the highest demographic to quit their jobs and begin to stay at home because someone had to be home with the kids. So now a lot of those moms and women are looking to get back to work and get back to their jobs, but finding childcare at a reasonable price is nearly impossible. So that's one of the things that I really, really, really want us to focus on in this MOMibuster. I think we need to advocate for affordable childcare or free childcare.
We need policy changes. They have to happen that will help not just moms like us, but all moms out there. They are every, realm of socioeconomic status, because we are not all treated equally, as we well know. And so there has got to be some sort of policy that goes into place to help that happen.
And the way to make that happen is to check in with your local representatives at the state level, at the community level. I know we all get excited to vote in national elections, but really the local and the state elections are where policy change happens. So get involved. Become a mom who's on track and part of this MOMibuster, and really contact your representatives, know what's going on in your area, and know who to talk to and what to fight for.
That's right. Let's get some affordable childcare, pre-K, paid family and medical leave, and home and community-based services ASAP. We can do this.
Yes, we got this, moms, parents, whatever, all across the board. We got this.
Hi, my name is Abby. I'm a mom and Sterling Thunder family advocate from Wichita, Kansas, and I have 3 girls. My 2 younger children are twins. They were born the end of February of 2020, right before the pandemic really hit where we were living. And during that time, I had to learn to be very flexible in finding childcare for them and also being able to work full time. In addition to that, making sure that our family was staying safe and healthy and also nurturing our girls in the best ways that we could in the midst of a global pandemic. And through that all, it really has brought to light for me the very large gaps that we have in supporting working parents in this country. Currently, all 3 of our girls are at an excellent early learning center, and the cost of that out of our pockets every month is nearly 1.5 times our mortgage. Affordable childcare is critical. I recognize that my husband and I have some financial privilege, which allows us to afford this without having to go into debt in order to do so. And then when I also think about families who aren't making what we make and are trying to pay for similar childcare, it just blows me away how difficult that must be. It's also important to note that the expanded child tax credit was incredibly impactful for our family in paying for childcare. We used that money every month to help pay our girls' tuition. And when that went away this January, we had to find that money from other places. And thankfully, we've been able to do so, but not without sacrifice. Paying for childcare means we're not paying into our retirement the way that we would like to. And that will be something that we will hopefully make up for down the road. But those types of decisions are not decisions that American working parents should be having to make. I would urge lawmakers to consider all the legislation that working parents desperately need, but especially affordable childcare and revisiting and bringing back the expanded child tax credit. Both of those pieces would be so impactful for American families, and it would change the face of childcare today and in the future. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's Carol Joyner from Family Values at Work, and I'm here to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. This is the MOMibuster, the moment to fight for care. Yes, moms like flowers and candy and sweet hugs and those homemade cards for Mother's Day. Oh my gosh, we do love those. But more than anything, we need to be able to care for ourselves. We need to know that we can care for our family members. And we also need to make sure that the society has a care economy that we can be proud of. Years ago, when my mother was sick with Alzheimer's, I realized that of the 5 kids in my family, I was the only one who could actually take real time off to care for her when she needed me. And that's a shame. No one should have to worry about their family member, about themselves recovering from an illness. We also have to make sure that in this pandemic economy that we're living in, that we can restore the child care services and make them better and more robust than they ever were. And then we also need home and community-based services. This is a moment to fight for what we need, to demand that we have a care economy that works for everyone, and to choose right over wrong, to choose people over profits. So we're going to fight for care today, tomorrow, and until we have it. And what we've learned over the years, and what you know too, is that when we fight, we win.
Hi, my name is Jeff. I care for my mother, who's both a brain and breast cancer survivor. For many years, we dealt with navigating a system that is inhospitable and quite often confusing for those seeking treatment, effective treatment at least, outside of an emergency circumstance. Useful resources are simply not organized in a way that is centralized and/or user-friendly. What caregivers, loved ones, and so many families need is overarching and equitable access. What we need are user-friendly solutions and an authentic commitment by elected officials to uplifting this beautiful work, providing an infrastructure to expand this work, and also providing an infrastructure to pay for this work.
Hi, my name's Chris, and I wanted to talk about the Child Tax Care Credit and how much it has helped out myself and my family. I have a 4-year-old son. His name is Adam, and he has been in daycare for about 3 years now. And on average, it costs about $1,000 a month just to have him in the facility. And whenever the Child Tax Care Credit came through, it was like a strong sense of relief. It's a great weight off our back because it allowed us to be able to afford more things to do with our son, like more clothes, more extracurricular activities. He's currently in swimming classes right now, which is awesome. He loves it. It's just helped our family out so much, and if we were to continue receiving it, I'm sure it would go a long way. We've also started putting money aside for his college, and whenever we get the tax credit, it just boosts that even more and gives him a more secure future. So I hope it stays around, and that would be awesome to see. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Christian Scott, mom of one son in Philadelphia, PA. My husband and I became parents in the first year of the pandemic, and it has been a whirlwind. During this unprecedented time, being a parent has been a joy and a stress I never could have imagined. Seeing my son happy and thriving is one of my biggest motivators, but at times it comes with a cost of stress and anxiety that I desperately don't want to impart on him. Having reliable childcare has alleviated a lot of stress from doing 2.5 jobs, working from home, while also having to take care of him. It's a lot to manage and juggle, and burnt out becomes so real. With the help of his daycare, I'm able to get work done and prioritize my own self-care, from exercising to just taking a moment of solitude. It took my husband and I some time to become comfortable with the idea of sending our child to daycare, with the state of the world and the pandemic still under some uncertainty. Knowing that children will get sick from school in those first years of life is a given, but the potential for him to contract COVID just felt like too much to risk. Ultimately, it became paramount to enroll him for everyone's sanity, his development, and our careers. Making these tough decisions comes with the territory for parenting, and I realize the power we have. As a mom, I always want to make the best decisions for my child and his best interest in mind. A saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, but yet the village seems to become more and more unattainable as we've had to isolate these last few years. And even as the world has seemingly opened up, the cost of childcare is unbelievably expensive, creating another stress point for parents nationwide. We need affordable childcare that is reliable, safe, and educational. It not only helps the parents, but the economy. So many women have left the workforce in the last few years because they couldn't justify working just to pay childcare. This in turn stunts the growth of their careers when they are able to return to work. Childcare should be a fundamental resource accessible to all parents without question. I really appreciate all the work that MomsRising and the Care Can't Wait Coalition partners do year-round. Thank you for sharing our stories.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Shao. I am a divorced single mom of one teenager in Amherst, Massachusetts. I'm a communications and marketing professional in higher education, and before coming to higher ed, I worked in the corporate world for almost 20 years. I've always been the primary breadwinner in my family, so when my daughter was born 13 years ago, taking any parental leave that was less than fully paid was not an option for me. At the time, I was working for a Fortune 500 company that was known for having a generous parental leave program. What What I learned is that generous meant 6 weeks of fully paid leave, and after that, I could go on short-term disability, which would pay me around 50% of my wages. But as I said, I'm the primary breadwinner, and I had a mortgage and bills to pay, and we couldn't live on 50% of my salary. So I took my 6 weeks of fully paid leave, and I burned through my 3 weeks of vacation time for that year, and I went back to work when my baby was 9 weeks old. Looking back on that time, it was a blur. My infant daughter had not yet learned the difference between day and night and was waking up multiple times a night, which means that I didn't get enough sleep. I planned work meetings around when I would have to pump breast milk, and I got less of that really special time in those early months when a mom and baby are bonding and getting to know each other. And yet I was one of the lucky ones. As hard as it was for me to go back to work at 9 weeks postpartum, I can only imagine how hard it is for a mom who works in an hourly minimum wage job and who doesn't get any leave, or who does get leave but doesn't get a paycheck during her leave. Honestly, I have a hard time thinking about how people are able to manage without fully paid parental leave. To be frank, I'm a little cynical about the phrase maternity leave. Whenever I hear people use it without any modifiers, as in I get 12 weeks of maternity leave, I always want to ask them, is it paid or unpaid? And if it's paid, is it fully paid or partially paid? These differences are crucial. Here's the thing, people who have children do it for all of us. If people didn't keep having babies, who would invent the next iPhone? Who's going to solve the global warming crisis? Who's going to teach the person who goes on to find a cure for cancer? Every single human achievement, accomplishment, or discovery was made by a person who used to be a baby. And yet our country is so unfriendly to babies and to the people who raise them. So what do I want for Mother's Day this year? I want at least 12 weeks of fully paid parental leave for all parents, whether they birth their children or adopt them. And I want people to know that supporting parents and children leads to strong communities, innovation, and development, and that benefits all of us.
My name is Jordana, and I'm a mother of one from Fairmont, West Virginia. I rely heavily on quality childcare for my daughter to attend while I go to work. It is a struggle to try to keep her home when she is sick because if I don't work, I don't get paid, and the childcare still requires payment. I would like to see policy changes changing that to make childcare more affordable.
Me llamo Jessica Aguilar, soy de la ciudad de Indian Trail, North Carolina. Tengo 2 hijos, Luis y Christian. ¿Qué es para mí ser padre cuidador en estos momentos? Es una situación difícil. La pandemia nos ha venido a mostrar que tenemos grandes problemas sistemáticos en diferentes áreas. Muchas familias nos quedamos sin trabajo al vernos en la necesidad de estar cuidando a nuestros hijos. Especialmente familias como la mía, que son niños con necesidades especiales. Nos vimos forzados a estar para apoyar a nuestros hijos y darles una buena educación y tratar de cambiar lo menos posible sus rutinas, ya que ellos se ven sumamente afectados en eso. ¿Cómo puedo decir que me he dado cuenta del poder o de la grandeza que tengo como padre cuidador? Y es que me he dado cuenta que yo soy la voz de mis hijos y que como voz de mis hijos yo tengo que decir lo que está bien, lo que no está bien y los problemas que nosotros tenemos como familia, como comunidad, ya que soy parte de la comunidad hispana. Y nos hemos visto sumamente afectados, no solamente por la limitante del idioma, sino también por muchas leyes que nos afectan a nosotros. Una de las cosas que sí estoy sumamente agradecida es que el SNAP, especialmente el PEBT SNAP, fue una fuente esencial de apoyo para nosotros en esta pandemia. El mantener ese plan alimenticio que necesitan mis hijos debido a su problema alimentario fue sumamente importante y sin el SNAP no lo hubiera logrado. No poder tener otras ayudas o otros beneficios sí nos hizo difícil la situación debido a que hay que pagar alquileres, hay que pagar ropa, zapatos, servicios públicos. También estoy contento con que durante la pandemia se siguió dando el EBT y se continúa dando el EBT y espero que se continúe dando por mucho tiempo porque realmente esto nos está ayudando y apoyando familias como la mía que nos vemos forzados financieramente hablando a tener que trabajar menos porque necesitamos apoyar a nuestros niños para que ellos vayan a sus terapias, para que ellos hagan las actividades que necesitan hacer para lograr un mejor desarrollo. Y COVID nos mostró eso. Sé que existen bancos de comida en los cuales yo podría haber buscado apoyo, pero por las diferentes necesidades de mis hijos, los bancos de comida no me funcionan, no son útiles para mí, debido a la alimentación que ellos dan, que son latas, muy poca alimentación natural. Mis hijos requieren mucha alimentación natural, por lo que muchas familias pueden verse reflejadas en mi historia. Y espero que sigan ampliando estos programas y garantizando que todas las familias que los necesitan puedan acceder a ellos, de que son esenciales. Entonces les pido que por favor sigan apoyando estos tipos de programas y que apoyen también el permiso de enfermedad para madres como yo, solteras, que estamos necesitando permisos en los trabajos porque nuestros hijos están mal, porque nuestros hijos necesitan terapias, porque nuestros hijos necesitan poder desarrollarse bien y para ello necesitan muchas cosas y necesitamos el apoyo de nuestros trabajadores, de nuestros contratistas, porque no podemos salir solos con esto.
Hello everyone, my name is Glenn Nishida and I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii. I want to thank Mothers Rising for having me here. I'm part of a group of 43.5 million Americans who are unpaid caregivers. My caregiving journey started back in 2015, where I take care of an uncle who suffers from really bad dementia. His story started one morning when I got a call from his doctor saying Uncle did not show up for his appointment. Now, my uncle, who is a CPA, super neat, very organized, he's the kind of guy who would show up 45 minutes early for an appointment so he wouldn't be late. So that was so unusual. I called his home with no answer, figuring, well, maybe he's on his way to his appointment. I waited a few hours, called again, still no answer, thinking, well, maybe he's there, just kind of hanging out in town, doing whatever. I wasn't really concerned. About 4 hours later, I called again with no answer. I finally called his neighbor saying, hey, can you go check on Uncle, see if he's home? She gets back on the line saying Uncle's in his car and that he'll call me when he gets downstairs. Fine. I wait another hour, call again, still no answer. Call the neighbor. She goes, he's still in his car. I'm like, what? So my wife and I rush down there. It's about a 45-minute drive from my home. We get there and she and I are both shocked. Uncle looked like this. He was disheveled. I don't know when his last meal was. In the past, I would call and say, hey, Uncle, are you okay? He goes, yeah, I'm fine. I go, you eating? Yeah, I'm doing good. Don't worry about me. Get there, and we're beside ourselves. We take him to the emergency room. We're suffering from really bad malnutrition. He stays at the hospital for a few weeks, gets discharged to a rehab facility, and there, in the rehab facility, the families are on the bed trying, what we're going to do with him. He can't live by himself anymore. So it was up, my wife said, we're empty nesters. Let's take him in. We go, okay. Not knowing how hard it is. We both work full time. And we're thinking, well, okay, we can find a sitter or, find a caregiver. I tried working and watching Uncle at the same time. I would take him along. I'm really fortunate I have my own business, so I could take him to my appointments. But I quickly found out that I could not. So I quit my job. I was his full-time caregiver. I'm here today to tell Congress, let's really take a look at us unpaid caregivers And together, we all can make a difference for people's lives. All right, people, have a great day. Aloha.
As a 19-year-old college student, I took care of my father for 8 months when he had terminal cancer before he died. And I was all alone. I'm an only child and I'm the only one in my family who could help him. If we had a really good home and community-based care, I wouldn't have been alone. I would have had someone to help me, and he wouldn't have been alone. Whether you're a student, whether you're working, we all need the support. We all need someone to care for us.
Hello, I'm Kim Stewart. I'm a sheriff in New Mexico. I'm also the mother of 2 daughters, now grown. But I faced problems that are still being confronted by women today. Many are single women. Let me give you a few examples. Affordable, quality health care. Some of my employees make just above a living wage, barely. They're spending $800, $900 out of their salary every month to assure that their children are taken care of while they're at work. It's hard to be a full-time mother and a full-time employee and give both sides equal opportunity and time. We need to do something about that. That's something that's been on the table and talked about for my entire life. It needs to have resolution. It needs to have answers. The other issue is, of course, paid family medical leave and maternal health care equity. Finally, we don't have sufficient services for those who are aging or suffer from disabilities as children and adults. I am proud today to join Moms Rising in this effort to get the attention of Congress. I urge them to act, and I thank Moms Rising for this effort. It is a noble cause, and further, it is our future. Thank you.
Soy Margarita, de Arizona. Soy mamá, abuela, bisabuela y en experiencia. En mi experiencia, encerrada por esta pandemia, me afectó. Pienso que debería de haber más centros de cuidado al adulto mayor, niños y jóvenes. Denle importancia a los cuidadores.
Hi, my name is Sandy Westrand, and I live in Spokane, Washington. I'm kind of a non-traditional single parent because I'm 73 years old raising an adopted 10-year-old grandson. In the past year, Social Security got a raise, but Medicare costs increased. Grocery costs are skyrocketing. Premiums for medical insurance, supplements, and prescription plans have skyrocketed, and deductibles and copays have increased. The cost of medications has increased. I'm on a fixed income. It's hard to make ends meet. Our rent increased 37% in the past year, and I've been told to expect more increases every 6 months. Taking away the expanded child tax credit really has hurt us. I have a child who's growing rapidly, and yet Social Security gives me less money to raise him than what foster parents in the state of Washington get. Older grandparents raising grandchildren, and there are a lot of us, about 3 million of us, we have the same struggles as other parents, but we're not eligible for any of the programs other parents have to help. We can't get earned income credit unless we're working. Most of us have incomes too low to pay taxes, so we don't get the expanded child tax credit. Low-income parents are struggling right along with us. If the measure of a country is how it cares for its children and its elderly and its veterans and its sick, Our country is failing us. We need to build an infrastructure to help people so our children can have a better life than we've had. Thank you.
Hola, soy Mónica Velasco, soy de Tucson y yo abogo por mi comunidad para que tenga accesible a bajos costos, cuidado de niños, porque es muy necesario para mi comunidad. Como madre de familia, fue algo que se me dificultó y también el acceso a ello. Entonces, abogo por eso y para que sea accesible para mi comunidad.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Kryakovich and I am a new mom. I was blessed with becoming a mom almost 8 months ago now to my daughter Grace. And I have to admit that being a mom has been more incredible than anything I could have ever imagined. I absolutely love my daughter, and when I became pregnant it was a surprise, but it was the most wonderful gift I have ever received in the world, which is why her name is Grace. I see her as a gift from God. But when I became pregnant, I decided that in order to really truly appreciate the gift that she is, I wanted to be in her life. I want to be there for everything. I want to be there for her first steps. I want to be there for her first words. I want to be there for her first foods, for everything. And in order to do that, I felt that in order to be the best mom I could be, I needed to not return to work. So I made the decision to be a full-time mom. And unfortunately, without any kind of financial support, it meant that I needed to tap into my 401k, which to me, I'm very thankful I have. Because to me, being a mom is the most important thing in the world. It's the most important thing to me to not only raise a good child, but a happy child, and to be there for her. And I think that at some point, we as a culture have lost track of that to some degree. We have lost track of how important it is to raise children who are loved and whose parents are there for them. And so I'm using my 401k to raise her because I feel like that is the best thing that I can do for our country, for our society, for the world. And it's been amazing so far. I'm 8 months in, and watching her grow has just been so incredible. I wish everyone could experience it. And when I hear moms talk about how they have to go back to work after 12 weeks, it breaks my heart for them. But it means so much to me that I think about potentially, after my 401k is used up, relocating myself and moving out of the country, and maybe going somewhere where I can afford to live and afford to raise my daughter, because it's incredibly expensive to live in this country. So knowing that she is everything to me and she is my North Star, that feels like, while it would be difficult, I would be able to be with her, and that is incredibly important to me. So having financial help for parents would be incredibly helpful right now. I'm a single mom, and I would love to stay here. My family is here, my community is here, but yeah, financial help would be incredibly useful. And I think financial help would be incredibly useful for society on a whole, for families, recognizing what parents have to give to raise children who are everything to our society. Parents are the front runners in the future of our planet.
Look at our community. We are standing together today. We are sharing our stories, reasons to support and push for care, push to fight for affordable childcare and pre-K. We are pushing to fight for home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities. We want paid family and medical leave for when a new baby arrives, for when a serious health crisis comes up. Birth equity, ensuring every person that gives birth is healthy and safe. We want living wages for all care workers and extending the monthly child tax credit payments. So, as we go into hour 6, I want to read the story of Elizabeth. She lives in Fort Collins, Colorado, and she writes, I am a grandmother raising my grandchildren. They have special needs and many appointments. Therefore, it is almost impossible to work full-time. I also have health problems which keep me working from full-time. It has been a difficult time to take in 2 children at my age and position. The child tax credit helps me so that I can raise these girls and provide for them. It is a blessing. And how about Jennifer from Boone, Iowa, who writes, my family suffers with food insecurity, and because of this, we've fallen behind on bills. We have to go to the clothes closet instead of being able to buy new clothes for our toddler. You never truly expect to feel like a terrible parent until your child asks for a new pair of shoes because their old pair hurt her feet, and you have to tell her that we don't have the money to get new ones to keep food in the fridge. The child tax credit will mean I won't have to tell my child no just for the essentials that others take for granted. So, these stories, right? This is what we're doing here. We are standing up for Elizabeth, we are standing up for Jennifer, and we are standing up for so many others that relate to their stories. Let's keep it going. And as you're watching this, please cross-post to your own Facebook page to amplify all the voices of moms and caregivers that are here today.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Changyet-Levin, and I am showing up for the Moms Rising Mom Filibuster. And because it's a filibuster, I'm going to do the Senate style where we go ahead and read off of things. I am a mom in St. Louis. I have 2 teenagers, and I'm a Moms Rising volunteer. I'm here on Capitol Hill today to visit the offices of my members of Congress, speaking out for the needs of moms and families. And I'm here in person for the first time in years since COVID began. I'm really excited. I feel very lucky that my family is doing well enough for me to be standing here today, but I'm aware that things could have gone very different for us if COVID had hit at a different time in our lives. See, in 2020, my husband and I had enough savings to weather the financial uncertainties of COVID. But in this decade, my kids are pretty independent teenagers who don't need constant supervision. But if this had happened 18 years ago, that was a time that my husband and I did not have secure jobs. And back then I made a choice to stay home because I was unable to find adequate childcare to justify me keeping my job. We had no family near us to help, so I ended up ending that part of my career. Now that turned out all right for me, and it was the right move in the long run, but I don't want other moms to have to face that decision when our government has the power to help assist mothers who need it in this time of pandemic, and it's this time of economic inflation. Speaking of economics, I mentioned that now my husband and I have enough savings and it helped us through COVID. Now that wouldn't have been available to us back when my kids were tiny, and I know that there are families hard hit financially right now. And I was so happy to see that the government stepped in last year with an expansion to the child tax credit that raised 3.5 million children above the poverty line. Families got monthly payments that gave them a little boost every month for food or heat or shoes or whatever was most desperately needed. But then the Senate let that expire in December of 2021, and all those kids fell right back into poverty. I'm so aware that if COVID had hit in a less stable time for my family, I too would have felt the desperation that many moms are feeling today. And with this video, I'm standing with Moms Rising and asking Congress to open their eyes to the needs of American families. And I'm asking them to view low-income tax credits like the child tax credit, and support for childcare as policies that are not only kind relief for families, but also ways to keep our American workforce and our economy strong. Thank you.
Hey there, I'm April Verrett, Chair of the National SEIU Home Care Council. And on behalf of the 700,000 home care members of our union, let's give a great big shout out to all of the moms out there and the mother figures in our lives. It's Mother's Day, and so we gotta make sure we hold our mothers up and honor them for all they do for us every single day. But it's our shot at doing something for them. And this year, let's get them all of the flowers and candy and jewelry and fancy brunches they deserve. But let's also get them what they really, really need. Let's deliver the care infrastructure our moms have been demanding and waiting for far too long. Let's ensure that moms have access to quality services for their loved ones so that they can make sure seniors and people with disabilities can age and live at home safely. Let's make sure they can go to work knowing their children are cared for because of universal pre-K.
Hi, my name is John Bedelement, and I'm a father of 2 kids. I have a 17-year-old named Jake and a 19-year-old named Stella. And I just wanted to share my story, which was that when Stella was born, I had the good fortune of being able to work out a schedule whereby I was home with her 2 days a week. And so I worked part-time, so I essentially created my own leave and balanced that with Stella's mom. And so we both shared the care for that first year of Stella's life. And I will say that I think that's made a huge difference in really who she is as a person today. And interestingly, we just talked the other day, she's now at college, we talked about her growing up, and she said one thing that was really important and she thinks made a difference in her life was that I always was available and made time to be with just her one-on-one. And that really matches to my experience of that first year, being able to be home with her and connect with her and have both the responsibility and the privilege of just me caring for her as an infant really built my confidence in becoming a father. And I think, well, I know that it made a difference in terms of her development. We have plenty of research to show that those first few months especially, but really the first 3 years are really critical for her development as well. So I just wanted to share that story to say that I think we really do need a strong paternity leave policy whereby all dads get that opportunity to connect with their children at that early stages and critical time in their life, because it really pays off for moms, dads, and kids alike. So, thank you.
Hi, I'm Julie Collins with Red Wine and Blue, and Black maternal health is very important to me. On April 9th, 1984, I lost my mom. She left behind a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old. I was 18, and we have a baby sibling who, at the time she died, was 1 month and 6 days old. We've got to work on infant mortality and Black maternal health in this country. When you look at our numbers, we are actually compared to third world countries, and this is not okay. So I just wanted to come here and just let you know that this is what is important to me. Again, it's Black maternal health because I lost my own mother 38 years ago. And she never got to know her grandchildren, and she never got to know the child that she gave birth to the month before. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lydia Story, and I'm a working mom in Los Angeles, California. And the thing that is on my mind today is COVID. I know a lot of the country has decided it's over. I know that we've done an incredible job getting a high percentage of people, at least in California, vaccinated, and largely around the country as well. But the people who haven't been are kids under 5. And I currently have 2 children who are 2.5 years old and a baby who is just 7 months old. And so we are still living under a lot of the same stresses and precautions that have been taken over the past 2 years, and still having to disrupt our lives every single time there is an exposure to COVID. Currently, my husband is self-isolating after an exposure, meaning that I'm parenting solo, so that we do everything in our power to make sure our son doesn't catch it and doesn't even get exposed, because that means he has to stay home from school. And while I absolutely appreciate and respect and support the measures to keep our kids and communities safe, we've done everything that we could in our power for the past 2 years to abide by all of this, and we will continue to do so. But what I want to say is that for families of unvaccinated children under 5, we still are not able to go back to normal. And I still don't have any kind of backup support when my son does have to stay home from his preschool, when our nanny herself gets sick with COVID, when one of us at home is exposed to the virus. What I would like to see is a little bit more effort to make sure that we're actually protecting these still vulnerable people of our population, and also help families actually get back to normal, even if you have young children. It's very frustrating. It's almost worse to be in this position now than it was in 2020, because so many people are back to quote unquote reality. But I still have to think about and do the risk calculation and debate, is it worth me going to this event or to this job to potentially catch COVID, to bring it home, so then I can't work for another 7 days because I have to take care of my children if they can't go to school or to their daycare. So that's what's on my mind. I'd like somebody to do something about it. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Marcia Turnbull. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I'm a grandmother and guardian to 2 children whose parents aren't available, and I would love to see some changes with especially healthcare for children being free. I would like to have opportunities for pre-K and kindergartners to be able to learn earlier. I would like for people to know that there are people all around the world struggling with difficulties just like me. And we need your help in all of these ways and more. We need to be able to keep that child tax credit going, or we may not have enough money for food. Again, I'm disabled. I'm a grandmother and guardian. I have 3 children of my own and raising 2 young kids as well. Thank you for listening, and I pray that you will hear what I'm saying and make a choice to go ahead and pass some bills to help us, all the mothers and all the guardians and all the grandmothers like me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Minnie Tamaraju, and I'm the president of NARAL Pro-Choice America. At some point in our lives, almost all of us will welcome a new child into our family, face a serious health issue, or provide care for someone we love, such as a parent or a spouse. And in some of our cases, we're doing all of those things at the same time. Everybody deserves to have the opportunities they need to support themselves and their families without worrying about job security or the ability to make ends meet if they need to take time off of work. And no one should have to choose between their family and their livelihood. When people need time off to care for a loved one, bond with an infant, or other important family caregiving responsibilities, there should be a guarantee their job will be waiting for them when they're ready to go back to work. In my case, after decades of working in the progressive movement, I ended up working in corporate America, where I saw really amazing parental benefits. My husband and I, we adopted our kids, we got adoption assistance, and I got paid time off. And I came back actually not only to a great job, but a promotion. And every American deserves that kind of treatment and that kind of security when they're building their family or taking care of a loved one. Paid leave is a critical component of reproductive freedom because nobody should have to risk their jobs or their livelihood in order to care for themselves or their families. Everybody deserves the dignity and financial stability that paid leave offers. Not just my family, but yours too. Thanks so much for having me today. Really excited about the work that we're all doing together.
My name is Rosa Walker and I live in Oregon City, Oregon. I'm an occupational therapist working in special early education, and I'm a mom of 3 amazing children, ages 11, 8, and 4. I love being a mom. I love watching my children engage with their world. I love watching them dive into something they're really interested in, whether that's graphic novels or chess or soccer or just working out in our vegetable garden. But being a mom is also incredibly hard in this country. It's been hard prior to the pandemic, and the issues have only intensified. Our country does not invest in basic care infrastructure, such as paid leave and quality, affordable childcare for every family. We've had to make choices like, do we take care of our health and work less when sick with COVID and dealing with long COVID during the pandemic, even though we don't have paid leave? Or do we push through and try to work so that we can pay our mortgage and our bills? Do we re-enroll our youngest child at a preschool where he knows the teachers, he feels comfortable and safe, and it's a good learning environment, even though the cost has risen $300 and it's out of our budget technically? These are choices that no family should have to make. And that's why for Mother's Day, more than chocolates, flowers, and any other gift, what mothers need, what parents and families need is basic care infrastructure.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Olga Ramirez Giron. I am a mother of 2 beautiful daughters, Yolanda, 27, and Sarai, almost 20. I am also the grandmother of 2 beautiful children, Jaylee, 8, and Jaden, 6. I live in Miami, Florida. I work 2 jobs. I am a secretary at an accountant's firm. I am also a notary public, and I am a wedding officiant. I would like to share with you a moment in time of my life in which I realized the greatness and power of being a mother, of being a mom. This happened in 2020 during COVID year when my daughter, Sarai, was to graduate high school. She was in the 12th grade, a senior, and she had to come home to do virtual school. They gave her her tablet. She was supposed to do her homework, assignments, and everything related to school in order to graduate at home. But Sarai decided not to do much. She decided that she was on vacation, she was only relaxing at home and not doing anything related to school. I didn't really know what was happening, what was going on, until her teachers and her counselors started contacting me and letting me know that Sarai wasn't turning in her assignments or doing anything in regards to school, and that if she didn't put it together, she was not going to graduate from high school. I panicked, I screamed, I cried, I got very nervous and upset, and me and her dad, we had a serious talk. And we told Sarai that she had to graduate high school. I told her that over my dead body, but that she will graduate. Sarai, thank God, she started putting it together. She started doing her assignments and everything that she hadn't done before. And she finally was able to graduate. That was a moment in which I realized the power of a mother, the power of a mom. And me and my daughter were able to put it together. Thank God. I also would like to share with you the support and policy changes that will help me, my family, and my community. This will probably be the paid family and medical leave if an illness, a serious illness, was to arise. It will be wonderful to have this type of help so I wouldn't have to worry about having to work 2 jobs and being sick at the same time. I hope this change comes in the near future because this will be something very helpful. I would also like the opportunity to wish all the beautiful mothers from Moms Rising a wonderful and a happy Mother's Day. May God bless you all. And I thank you, Moms Rising, for giving me the opportunity to present this video. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Hi, my name is Sarah Robinson. I am a work-from-home mom with 2 kiddos living in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm really intrigued by these prompts that have been given and thinking about the ways in which, like, I thrive or don't thrive as a parent. I've been thinking about that a lot lately as, like, we're on spring break right now. Both of my kids are home. They're watching TV right now while I'm working. And I'm a community organizer. So a lot of my time requires me being with people in communities when, usually I'd want to be home with my family. And the days are fairly long. We have really struggled to find affordable after-school care where we live. There are options for after-school care, but they're incredibly expensive. And the options through 21st Century that are available through our public school filled up immediately. So my kiddos didn't really we weren't fast enough to access that resource. So we're at a point now where we're just kind of like piecing together ways in which my kids can have a really fulfilling and nurturing experience after school while I am continuing to work for the next 3 hours. It hasn't been easy shuttling them to events and their activities, and still trying to maintain my career. And I have a partner who works full-time out of the house as well. So it's been a real juggling act. Some of the legislation that could help my family includes broader access to free or more affordable after-school care, preferably at the kiddos' school. Our public schools are the heartbeats of our communities, and I would love for them to be able to remain there after the school day finishes so that they could continue learning in new ways, but in an environment that they're familiar with, and an environment that I trust. So I'm really grateful to Moms Rising for opportunities for parents' voices to be heard, and for supporting female identifying parents that want to do good by their families, want to do good by themselves, and make a difference in the world. We're all struggling, every one of us. No one's got it easy. But, grateful to those who are working to try and make it a little bit easier.
My name is Stacy, and I live in Berkeley, California. I work full-time at a nonprofit organization, Hand in Hand, the Domestic Employers Network, and part-time as a family caregiver to my parents, who live about 30 minutes away from me, and to my uncle, who lives in Los Angeles, which is about a 6-hour drive away. I have personally experienced the vital role that home and community-based services play in our community's ability to thrive. It's 2 different stories for me. When my dad was recovering from stomach cancer treatment, he's now 8 years cancer-free, he was able to hire a home care worker to come and support him in his recovery, to help him learn how to swallow again, to help him with his physical therapy and exercise so he can walk again. And I don't think he would have been able to do that without that support from that worker. I also saw the tremendous value that having home care workers support recovery has on our families. My mom, as his primary caregiver, was able to take a break as well and get support. So that's what makes a difference, right? To get home care support. My uncle, on the other hand, he lives on his own in Los Angeles. He's 84. He wants to continue to live on his own stubbornly. And in really trying to support him to do that. My family has sought out different services and tried to really find ways to be able to help him do that. There's been waiting lists for meal delivery. It's been hard to find and hire a home care worker. There's just limited services. And a lot of that is the lack of investment in home and community-based services. So I'm hoping that the policymakers that are watching my video and all of these videos that are being submitted really understand the need to invest in home and community-based services so that all of our communities can thrive, especially older adults and people with disabilities who deserve to be able to live in their homes and communities with dignity. Thanks.
Hey, my name is Thea Doro and I'm from Danville, New Hampshire, and I thought I'd make a quick video just to help bring some awareness to the challenges we face as moms and caregivers. I have 2 amazing children, and I also am a caregiver to an elderly parent who we had to bring into our home. And some of the challenges have been just finding a safe space for her. We brought her home because we couldn't find something affordable out there or even accessible in such short notice. We brought her home and we created a space. We put a divider up to make a room for her, but we needed help finding resources out there, such as a bed and a wheelchair and a ramp and those kinds of things that would make our house accessible. That's been a struggle, trying to make that piece, put that piece together while at the same time being a mom to kids and racing around to get them activities and to school and all that. So we've been able to bring her in, find a space, set it up finally, and it's just been challenging to find resources for her and for the family and to set up a home and an environment and help in the home that's affordable and accessible to us. So we're looking for support and advocacy for folks out there who are in the same kind of situation and who really need you to support us. Need you, our legislators, to support us in these times and to give us the ability to care for the elderly folks in our home and for our children, to give us the time off from work without penalty so that we can raise and love our family members in a safe environment and to give them what they deserve in order to survive and to take care of themselves and not be a burden to society. And that can happen if we are able to be here and help them through it. So hopefully this video will help give a voice to that need. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiffany McAllister Davis. Domestic work needs to be treated with dignity and respect. I myself, at the young age of 19, was a domestic worker. I worked as a home health care provider, and I can tell you firsthand that there needs to be protection. They need to be treated with fairness and equality. They need to make sure that their dignity and pride is restored. We need to work together so that they can receive the compensation and the rights that they so very much are deserving of.
Hi, my name is Meredith Watson. I've been a Moms Rising member for 13 and a half years. I first brought my now teenager to the Capitol, the building behind me, in support of breastfeeding policies, family-friendly policies, over a decade ago. But now I'm here today because many folks are raising their voices on Capitol Hill in support of family-friendly anti-poverty policies. So I wanted to be a part of this event today. I have actually been working on policy for over 2 decades, including tax policy, but this is also quite personal for me. So the child tax credit that Congress expanded last year, this was the first time that families like mine got a monthly payment to help with costs for raising children. For my family in particular, this came at an excellent time. My husband was working in retail. He lost his job as the pandemic started. And living off of one nonprofit salary in an expensive place was tough, especially with housing costs going up, rising costs of food and gas, many of the things that families are struggling now. It was a kind of a tough, we just had to be more mindful of our own finances. And I know many families are feeling the pinch. We're feeling the pinch before Congress acted last year to expand the child tax credit, and are feeling the pinch now. So as schools reopened, my kids were going back into kind of, quote, their normal routines. The child tax credit payments enabled us to sign them up for enrichment activities and cover the costs of those, help us with those kind of early signups for summer camps to ensure that we could be working through the upcoming summer season. And it helped us as we needed to move to a bigger place because my kids were getting older. And it helped us with increased rental costs in Washington, D.C. here, which is a very expensive place to raise a family. So I am very frustrated, and I know many families are very frustrated that Congress has kind of stalled out on continuing those payments. And I really hope Congress gets it together and extends the child tax credit and moves forward on other really important, effective, family-friendly policies like increased resources for childcare, supporting the earned income tax credit, which is really key for younger workers and others who don't claim dependents, and so many of the other investments like expanding Medicaid and other key policies, home and community-based services, etc. These are so many. As a mom, I care about these policies. I see the impact of investments in the next generation, and I hope Congress is listening and gets the job done.
Peace and love, everyone. It's Congressman Bowman here. Mothers, caregivers, and any guardian really is critical to our society. To start, care work is the foundation of our economy and our society. Care workers keep our country running and make all other work possible. Care workers also protect the most vulnerable, including our children, seniors, people with disabilities. Just as care workers pour their all into others, they need to be poured into, and we must take care of them as well. Black and brown women and immigrants have historically been the majority of care workers in America. My sisters are care workers, so I know firsthand the sacrifice they make and the patience and love they put into their jobs. In addition, mothers, parents, and guardians who demonstrate care work need to be supported as well through extensive paid family leave and access to safe, reliable, and affordable childcare. We need to expand and strengthen care work to improve all aspects of our society, to create racial and gender justice, help protect our environment, and respond to the climate crisis and strengthen our economy. Investing in care workers benefit all of us. And sometimes, investing in care includes supporting people while they are pregnant, especially Black women. I'm proud to support you all today and send an immense amount of peace and love to care workers and parents across the country as we continue fighting for better paid family leave, child care, and rights for care workers. Peace and love. Be well.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Yap, and I live in Northern Colorado. I'm a full-time caregiver to my 9-year-old daughter with disabilities and my mother with Alzheimer's. In 2017, 41 million unpaid family caregivers provided approximately $470 billion worth of uncompensated labor. Today, there are approximately 53 million unpaid family caregivers across this country. We make up the largest segment of the entire caregivers workforce, provide upwards of 80% of all the long-term care, and undoubtedly account for the largest group of invisible workers providing free labor in this country. This is completely unsustainable, not only for our family caregivers and their care recipients, but also for our entire economy and society. In 2017, when I moved to Colorado, I was introduced to the Parent CNA program, or Certified Nursing Assistant. This is a program that has been in place for more than a decade, only in Colorado, and just this year beginning in the second state, Arizona. Parents, guardians, even friends can enroll in a CNA course at no expense to them. become properly trained to be an effective caregiver, pass a state licensure exam, and begin to be paid as a CNA by a home health agency for the essential labor they provide every day. This is a truly cost-effective solution to one of the major issues driving the caregivers crisis in our country. Unpaid family caregivers deserve to be trained and paid for the work they provide. It is no secret that domestic labor is what allows all other forms of work to even happen, period. But our country has never appreciated, recognized, and supported the work that so many and disproportionately women are the ones responsible for. We must enact a parent CNA or family CNA program in every state and expand it to not only Medicaid children, but to every family caregiver who is taking care of somebody else. Second, we must demand Congress pass and mandate health insurance companies to cover long-term care. If we are going to continue this for-profit system, healthcare system in this country, which we are the only developed country to do, it is only right that we enact a family or parent CNA model in every state and mandate insurance covers long-term care. Former First Lady Rosalind Carter said it best. There are only 4 kinds of people in this world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. What would happen to you if you needed a caregiver tomorrow? Or would you be a caregiver to one of your loved ones tomorrow?
Hi, my name is Mary Beth and I live in Fairfax County, Virginia, and I'm a mother and I'm an advocate. Flashback with me, won't you, about 22 years, when I worked with this amazing woman who had a poster in her office and it said, "Some members of Congress don't know much. They don't know the price of macaroni and cheese. The child care problem is not crying in their lap." And that has stuck with me every day, every week, every year that we have asked members of Congress to care meaningfully and in real action about child care and the child care workforce and the families that are counting on this 22 years ago. And move forward all of those years and all of that asking and all of that pushing to almost 11 years ago when my child was born. And we did okay. We hadn't really fixed the child care problem at all, but we did okay. I was able to find us a place more or less but on the way between home and work. And because I won the boss lottery in those years, I was able to bolt out of my seat at 4 o'clock for the pleasure of sitting in traffic so that I could pick up my child and we could spend time supporting each other as a family after a full day of supporting each other as a family through my income at a job that is meaningful and a job that matters and a job that I care about too. Trying to do both things, but we did okay. Boss lottery was key. And an amazing childcare program was key with amazing early childhood educators who could barely afford to stay. The price of living around here is intense, and we watched these amazing early educators, these amazing, caring, loving, skilled women have to come and go because they couldn't take care of their own families. For what could be paid, despite the fact that we were paying through the nose for childcare ourselves. It's not better, you guys, and we could make it better, but we can't make it better just with words on paper. We have to make it better in part with meaningful, robust, multi-year investment of federal dollars through the reconciliation process. That is the way we will be able to support families and the early childhood workforce in all of our settings, in family childcare and in centers everywhere at the same time. We've got to do this at the same time, and we've got to do this not just with our words, but with our dollars, our federal dollars. Congress, you've got to solve childcare. We're all counting on you.
My name is Benita Ramos, and I am a mother of a 35-year-old with mental health disabilities. When my son was younger, the system tricked me into giving 6 months temporary custody to help pay for his medical bills that my work insurance did not cover. They failed to tell me that if he wasn't better in 6 months, that they were going to take full custody out from underneath my nose. That's exactly what they did. He's been institutionalized all his life. He's gotten traumatic brain injury within the system, and on top of other mental health issues. My son today is now still struggling, and it's impossible for him to get the help that he needs. The system made him who he is today. They destroyed our lives, and they just want to lock him up and throw away the key. I support the community-based services for mental health.
Hi, my name's Caroline, and I'm a mom from Helena, Montana. I have 2 amazing kids, ages 3 and 6, and I couldn't feel more lucky to be their mom. But trying to find a balance between working outside the home and parenting has been next to impossible. It started when they were born. I didn't have a real maternity leave with either of my kids. Luckily for my family, my husband and I were able to shift our schedules around so that we could keep our kids home when they were infants. But this came at a financial cost, and many families are not so lucky as to be able to make that decision. We need to build a care infrastructure so that we can support families, kids, and moms, who are the predominant caregivers in most cases. Our lack of a care infrastructure is keeping moms from having a seat at the table. And that's not good. Moms are creative problem solvers. We know how to face difficult challenges, and there are so many difficult challenges facing us today. And when moms don't have a seat in their community, in politics, and at work, we're not going to come up with the best solutions. It's time for Congress to act. We need quality, affordable childcare. We need universal pre-K. We need to pay our caregivers what they're worth for the incredibly hard and important work that they're doing. And we need paid family medical leave. I joined this effort because I'm tired of worrying about my kids and if they're okay. And I want and deserve better support, and so do parents and moms all across the United States.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Brandstetter, and I am the mother of 2 school-aged children in Anchorage, Alaska. The last 2 years have been challenging in a different way for parents of school-aged children than for caregivers of children under 5. And the biggest struggle that we had as a family was not being able to access the resources that we needed for our younger child who has a disability. So we didn't have a diagnosis when the pandemic started, but he had access to therapies through his school, through the special education services. And what I found was that even before the pandemic, we had a really hard time accessing resources that I now know already exist within the school district. And in talking to other parents, I hear that they have similar struggles with knowing what's available, knowing how to request an evaluation when your child is struggling. It's not always immediately clear where to go to get the ball rolling on that when you can see that your child is not accessing their resource or not accessing their learning, and just struggling in school to the point where they start to have a negative attitude towards school because they're not getting the supports that they need. And so what I see is a need for a roadmap around accessing services that are already available, because I had to partner with an advocacy agency to learn how to formally request a special education evaluation for my child. And so he was struggling, and we felt really isolated and didn't know how to help him. And the only reason that we were able to get the ball rolling on him being able to access these resources was an outside agency that showed us a roadmap. And so I have been organizing with other parents at my children's school, and we formed the Coalition for Neurodiverse Students with a mission of transparency around accessing resources for kids with disabilities. And I would love to see this more funding for special education. 1 in 5 kids has dyslexia, and also just better access and being transparent with families about how to start on getting these resources. That would go a long way towards supporting families and parents and our communities.
Hi, I'm Maritere. I'm a book author and parenting topic expert. I'm also a parent, and in my line of work, I get to speak with parents quite often, mostly about raising bilingual children, but they also share their struggles trying to balance their work with parenting, childcare, languages, and cultures. My kids are grown now, and we don't worry about childcare, but my husband and I are in our mid-60s, and we do worry about elder care and home care. We also worry about how our own children will be able to take care of their own families, as we see how parents struggle because there's no system in place for working families. We need a better system. We don't want our children to pay for our care in the future. There has to be a better way. Please, senators, our families are struggling. Our caregivers are struggling. You can do something about it. It's time to invest in a care system that takes care of our families, our children, and our older population. An infrastructure that includes affordable childcare, paid family and medical leave, affordable meds, quality mental health care, and health care for our older population. The time is now. Families can't afford to wait. Please invest in our families.
Hi, my name is Caroline. I'm a lawyer and a mom to two daughters, 6.5 and 3.5 years old. And for the past 6.5 years, my family has been spending about $15,000 to $30,000 a year on childcare for our children. It's been a nonstop pursuit to find affordable and accessible childcare for our family. And I can imagine that families with less resources have had an even more exhausting experience getting that done. We're the only country, the only westernized country in the world that doesn't provide some sort of affordable childcare for working parents. It's a shame. It should have happened 40 years ago. And I think it's an easy win for Democrats. It seems to have been tabled, which I don't understand. There should be standalone legislation in support of childcare, in support of paid leave. This would be an easy win for Democrats. It would be an easy way to show working families and working people what we represent. I'm really hoping that this can be prioritized. I think the future of our country depends on it. It's pretty simple. If we don't prioritize families, if we don't prioritize children, we really don't have a future as a country.
Hi everybody, it's Michael Bennett. After years of fighting to expand the child tax credit, I'm incredibly grateful that we got it done last year through the American Rescue Plan. On average, moms and families receive $450 a month to help pay for childcare, put food on the table, cover rent or mortgage payments, and offset the rising cost of raising a family. The child tax credit benefited 61 million kids in the U.S. That's 90% of the kids in Colorado and all across the country. Cut childhood poverty nearly in half and reduced hunger by 1/4. And what I heard from moms in Colorado is that the child tax credit helped relieve some of the back-breaking stress they face every day. As Coloradans face high costs everywhere, from the grocery store to the gas pump, extending the child tax credit expansion is the most effective step we can take to send families relief. That's why I'm doing everything I can to make this policy permanent for our kids, for our moms, and for our families.
My name is Tammy Gaskins. I am a wife, a mom, a grandmother, and a full-time caregiver in Summerfield, Florida. I have been a full-time relative caregiver for more than 10 years. I am currently taking care of my disabled husband. Prior to that, I took care of my aging grandmother. Being a caregiver is both a challenge and a blessing. I am blessed by the fact that I know every aspect of what is being done with my husband's care. I know all of his medical history. I know all of his needs. That is how I best provide for him. It is a challenge because I can't work outside of the home. I can't leave him on his own for an extended period of time, which means there is no benefits for me. We survive alone on his disability benefits. There are no benefits for a stay-at-home mom, caregiver, whatever. There's no financial compensation. There's no health care. There's no second income. There's no extra for anything. I truly think that all of our communities would benefit from more community-based in-home services to help families that struggle to make it from 1 month to the next, sometimes 1 week to the next, and even 1 day to the next. Moms, parents, caregivers all struggle financially, which means that their families struggle. They also struggle emotionally and sometimes physically. But that doesn't stop us from getting up each and every day to do what we know we need to do. We have to make sure that our families are fed. We have to make sure that things are being done. But we don't have the support in our communities that we so desperately need. It doesn't stop us from doing what we know we have to do. It doesn't stop us from looking out for each other.
My name is Melanie Espinoza, and I am a mom in Philadelphia, PA, of a baby boy. So what does it mean being a mom during this time? Being a mom during this time means being adaptable, fearful, and optimistic all at the same time. Being a new mom means being isolated for a period of time, and being surrounded by all your extended family and your friends is not the norm anymore because there's so much uncertainty with health and the safety of our children and yourselves, you know. But at the same time, it's very exciting because I have a son that brings so much happiness, and it kind of serves as a distraction from all of the noise and all of the things that are going on around us today. Am I thriving as a new mom? I believe so. You know, I'm doing the best I can, and a lot of the things, or where I am today, I'm grateful because I have my husband and my mom who have been there to help me be present mentally and physically. It's not easy juggling a new baby, your home, and work all at the same time. Some things that caused stress during my time as a new mom was affordable childcare and then paid family leave. Affordable childcare was something that I completely underestimated, or it was a time where I had to figure out where do I break even between my take-home pay and then childcare. Luckily, my mom wanted to stay home and take care of my son, but it was at the cost of her full-time job. We can compensate her, but it's still, you know, it'd be nice if we were able to have childcare as an option and still be financially stable. It's very, very costly. And then paid family leave. So, you know, those are two things that I advocate and support policies around. You know, every mom deserves the opportunity to have access to reliable and affordable childcare that lets us be self-sufficient, gives kids the opportunity to interact with other kids, and have access to educational resources. And then paid family leave, it's huge. You know, I had to save all my vacation time in order to supplement some of the pay that was not getting paid through the company. And by the time I exhausted all my vacation time, I had to go back to work, and I was not ready. I still needed bonding time with my son. I was not ready to get back to work. It's something that, you know, if there were policies and support for moms out there, it would make a huge, huge difference.
Hi, so my name is Sarah, and I am a stay-at-home mom in Kansas, experiencing financial stress because we had to sacrifice my income in order for me to be a stay-at-home mom. I tend to get anxious and trip up over my words, so I wrote something that I'm going to read for this video. We are lucky that my parents share their home with us so we can afford to live on a single income. We do contribute financially and take care of our own finances, but thanks to their generosity, we are able to do so on a cheap one-bedroom apartment in a non-kid-friendly neighborhood sort of budget. But, we're privileged to have that. And that's not a situation that's available to most people. But I want to raise my own children. I want to be there for them after school and during holiday breaks. I want to spend their summers with them, to take them to the pool and museums and do art projects and build forts in the backyard. If we are going to prioritize government-funded childcare, is there also a plan to help with funds for the people who want to raise their own children but can't afford to do so? I haven't heard anything mentioned that way. I personally know a lot of families who wish they could be the ones raising their children, but they just can't afford it. I don't think that raising your own kids should be a luxury that only the wealthy can afford, or a last resort for families who can't afford to pay for childcare. It should be a choice anyone can have available if that's what's important to them. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Without my mother, I really don't know where I'd be in this life. She's been my joy, my inspiration, source of courage and hope, and my advocate throughout my life. And I just can't imagine where I'd be without her. Today on Mother's Day, it's important that we bring Black mamas home to be with their families, and those that aren't with their families just because of the fact that they can't afford bail. You can help make a difference in this way by donating to the Black Mamas campaign and make a huge difference in families' lives. You can also go to the nationalbailout.org to learn more information about the movement to bring families together across the country, especially during the COVID-19 crisis, in which most of the breakouts that are occurring are happening in prisons.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I am a mom of two. I am a wife. I am a primary caregiver to my two children. And I am a primary income earner for my two-income family. And I'm bewildered because I live in one of the richest nations on the planet, the United States of America. And yet when I need help, there's no help. Everyone said, oh, parenting is wonderful. It's a blessing, but it's also really hard. But don't worry, it takes a village and your village is here. Don't worry, there's a whole society of parents with advice and help to offer. Don't worry, this is a rich nation and we will make sure that your kids are taken care of. Except that's just not true. There's no actual help. Because here's the help I need. I'm sick. My kid's been sick for a week. My second kid just got sick. The other adult in my household, luckily, has enough paid time off that adult is able to take my children to the doctor because I have obligations at my work that I must go to. But what about those families where there's not two adults? What about those families where there's no more paid time off? What about those families where there's no paid time off? What about those families where there's not an alternative adult to watch these children? What about those families where they aren't allowed to miss any more preschool because they'll lose their spot? But they also can't go to the preschool because their child is sick. What about those families who lose their income and then they can't afford all the things that they need? We can't, on the one hand, talk about how rich we are, talk about how great it is to be Americans, talk about how wonderful it is to bring your family here and pursue the American dream. And then, on the other hand, just take away all the pathways to opportunity for actual working families. Families need help and not just lip service. help.
Hi, I'm Fatima Goss-Graves. I'm president and CEO at the National Women's Law Center, and I'm also a mother. And as we head into this Mother's Day, I've been thinking a lot about how much mothers in particular have kept us all together. I guess that's not an unusual idea, but it has been made so visible during this pandemic. It's been mamas who've kept families together, who've kept communities together, who've kept workplaces from falling apart as they've worked and cared at the same time. And they've been holding on for the sort of support I know this country can deliver. And this Mother's Day, the sort of gift that would make a difference is for us all to come together as a country and invest in care, invest in childcare, invest in paid leave, invest in home care, care for elders and those with disability. The work that is predominantly work that women do, whether it is in the paid care workforce or the really unpaid and invisible and mostly unacknowledged work that many mamas are holding. So happy Mother's Day to all. And I promise that at the National Women's Law Center and in Care Can't Wait, we will double down again, and again for all of you.
We are just a couple of votes in Congress away. They're the only thing standing in the way of giving moms and caregivers affordable childcare and pre-K. We are just, a few votes away from home and community-based services for aging loved ones and people with disabilities, paid family and medical leave for when a new baby comes into the family or when a serious health crisis comes up, quality maternal health care for all, and extending the monthly child tax credit payments, and of course, living wages for all caregivers. All day we've been sharing and hearing about these incredible stories. Now it's time to share another story from our storybook, and this one comes from Tori Birch, who lives in Kansas. And she writes, Tori is a single mom of twin 10-year-olds in Chanute, Kansas. And before the pandemic, she worked in the kitchen at an assisted living center. She would bring her kids to work with her before and after school because she just couldn't afford childcare. She had open heart surgery in January 2020 and took unpaid leave to recover, which caused her to fall into debt. She returned to work in March 2020, but was only able to work a week or two before she made the tough decision to return to unpaid leave because schools closed and she is high risk for the virus. She did not qualify for FFCRA paid leave. She was receiving unemployment until October 2020 when it was cut off. She had to deplete her savings to stay afloat and struggles now with her utility bills and other basic expenses. What did she need to keep her job and stay healthy? Simple. Paid family medical leave, like nearly every other nation already has in place. So don't stop now. Fuel up. Pay attention to those leaders who are standing up for us today. It means that they too care about care. Support them because they truly want your family to thrive. And push every leader to build a care infrastructure by texting "We Care" to 747464 to be connected to the office of your U.S. Senator.
This is Terrence Thomas Johnson, one of the beacon leaders for Moms Rising. And I wanted to share my video with you all on the Mom Rising for Mother's Day. Being a mom to me and a caregiver means a lot to me during these trying times. Trying to juggle being a mom, work, and a caregiver is very hard. I am thriving to do this because of my faith in God, that I get through this every day. My stress level is extremely high. Finances are not looking the best, but we're making through it and we're doing it. Now, my stress points in dealing with this entire pandemic and everything and how to get through it has been finance and my own health, because my own health has been jeopardized with the stress levels, and I've gotten sick myself trying to juggle all of these things. I want my community, and I've sent out Facebook posts, text messages, spoken to people and all, asking them to vote for the affordable care and pre-K, for paid leave for sick people in the home, for severe illness in the home, and for other care issues as well. That is my video. And again, Terrence Thomas, one of the Beacon Hub leaders out of Kennesaw, Georgia, for Moms Rising.
Hi, my name is Sandra Goldshine, and I'm the Executive Director of the Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy. I wanted to start off by sharing a personal story. 10 years ago, my mother entered the hospital for what would be the last few weeks of her life. For the past decade, she had been fighting a rare blood cancer called multiple myeloma, and unfortunately, she was finally unable to outrun it. I was a new mom at the time with a 7-month-old beautiful baby daughter. And it was thanks to the compassion of my supervisor that I was able to care for my mom during those last few weeks of her life without worrying about losing a paycheck. But not everyone has the same opportunity to care for a sick family member while maintaining their financial security. The Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy is dedicated to improving the lives of all working families by advocating for policies like paid family and medical leave. This election, we're going door to door to talk with voters about where their candidates stand on providing families with what they need to be able to balance caregiving and earning a living, including ensuring affordable childcare and elder care, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, and providing paid family and medical leave. Because it is only by electing champions of these family-friendly policies that we can pass the real solutions that will make a difference in working families' lives.
Hi, my name is Tanea Curtis, and I'm a mom in Spokane, Washington, and I have 6 children. Being a mom through the pandemic has been extremely difficult, especially a single mom who was leaving a DV marriage. So I had to become the sole breadwinner for my family, and not having accessible, affordable childcare made it very difficult. So that was very much a hindrance when I was trying to look for employment, and then finding an employer that I could work with that would be flexible if I had to all of a sudden leave and go pick up a sick kid at school, or if I had to call in because one of my kids was sick and we were put into COVID quarantine. So that has definitely been a struggle for me and my family. Having a daughter off at college this year in her freshman year has also been troublesome because, not being able to be there when your kid is sick or if she gets put into quarantine, and trying to be able to support her and everything that she needs being away at college has been a real struggle also. And it has not been an easy couple of years for me and my family. We depend very much upon state assistance such as SNAP or state medical to provide for our everyday needs. And I was very dependent on the child tax credit. And when that came to an end, it was even harder for my family to make ends meet. And so we are definitely struggling. Every day is a struggle and it's stressful. And my kids feel my stress, whether I want them to or not. It just has not been an easy couple of years, and having affordable childcare and extending that childcare tax credit would be such a benefit to not just my family, but every family in my community. I know so many people that have benefited from it, and that really did make a difference in everyday life and basic needs. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julie Womack. I'm the organizing director for Red, Wine, and Blue. I'm also the mom of 3 amazing kids. I remember really clearly when I had my first child and I went back to work. It was quite the battle to get that work-life balance just right. And I know so many moms go through that. Right now, my kids are older, so I have a different role. And part of my job with Red, Wine, and Blue, and Honestly, the best part of my job is that I get to reach out and talk to suburban women across the country every single day. I get to hear what's going on in their communities, what are they excited about, and what are they worried about. And I can tell you almost universally, moms care about the safety, the security, and the future of their families. And not just for themselves, but for everyone in their communities and their neighborhoods, for their friends. We all want to see the same thing. We all want to know that no matter where our kids go, they're safe, and that we're going to be able to get them the things that they need for a bright future. So what does that mean? That means in this post-pandemic world, as kids are going back to school and people are returning to offices, we need to know that we have daycare available, that we have a place we can send our kids that is affordable and safe. We need to know that they have access to high-quality public schools. We need to know that they are going to be prepared to go to work in a 21st century global economy. You know what we don't want? We don't want culture wars at our school boards, talk about book bans, or people trying to attack our teachers. That is not what parents want to see. We want to know that our kids have access at an early age to a good education. And so that's why universal pre-K is so important, because we want those little ones getting started off on the right foot. And then the other thing is obviously healthcare. No parent wants to worry that they cannot afford or that they don't have a place to take their child when they're hurt or injured. That is a very scary position to be in. Believe me, I had a sports playing kids and we had injuries. So those are the things that parents want. It's very basic: safety, security, and a future for our families and for all families across this country.
My name's Amelia. I am a mom of 2 kids under 2 in Boise, Idaho, and also a full-time social worker. I became a mom during the pandemic, which has been incredibly challenging, and also amazing and wonderful, all at the same time. What I have realized is the lack of social safety nets and the lack of value that our country puts on supporting families with young children. I work for an organization that doesn't have paid family leave. And so I saved as much PTO and sick leave as I could, but still had to take quite a bit of unpaid leave with both of my children in order to spend 12 weeks with them. 12 weeks did not feel like long enough, but it's all that FMLA allows. And so at that point, I returned to work. I know what a privilege it is to have been able to stay home for that long, knowing that it didn't feel long enough and knowing that there are so many families that aren't able to do that. It was incredibly stressful to figure out how to make that financially viable for our family. One of the things that did help was the child tax credit, which we received in the months actually leading up to the birth of our second child. And that helped relieve some of the pressure that we were feeling. I am actually out sick today with sick kids, and it's unpaid because I used all of my paid leave and haven't accrued new leave since returning. So allowing parents paid leave to stay home with their children would be really life-changing, and I think bring people back into the workforce. The other thing that has been incredibly stressful is finding reliable childcare, let alone affordable. Our kids are currently at 2 different daycares because that's where there were spots available. And there was a while that we didn't know if we would find childcare for them. And so then we were trying to figure out, you know, is one of us going to stay home? Luckily, they're both in safe spots. But the process of finding childcare has been stressful. It's incredibly costly. Our teachers do not get paid enough. They're really amazing and need to be better valued. And so anything that could help support early childhood care and education would be amazing.
Good morning. My name is Barbarette Corbins. I live in the city of Wheeling, West Virginia. I am a single mom to 2 children. Me and my son both suffer from a rare medical condition called Fabry's disease. And The question was asked, what is important to me being a parent? And it means everything to me, but this hasn't come with its challenges and struggles. And, going back a little bit when COVID hit, I had the blessing of being a part-time and being able to work and having someone to care for my children. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't be able to work and I wouldn't be able to afford the childcare. And so it's important to me as a caregiver for my children, as a single parent for my children, dealing with my own illnesses and disabilities, to be able to provide for my children. And so it's important when we make decisions concerning policies and affordable childcare, my Medical Leave Act. If none of those things were in place, I wouldn't have been able to still provide for my children. So that is my story. And I just wanted to be known that those childcare taxes and all of those things help me be able to care for my family. And if those things weren't in place, I don't know where we would be. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and I proudly represent Alabama's 7th Congressional District, the Civil Rights District, which includes the historic cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama. As we approach Mother's Day, we know that our moms deserve more than just flowers and candy. This Mother's Day, moms, parents, and caregivers across this nation deserve an economy that allows them to thrive. That means bringing back the child tax credit, which helped us slash child poverty with monthly checks to hardworking families. It means lowering the cost of childcare and pre-K to put our children on a path to success. It means fighting for paid and family medical leave so that parents and caregivers can support their families in times of need. And it means investing in our community-based services so that those who are elderly or disabled can access care whenever they need it. This Mother's Day, I am proud to be fighting for policies that put moms, parents, and caregivers first. These policies are part of a caregiving infrastructure that will uplift families all across this United States. I implore my colleagues to join me in fighting for this worthwhile cause, because when families succeed, America succeeds. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Montoya. I am the mother of 3. My children are 6, 5, and 5, and this is our childcare story. I had finally found a career that I absolutely loved whenever I found out that I was pregnant with twins while my daughter was only 9 months old. And so, having already struggled with being able to pump as often as was necessary with one child, I knew that I would be taking an extended break in order to be able to pump and breastfeed my twins. During that extended break, I found out that my son had cancer when he was 10 months old. And although he required minimal support, he was 1 surgery and done. Everything else was screening. We knew that the amount of paid time off I would have with any full-time job would be used with his medical appointments, and assuming that my husband ever didn't get sick and assuming my daughter didn't get sick, we still would never have time to vacation or spend time as a family. So we decided that in order to be with my son and also have time for as a family, I went to part-time. Then during the pandemic, it was no longer possible to get reliable part-time childcare that allowed me to go into the hospital and do my work as a chaplain. And so I shifted and decided to be primarily a stay-at-home parent while also offering coaching services, using my skills as a chaplain, as a listener, to help people, primarily moms, think about who they want to be as mothers in a system that doesn't support us. It's been really empowering to work with mothers and use the skills I had as a chaplain to support them. And I recognize that I have the power now to help speak up about the need for childcare and the need for more reliable healthcare in this nation. And so I'm honored to share my story, and I hope that my story helps inspire change.
I support the Black Mamas Bailout Program because our Black mothers
our aunties, our sisters, our teachers, our friends. Black women as a whole are the most educated but the least paid for their amount of education. And to then turn around and be punished unjustly by a system with exorbitant bails that they cannot pay is insult to injury. Help a Black mama today.
Hi, I'm Liz Morris from Oakland, California. I'm a daughter and the mother of 2 wonderful young children. I'm also the Deputy Director at the Center for Work-Life Law, where we provide free legal services to pregnant and breastfeeding women and to new moms who are facing discrimination at work. We hear all the time on the Center for Work-Life Law's free and confidential legal helpline from pregnant women whose employers are refusing to make simple adjustments in their jobs so that they can keep themselves and their babies safe. Things like permission to drink water at their workstations or to sit down instead of stand at the cash register while they're checking out customers, to take extra breaks if they have gestational diabetes, to check their blood sugar. When I hear about employers denying these basic safety precautions, I feel sadness for what these expecting mothers are going through. I myself had 2 very difficult pregnancies. I had serious morning sickness for all 9 months. I was unable to stand for more than a few minutes during my first trimester. I had gestational diabetes that required me to check my blood sugar every few hours, to have snacks, even to inject insulin with my second pregnancy. And I dealt with all of that while continuing to work. But my employer allowed me to take care of my serious health needs. And I was able, as a result, to deliver 2 healthy babies without being forced out of my job. For too many women in this country, particularly low-wage workers and women of color, they're losing their jobs because of their pregnancies. And tragically, many are also suffering serious negative health consequences, which can include even miscarriages and preterm birth. No woman should have to make the choice between the health of her pregnancy and earning money to put food on the table for her family. We urgently need the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, which is a federal bill that has widespread bipartisan support that would ensure that pregnant women are treated fairly at work for their own safety and for the health of their children.
My name is Juliana, and I'm a mom in San Bruno, California, with 1 energetic toddler. I'm also a member of a large family with people in all walks of life, from newborns and those raising them, to folks in their 90s and those caring for them. In my role as staff attorney at the Center for Work-Life Law, I support caregivers across the country. The saying, "it takes a village," has never resonated so much with me as it does now. When I became a mother during the pandemic, I not only needed to care for my baby, but I needed care myself. In the days after a complicated birth, we had to figure out how we would manage after my spouse's 2-week leave ended. Fortunately, my mother took time off to stay with us, and family and friends sent us meals. Now I rely on a network of pandemic moms for encouragement, my supportive workplace, and family who provides free childcare for us so that we can afford to live nearby. Despite the immense privilege of having all this support, we struggled, and what we patched together required family members to sacrifice time and income. But others have it so much worse. Through the Center for Work-Life Law's helplines, we've heard from families who are struggling due to a lack of strong care infrastructure. This includes families unable to afford sufficient food while on unpaid leave, or even losing their jobs due to a lack of childcare. Our country needs paid family and medical leave so that people can afford time off when a new baby arrives, or serious illness strikes them or a close family member. Not only does paid family leave make it possible for people to take time off to care for their health and that of their family members, but it cuts the rates of infant death and maternal mortality. We also need home and community-based services for people who are aging and with disabilities. Currently, very little support exists for them and their families. This is particularly concerning when we consider that COVID has disabled millions, and many folks are raising children at the same time as they are caring for elders. The need for care is increasing, and as a country, we cannot afford to do nothing. Finally, we need policies that will support mothers in the workforce and promote equity, such as the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act and the PUMP Act. Our society is held together by caregivers. It is time that we show them that they are valued.
Child, your mama's so important. In fact, I'm grateful for her. Without her, you wouldn't be here today. I know you thought I was going to be here to tell your mama jokes. I'm going to talk about some mamas, but not the way you think. My mother has been so special to me in my life. She's been the most pivotal role model and the best friend that I could have never even dreamed of or imagined to have. She's taught me to be a better leader, a better mother, and I couldn't strive to be who I am today if she hadn't been there to encourage and inspire me. However, this weekend, some children won't have the opportunity to say that because their mom's been incarcerated. The National Bailout Campaign is looking for your support and mine to be able to help women come home and be with their children today. You can go online, get educated, go to the National Bailout Campaign, find out what's going on, become a crusader in your community, and if you'd like, donate to the cause. They have a wonderful app called Abolition. Do your part because moms are so important. They don't deserve to be locked up and away from their children.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Brock. I'm a mom of, we have 4 kids, and I want to talk to you about paid family leave and childcare. When I had my first child about 11 years ago, I had to quit my job because I had 0 paid parental leave and I wanted to stay home with my new baby. So I moved in with my parents, and coming back to the workforce was really difficult. I lost a lot of time in my career, and it was really hard to build back a successful career. Then when I had my twins 3 years ago, it was a little bit better, but I still had to use up all of my medical leave, my vacation time, and then I had to take unpaid FMLA. And it was really, I didn't have any leave after that for about 2 years. It took me 2 years to earn back all the leave that I had borrowed in order to be able to stay home with my little babies. Childcare is so incredibly expensive. It's basically, it's 2/3 of my salary. And we're lucky in that we have a nanny, but it's definitely something that needs to change. Everybody needs quality childcare, and that's why I really hope that we get a better infrastructure for parents and for families, for children, for it affects maternal health, infant health, and children's outcomes. So please pass quality childcare that's affordable and paid parental leave.
I'm Anne Marie Slaughter. I'm the CEO of New America, which is a think tank in Washington, D.C. I'm also a mother, a daughter, a sister, a wife, a mentor, and a friend. 10 years ago, I wrote an article in The Atlantic called Why Women Still Can't Have It All. It touched off a national debate, or a renewed national debate, about gender equality. But that debate was really never about leaning in versus leaning out, the way it was portrayed as a battle between Sheryl Sandberg and me. What it was about was really who is responsible for gender equality, women, men, or deeply embedded social and economic structures and institutions like workplaces. Today, 10 years later, I would say that's really a debate about how we make it possible for all of us to mesh care and career. So when we think about an infrastructure of care, let's start by thinking about the commercial infrastructure, the infrastructure that lets our society and economy work. That's roads and bridges and ports and railroad tracks and broadband, all the structures that let us connect with one another for purposes of buying and selling and building businesses. Today, we need everybody in the workforce. We need to tap everyone's talents. And from the other perspective, every human being ought to have the right to develop those talents in a job and in a career as much as through care. But we also need then everyone caring for one another, enabling everyone to care for their children or their parents or their community members or other family members. So we need that infrastructure of care. That's paid family leave. Anyone in a family who needs to care for someone else should be able to take paid time off. That's affordable, accessible, high quality elder care and childcare, whether at home or in a community setting. That's things like child tax credits, enabling families, working families, to care for one another. That's supplemental nutrition and universal pre-K and community facilities for our elders or the disabled among us. That's what an infrastructure of care actually means. And that is what we need for gender equality, but simply for human equality and for human flourishing. And frankly, to be the country that we can be. So this Mother's Day and every day, think about honoring all the mothers in your life, whether they are biological or not, whether they are with us or living only in memory. And make it possible for all of us to mother, to nourish, to develop the talents in others, to love. Help us build an infrastructure of care. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am a mom of two. It has been difficult being a mom during the pandemic. It's hard knowing my children won't have the same experiences growing up that I had. It's been difficult navigating school closures and family and friends and masks and mental health concerns. I feel like I've only been able to thrive because of the help of my family, and that my husband is considered an essential worker and has been able to work this whole time, and that we've been able to have access to health insurance and mental health practitioners. I really believe that all of our communities would do better with better access to healthcare, with paid family and medical leave, so that we can all take care of each other. I also believe we need affordable childcare so that parents can go to work and take care of their families and themselves financially.
My name is Janine. I'm a mom in Herndon, Virginia, and I'm the mom of two adult children. In 2002, my mother died of cancer, and my mother was many things to me, one of which was a part-time provider of childcare for my then 5-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son. 6 months after she died, my husband was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Thanks to the miracles of science, this condition is actually something that is just managed with a daily medication. We're very fortunate. My husband has a job that provides health insurance, and without his health insurance, the cost of his medication each month would be $8,500. It's always stunning when I say that number. It's so absurd, but that's the cost of his medication without insurance. We were raising 2 small children at the time, and I was very concerned about what would happen if my husband lost his job and we lost our health care. At the time, there was no ACA, so he had a pre-existing condition, which meant that any insurance company could just decide they didn't want to take him on, or maybe charge him some exorbitant amount to get some kind of insurance. And so it really wasn't an option for my husband to even think about leaving his job, even if he wanted to, because we didn't know that we couldn't deal with, him being rejected by another insurance company. And so we were fortunate that he liked his job and he kept his job. But in 2008, when the recession hit, this was really a terrifying time because there was still no ACA. And I used to be awake at night and wonder, what would we do if he lost his job? And I used to imagine how maybe we could have him go in and plead to his employer that if he got laid off, maybe he could work at the front desk, or maybe he could work in the mailroom, anything, so that he would be able to hold on to his healthcare benefits. And this is crazy. People shouldn't have to be worried about things like this in our country. Healthcare should be affordable for everyone. It's just something that, people need, and it should be affordable for everyone. Also, we've got to do something about the cost of prescription drugs. We can't have life-saving medications that people need costing $8,500 a month. And we also have to provide affordable childcare so that families like mine will not be in crisis if something happens in their lives. Thank you.
My name is Laura Horowitz, and I'm a mother in St. Louis, Missouri, of 2 kids. Being a mom today means trying to do the best you can for your kids while there is nothing in society to support you and your family in terms of childcare, in terms of climate responsibility, in terms of raising white kids to be conscious of our history of racism and white supremacy. And I'm tired of just trying to do all these things on my own when I know it's possible for our country to support the care economy in a deeper way. I hope that you can make that happen.
Hi, my name is Angela Mahalik, and I live in Hood River, Oregon. I'm the mom of 2 young boys. This one here is 3.5 months, and my other just turned 2. I am 41 years old. I became a mom later on in life. I never felt financially secure enough to have kids up until now. I didn't meet the right partner, I would say. I did have an abortion earlier in life, and I feel good about that, and that's what needed to happen at that point in my life. But raising 2 wonderful kids now, I feel like I'm raising the next generation, and I'm prepared for it. I don't think our society cares that much about moms and all the supports that they need. For example, these first 3 months in life, this kid wakes up every 2 to 3 hours. How can you... Some moms are expected to go back to work right away. I don't understand how that's feasible. Fortunately, my job has short-term disability, and I am able to financially cover some unpaid time as part of my leave. I know that's not everyone's situation. In fact, the majority of people, it's probably not their situation. That's why I'm a huge advocate for paid family leave. I think it's important for there to be fathers at home too during those early moments, because it's so stressful for moms, especially if you have more than 1 kid. I'm also a huge advocate for subsidized childcare. Childcare is so difficult to find. I live in a rural area, and it's a childcare desert, and it's expensive. And like I said, I feel fortunate to be able to afford it at this point in my life. But like I said, there's no way I would have been able to in my 20s or even for most of my 30s. So I really think something needs to change. I've lived in other countries. I know that France provides wonderful support for mothers, even providing pelvic floor rehab for women after they give childbirth. There's so many things that moms need during that crucial time before giving birth and after giving birth. So it'd be great for our society to kind of level up and support women the way it should. Thanks. I enjoy being a mom, and yeah, I hope future generations can have the support that they need in the United States.
Hola, mi nombre es Lorena, vivo aquí en Tucson, Arizona. Soy madre de 3 hijos y cuidadora de una persona en la tercera edad. Ser madre implica grandes retos, y más en este tiempo de pandemia. Como madre, tuve que adaptarme a nuevos cambios, a rutinas diferentes debido al nuevo sistema de aprendizaje escolar de mis hijos. Tuve que adaptar espacios separados para cada uno de ellos, para evitar distracciones entre ellos. Mi único espacio libre era la cocina. Y aún así, cuando me entraba una llamada, tenía que salir afuera al jardín a contestarla porque muchas veces la señal del teléfono interfería con el internet y mis hijos perdían esa conexión en línea. Entonces tenía que estar al pendiente también para poder ayudarlos y volver a reconectar para que siguieran con sus clases. Fue un poco estresante al principio porque era algo nuevo para todos, que implicaba dedicación al 100%, pero con un poco de paciencia y con ese deseo que me caracteriza de seguir aprendiendo, seguir avanzando, eso me motivó a cumplir con los objetivos. Por ese lado tuve beneficios porque aprendí a utilizar nuevas aplicaciones en mi celular, como el Zoom, Google Meet, que ahora me son muy útiles para mi vida diaria, que es llevar conferencias en las escuelas de mis hijos, citas médicas por línea, clases online también. Para las clases en línea a mí me ha sido de gran ayuda, porque yo combino mi tiempo de ser madre con mi trabajo, que es ser cuidadora de una persona de la tercera edad. Entonces, apenas si tengo tiempo, llego en las tardes, lo que quiero es descansar, pero desde la comodidad de mi casa yo puedo llevar las clases en línea de inglés. A raíz del encierro por la pandemia, yo deseaba encontrar alguna actividad que me ayudara a liberar todo ese estrés que esta situación me generaba. Entonces escuché que el YWCA, que es una organización sin fines de lucro, estaba formando un grupo de baile. El día que nos dijeron que nos presentáramos, sin dudarlo, ahí estaba. Quedé maravillada con todo lo que este proyecto me ofrecía para mi vida personal. Y pues aquí seguimos en el grupo, avanzando, dando todo nuestro esfuerzo, disfrutando. Hicimos clic todas las compañeras del grupo. Es un ambiente muy bonito, se respira tranquilidad, paz. Eso me motiva a mí a seguir adelante. Como madre y cuidadora, es importante para mí sentirme bien tanto física como mentalmente. De esa forma yo puedo proporcionar bienestar y felicidad a las personas que dependen de mí. Agradezco a las organizaciones por su empatía y compromiso en mantener fuerte a la comunidad por medio de las actividades como el baile, las clases online, las ayudas que nos brindan en alimentos, ropa, el proporcionarnos servicio médico y muchos otros servicios a bajo costo y gratuitos.
Hi, my name is Forrest Rapier. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire, and I want to talk about why I support paid family and medical leave. Recently, my mother was diagnosed with aspergillosis of the lung. It's a fungal infection in the lung. She was having severe difficulty breathing, fatigue, dizziness spells. It's a really very dangerous health condition. And unfortunately, it can be chronic in some cases. Luckily, my mom works just over the border in Massachusetts. And because of that, she has access to paid family and medical leave. She ended up using all 12 weeks that she had access to take time off of work for her recovery. She wasn't physically able to be at work, and she needed that time off. But she also needed the income. Having those checks still be able to come in through the paid family and medical leave program is what made ends meet financially for my mom. I want the same to be available for everybody here in New Hampshire. And that's why I support paid family and medical leave. And I hope you do too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm sharing my experiences from about 20 years ago when my son's dad, who suffers from bipolar disorder, lost his job and abandoned us. And I did not have any means of support. And I was looking for work, and my child was, still only about 18 months old, and I'd been home with him for those 18 months. And I investigated free childcare that was available, and they were basically just storage rooms for toddlers. Way too many children, way too few staff, and lots of neglect, and it was bad. It was a really bad situation. So I realized I could not do that to my child, and so I started caring for children in my home. I was making $800 a month. We lived in a little single wide, and I was taking in toddlers who couldn't get into the preschools because they weren't potty trained. And, so I was making $800 a month, and I had to be on food stamps, even though I was working 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I have no regrets about doing that, because what was offered for free in Yavapai County, Arizona at that time was, I considered, abusive and neglectful to children. And I think it's very cruel for poor children to be treated that way and put into such horrific situations just because their parents can't afford to stay home or pay for high quality childcare. What happened eventually, my landlord saw that I was caring for children in my home, and she didn't like that, so she evicted me. And so then I was a single mom with no support and a toddler, and then homeless. We really need to do better by mothers and children. It's not the fault of an innocent child if one or both parents doesn't have the means or ability or willingness to support them. We to be a civilized society, we really have to take care of all our kids. And we need to take care of the people who care for them, because poverty is extremely stressful, and caring for toddlers is extremely stressful. They don't play well together. I honestly think toddlers should be home with one caregiver till they're 3, at least 3. But we don't provide any possibility for most parents to do that. And if we really care about kids, we would certainly do that. So anyway, that's my story. We need to invest in innocent children. You don't have to like their parents, but you have to protect those kids.
It's an honor to be here. My name is LaDonna Walker. I'm 38 years old. I have a 6-year-old son. My husband of 20 years. I've been a home health care provider. I have been a housekeeper. I've been a nanny, babysitter. I just love helping. I love being there for others, and I love doing my job well. And I want to thank you all for having me here today, and thank you all for watching. Okay? Stay strong, you all. Stay prayed up. Stay thanking God for everything that He's done for us. Because without Him, we wouldn't have this organization. And without organization having faith in God, then they wouldn't be here. But just keep it going, you all, and just keep thanking God that we're here. And I want to encourage you all to stay strong and stay doing what you do, because home health care work is a blessing. Home health care work is what everyone is going to need one day. So I want to thank you all again, and God bless you all. And let's help the National Domestic Workers of Alliance get everything done. Let's get it. Let's fight for it. Let's fight. Because we need it. We deserve it. And let's stay honored and pleased. And I want to thank you all so much again for watching. Bye.
Hello, my name is Sandy Dykstra, and I live in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, which is very close to Milwaukee. I am submitting this as a grandma who is, for the last 3.5 years, has been a caregiver for a wonderful grandson. If my other kids lived closer, I would be caregiver for 2 other grandchildren. I'm soon to be caregiver for 1 more here, so I'll have 2 grandchildren. And I did stay home with my own children when they were, before they started going to public school. We have wonderful public schools here, but not full-time or any sort of regular daycare that my children can count on. And, they both had some benefits of having family raise them. And as parents, they wanted childcare to stay within the family. But, the bigger part of that was the expense of childcare. I don't think either one of my children who have children can afford to actually have their spouse or their significant other work and also do childcare. So my oldest has decided they will forego the income of the mom, and she stays home with her kids. My daughter is the primary person in her family for insurance and whatnot for herself. So she works long days and but probably couldn't, would have a hard time affording childcare. Between all of her working hours, she has family coverage, which is great. But, second time around, their health concerns, both us as grandparents, my husband and I, and the in-laws' grandparents, and we all try and strive, and we just keep crossing our fingers that we will remain healthy enough to continue to help care for our grandchildren. Life shouldn't have to be like that. We shouldn't always have to be feeling like we're on the last thread of caring for each other. There should be support, and any childcare bill that can be supported, I would like to promote. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Bye.
I am a policy researcher and advocate in Greenville, South Carolina, as well as the mom to a wonderful little boy who is 5 years old. I have come to realize as a mother that childcare and the caregivers who work in the childcare profession are so extremely important to nurture and provide the professional support and education that my little boy needs so that he and other children his age can be ready for school, the workforce, and beyond. The critical skills that children are learning in early childhood will provide the important connections in their brains that will serve them socially and professionally for their entire lives. And the investment in this education is extremely important. Childcare professionals are professionals who are highly trained. They work very hard. They have a lot of love to give our children, and they also are a key support in our family and workforce structure. They are the ones who provide the opportunity for those of us who go to work each day to be able to do so. We have to pass the kinds of policies that are going to create overall structural improvements for the child care system. In the meantime, providing paid family medical leave and access to Medicaid, for example, are very important policies that will help all families in the United States, but also help to support child care workers. Child care workers also need to be provided benefits and adequate wages, adequate living wages, so that they can provide the kind of support and stay in the field that they love for our children and families and future as a whole. So it's extremely important to me that we think about not just child care as in the families and children who are benefiting from those services, but that we also underscore the importance of a living wage and benefits for child care workers. Thank you.
A message to Congress for Mother's Day. Number 1, pass paid parental family leave for birthing parents, for partners, the difference that this can make in mental health, physical health and recovery, in newborn health, in returning to the workforce. It would be incredible if our country caught up to the times and recognized all the things that parents need, including paid family leave. 3-4 months is what's recommended, and at a minimum, supporting parents and being full people in this way would be huge. Number 2, free universal child care. I cannot tell you the difference that this made, I will try, has made to me. So I saw during the pandemic, I have 3 young kids, having these children at home and doing remote learning and trying to run a business. My business completely flopped without childcare. I had worked in it for 5 years, and this universal childcare, it's the building blocks for children, and getting all of the children to get that education, to get that socialization and social emotional support, and putting them in there and allowing parents to contribute and participate in the economy and support them again as full people in all the things that we need to do in life. We saw how many women left the workforce during the pandemic without childcare, and we need to be able to support people in coming back into the workforce and doing that in the healthiest way possible for children and for parents. And so it's past time for those 2 things to happen. And for Mother's Day, my most sincere wish is that Congress listens to this movement and puts those things in place. And to all the mothers out there, to all the parents out there, to all the caregivers out there, you are amazing. You deserve this support, and I hope that it's coming for you, for us, and happy Mother's Day.
Cecilia, dígame.
La mariposa.
Una mariposa. Cuéntame, ¿te gusta cuando te cuida Abba?
Mira la mariposa.
Es una mariposa muy bella. ¿Cuál es tu cosa favorita de cuando te cuida Abba? Tu abuela.
No sé.
¿No sabes? ¿Te gusta cuando Abba juega contigo?
Ajá.
¿Te gusta cuando Abba te lee? ¿Te gusta cuando Abba te ayuda? ¿Se te cayó tu mariposa? Aquí está.
Me tocaste mi mariposa.
Te encontré tu mariposa, sí. ¿Te gusta cuando Abba te ayuda con tus letras y aprender los planetas? ¿Y te gusta cuando Abba te da tu comida? ¿Ya? ¿Tú quieres mucho a Abba?
Sí.
Abba hace tu cuidado cuando mamá está trabajando, ¿verdad? ¿Y cuál es tu nombre?
Cecilia.
Cecilia. ¿Y cuál es mi nombre?
Yanina.
Yanina. Y yo soy tu mamá y tú eres mi bebé. Y nosotras estamos muy agradecidas de tu aba, ¿verdad?
Sí, pero no son tititita.
No eres chiquitica. Eres grande. Y nosotras estamos muy agradecidas de tu aba que hace tu cuidado infantil, porque mamá y dada no pudieron encontrar cuidado infantil cuando más lo necesitamos. Cuando tú eras bebé, ¿quieres ver? Siéntate aquí si quieres ver. ¿No está bien? Cuando tú eras bebé, nosotros no pudimos encontrar cuidado infantil. Entonces, aba nos ayudó en el momento que más lo necesitamos, porque el cuidado infantil estaba tan costoso. No podíamos en ese momento. ¿Y quieres decir? Y cuando más no lo necesitamos, Aba se mudó. Y Abo, ¿verdad? Abo también te cuida, ¿verdad? ¿Quién también te cuida? ¿Aba y Abo los dos? Abo, Y cuando más lo necesitamos, Abo y Aba se mudaron de donde ellos vivieron siempre en la Florida para ayudar a mamá y a dada a cuidar a Cecilia. Y aunque estamos tan agradecidos, nos hubiera gustado poder tener acceso al cuidado infantil. Y por eso yo y Cecilia le estamos pidiendo al Congreso que por favor incluyan el cuidado infantil en el paquete económico que están considerando en el Congreso, porque para las familias poder cuidar los nenes y poder tener cuidado infantil educativo y de alta calidad es una de las cosas más importantes para nuestras familias.
Hi everybody, my name is Ellie Lisa. I am from the great state of Maine. I am the founder of Paid Leave for Me, and I advocate for paid family medical leave, especially a paid family medical leave system here in the state of Maine. But of course, a national paid family medical leave would be wonderful, and it is something that this country needs. Everybody is going to have a life event where they will have to take time off of work to either take care of themselves due to an illness, a mental health crisis, an addiction recovery, or they will have to be a caregiver and take time away from work to care for a new child being born or being adopted, or a sick child. And let's not forget about our elders. Someone will have to take time off of work to take care of their aging parents, an aging family member. Dementia is something that we can't forget. A lot of our elders are suffering from it, and they need 24-hour care. So paid family medical leave is the answer, and we need it now. Many states have started to adopt paid family medical leave systems. A national system, I feel, is right around the corner, but we can't stop fighting for it. We have to keep our foot on the pedal and really let our senators know. My own child, my son Henry, was in the NICU for 3 weeks, and I witnessed parents just besides themselves because their children were in the NICU and they were going to have to go back to work right as they brought their child home because they'd used up all their maternity. I think the Family Medical Leave Act is a wonderful act. It gives many people job protection, but so many of us are living paycheck to paycheck. People need that income while they take that time off of work to take care of others and themselves. And in order for us to change the culture, we need policy. So please, please, please help us in getting paid family medical leave passed. Take care, everybody. Thanks so much.
Hi, my name is Janine. I'm a mom in Herndon, Virginia, and I'm the mom of 2 adult children. In 2002, my mother died of cancer, and my mother was many things to me, one of which was a part-time provider of childcare for my then 5-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son. 6 months after she died, my husband was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia. Thanks to the miracles of science, this condition is actually something that is just managed with a daily medication. We're very fortunate. My husband has a job that provides health insurance, and without his health insurance, the cost of his medication each month would be $8,500. It's always stunning when I say that number. It's so absurd, but that's the cost of his medication without insurance. We were raising 2 small children at the time, and I was very concerned about what would happen if my husband lost his job and we lost our health care. At the time, there was no ACA, so he had a pre-existing condition, which meant that any insurance company could just decide they didn't want to take him on, or maybe charge him some exorbitant amount to get some kind of insurance. And so it really wasn't an option for my husband to even think about leaving his job, even if he wanted to, because we didn't know that we couldn't deal with, him being rejected by another insurance company. And so we were fortunate that he liked his job and he kept his job. But in 2008, when the recession hit, this was really a terrifying time because there was still no ACA. And I used to be awake at night and wonder, what would we do if he lost his job? And I used to imagine how maybe we could have him go in and plead to his employer that if he got laid off, maybe he could work at the front desk, or maybe he could work in the mailroom, anything, so that he would be able to hold on to his health care benefits. And this is crazy. People shouldn't have to be worried about things like this in our country. Health care should be affordable for everyone. It's just something that, people need, and it should be affordable for everyone. Also, we've got to do something about the cost of prescription drugs. We can't have life-saving medications that people need costing $8,500 a month. And we also have to provide affordable childcare so that families like mine will not be in crisis if something happens in their lives. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tamara, and I am a nurse practitioner in Columbus, Ohio. I am sending you this video message encouraging you all to close the Medicaid coverage gap for the rest of the citizens in the states that do not yet have it. I've been working in a federally qualified healthcare center, and for people who are underinsured or have no insurance, and some of the devastating stories and things that I see because people wait because they can't afford healthcare until it's too late to come in and to do something that is reversible is really upsetting to the families and to the patients. I really encourage you all to seriously consider closing the Medicaid coverage gap for people who do not have any insurance. It can make a world of difference in their quality of life and their ability to work and sustain and support their families. It can also make a difference in their local communities as well. As you all know, realistic access to healthcare and healthcare that is timely and comprehensive is extremely important. Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Vicario, and I am very happily a mother of 2. We are a family that has survived domestic violence. It's been a very hard journey. Being a caregiver means keeping my kids safe, and I did that. Now I need to enrich their lives and make them wonderful citizens. I'm finding it hard to do without the tax credit. That I got it for about 4 months, and it just changed everything. Like, I could take my kids here, we could go there, and it was more exposure for them. So I'm just really upset that that was gone. I'm hoping that it'll come back because it really helped me enrich my kids' lives. And the experience brought us closer together too when we can do things, and stuff as a family. So again, I'm asking maybe if that tax credit can come back. All right. Blessed be everyone.
Hi, my name is Whitney Koch. I'm a mom from Katy, Texas. What has been really challenging for me as a mom, especially during the pandemic, has been my own mental health. And I'm very lucky that my husband and I are both employed and have health insurance and have access to medical care, and we're able to afford counseling and also psychiatric services. And that's something that I really wish for everyone to have, that equity of care, because being a parent is hard, just period. And being a parent during the pandemic is even harder. And being a mom during the pandemic is perhaps the hardest of all. We're very fortunate that we've had consistent childcare during this time, but it's still been an internal struggle in a lot of ways, with so much stress and anxiety, especially related to the pandemic. So I definitely don't feel like I'm thriving as a parent, although it's gotten better as the pandemic has gone on. I really wish that childcare was more affordable. We have one child and are probably not going to have another one, and the cost of childcare is a very large factor in that. And also maternity leave. The industry that I work in, my company, we have FMLA, and for my son, we made it work because we saved up in advance and were able to supplement our income with our savings. But if we were to have a second child and to be unpaid for 3 months and pay for childcare and everything else, I just don't think it's feasible for us. And, it's just not right. It's 2022. We're still in a pandemic. We need to have paid leave for parents, for caregivers, just so that way you have that safety net when something major, a major life event, an illness hits. And that's what I'm urging our government officials to push forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, and I'm honored to join this Mother's Day MomiBuster. Because for too long, the voices of parents and caregivers, especially women and women of color, weren't heard in Washington. And when you don't center parents and kids and care workers in policymaking, it's not surprising that we have a national childcare crisis and an economy that isn't working for millions of families. And I know we were all disappointed and angry that the Build Back Better Act wasn't passed in the Senate, but we've come closer than we ever had before, with the majority of the House of Representatives supporting historic investments in childcare, elder care, paid leave, and the child tax credit. And that's huge, and it means that this is a fight we can win, especially because these investments aren't just the right thing to do to give kids and families a strong start, they're also the fiscally responsible thing to do for our economy. It's costing our economy up to 5% of GDP because millions of parents and caregivers can't afford the care they need to go to work. We lose another $1 trillion due to the adverse effects of child poverty, and the investments that we make in kids pay off across a lifetime. We actually save $6 for every $1 we invest in early childhood programs. So while some of my colleagues may argue we can't afford to invest in our care system, the truth is we can't afford not to. So thank you to everyone across the country who is joining this filibuster of our own, a filibuster for the moms, the caregivers, and the people who really need to be heard. And happy Mother's Day. I'm so proud to be doing this work alongside all of you.
Hi, my name is Deb Irano. I am a mother of two and raising our girls out here in the Bay Area with my husband. How have we thrived the last couple of years? Well, one word, and that's kindness. Kindness for myself, really. And my husband and I talk about giving ourselves kindness and grace and forgiveness, because this work-life balance that we constantly talk about does not exist for us, at least. And throwing in parenting in there and figuring out, especially the last couple of years, to be able to figure things out has been really challenging. And if anything, it has reminded me how incredibly resilient and empowered we are to make things happen for our children. I think the one thing that I wish I could see is that there is a really wonderful, incredible opportunity right here. You know, here's our children. They're going to be the ones who are going to make the movements, who are going to make these decisions in the future. This is a really incredible time, especially when the world is watching, collectively as parents, having to have dealt with the same things and the same issues and the same struggles and figuring out all these balances. All the people making these decisions on behalf of us as parents, on behalf of our children, has the opportunity to show them how it's done, to show them that they are seen, to show them that they are loved and that they are safe. As a parent, I would love to see my children know that in many ways, that folks out there making these incredible decisions, that know how important it is that they are part of this community and this world. How lucky am I to be able to relive childhood again through them. It's pretty magical.
This Mother's Day, I want to recognize and thank all the incredible moms across the country. Incredible women who are mothers of biology, mothers of spirit, or mothers of communities. This has been an especially difficult year with COVID-19 and other challenges. And moms, you have been on the forefront of the fight against COVID and the fight for us to rise as a nation to meet the challenges of a pandemic. I am grateful that you've kept our families safe. I'm grateful for the work that you've done to balance virtual school while also working from home. You have cared for children, parents, family members that fell ill. The mothers of our nation should be proud of the work they've done to keep roofs over heads, to keep people fed, and to keep people strong and going during difficult times. I want you all to know that I am here in Washington working on so many things that support our families and our communities. From the child tax credit, which is critical to give families the resources they need, but also working on legislation that supports mothers. I have a bill and a set of bills called the MOMibuster bills. And these bills are about doing a lot for making sure that we have women get the prenatal care they need, better access to doulas, making sure that we expand healthcare systems, expanding Medicaid, and more. There are so many common sense things that we could be doing that are helping our mothers, that are lowering infant mortality rates and keeping moms out of danger, because we have the shameful distinction in America of being one of the industrial nations with the highest levels of maternal mortality. I'll tell you, there are policy things that we can do to support moms and all birthing people, but we're not doing them. We need more people to join our efforts to make sure this sound policy like that, which is in this set of legislation, to get actually to the president's desk and signed. I'm so happy that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, our president and vice president, support these efforts that we are doing here in the Senate and throughout Congress. I hope that you'll join us too in supporting these efforts so that we can't just say that we love our mothers on Mother's Day, but actually have federal policy that is supporting our mothers, supporting families, helping to make sure that everyone who is a mother or an expectant mother is safe and supported and truly loved. This is what it means to create a beloved community. I know we can do more. I know that we can have health equity, affordable childcare, universal pre-K, home and community-based services for people who are aging and people with disabilities. I know that we can have an immigration system that reflects our values. I know we can do these things. They're not partisan issues. These are issues about creating a more nurturing country with higher levels of well-being and success. I wish you all the best. These are difficult times, but I know that together, with a focus on family, with a focus on supporting each other, with a focus on mothers, we can and will be successful.
Hi, I'm Zach Fields, and I represent downtown Anchorage in the Alaska House of Representatives. Along with Ivy Sponholz, I co-chair the House Labor and Commerce Committee, where we've been working for over a year and a half with child care providers and nonprofit child care advocates to stabilize and strengthen the child care system. My wife and I also have two young daughters, aged 2 and 4. Their names are Simone is our youngest daughter and Zara is our oldest daughter. So as a family, we've seen the challenges in the child care system firsthand. I've also heard from a lot of downtown business owners about how the lack of adequate child care leads to workforce shortages. And actually, Alaska has the largest decline in labor force participation of any state over the last 10 years. It's really clear that the lack of affordable, available childcare is negatively impacting working families, it's negatively impacting businesses. And unfortunately, when parents are forced out of the workforce, disproportionately that negatively affects moms. And there's extensive data that forcing women out of the workforce exacerbates the gender wage gap. When you force someone out of the workforce for multiple years, when you take them off, a lot of times a professional career path, then they never recover those lost wages. And those lost wages accrue over the years and make the gender wage gap worse. So whether you're looking at the crisis in childcare from the perspective of a kid who needs quality, safe childcare, whether you're looking at it from the perspective of a working parent who needs to go to work to support their family, to pay for housing, to pay for food, to pay for utilities, whether you're looking at it from the perspective of a business that's looking to hire people and in many cases can't because parents can't find care, or whether you're concerned about the gender wage gap and making sure that we're closing the gender wage gap. Whatever your perspective is, we have incredible urgency in dealing with the child care crisis. So we have advanced House Bill 149. We voted on amendments on the House floor. Next week, we're going to be voting on passage of House Bill 149 to establish a sectoral bargaining structure that empowers child care providers both to have more power over state regulations and over disbursement of state and federal funds, and to establish a child care trust fund so we have greater sustainability of funding. I really appreciate that child care providers from across the state, nonprofit advocates from across the state, parents, businesses have all worked together for the last year and a half to advance legislation that would be transformational in our child care sector. We really need to get this bill across the finish line because we need to help our economy recover, and our economy can't recover if people don't go to work. Thanks for everything that you're doing to strengthen our child care sector.
Hi, I'm Tasha Wilson, and I am a caregiver for my elderly mother, who is a retired domestic worker. My mom means everything to me, and as an only child, I want her to have the best quality of care, and that is vitally important as we go along this journey that she's on in various health issues. With that being said, I'm managing to do this while attending graduate school, working full-time, and part-time as a domestic worker, and also a proud wife. Now, one of the hardest things for me is that I desire to be able to take care of my mom and have some flexibility in leave time. I've exhausted my leave time, actually. So with that being said, please I hope that you will consider the policies, changing the policies for medical leave for those that need it, as well as not just medical leave just for me, but also for those caring for family members. Happy Mother's Day.
Hello, my name is Kelly Bhattacharya, and I'm from Winchester, California, and I have 2 children. I had never planned on leaving the workforce, but the lack of quality, affordable childcare left me with a difficult decision to leave a career I loved in corporate communications. With 2 kids under 3, it just wasn't feasible for me to keep working. My husband works in IT, and I feel fortunate that we're able to cover the basics with his salary. But without my income, paying for preschool and other activities for my children has been a challenge. In the past, we've had help from relatives to cover those expenses. I know many families don't have that option. And as a mom, it infuriates me that children's access to early learning depends so much on their parents' income. I'm calling on Congress to invest in the child care infrastructure my family and so many families need. Not having a care infrastructure is a structural problem that is harming children, families, and our economy, and it requires a structural solution. We need to make high-quality childcare and early learning accessible and affordable for all families, so parents like me can work and all kids can get the strong start they deserve. As a mom, I want childcare programs to have the funds they need to pay their staff family supporting wages and recruit talented teachers and workers. It's also imperative that programs are well equipped with the training and the resources they need to provide extra support to children who need them. This should not be a partisan issue. It is something that both sides of the aisle should be able to proudly get behind. Investing in children is one of the smartest investments we can make at this time. And my Mother's Day wish is our elected leaders will prioritize addressing the needs of working families. Thank you.
The past 2 years have been challenging in so many ways, and more often than not, women have taken the brunt of the burden. Throughout the pandemic, women sacrificed so much, including their jobs and careers, to care for their families and loved ones. As schools closed and child and adult care programs shuttered their doors, women were at the forefront of assisting their children with remote learning and keeping their families healthy and safe. Women were pushed out of the workforce as the care economy collapsed during the pandemic. As we turn the corner on these unprecedented times, we cannot diminish the contributions of women across the country. Today, our nation is at a turning point, and we have the opportunity to act on a bold vision for our recovery, one that prioritizes working women. We have a responsibility to ensure that we build an equitable economy, one that uplifts the women who are forced home to care for their children and their parents and provide them the support to successfully re-enter the workforce. Our economic recovery must support the families and children who suffered most through the pandemic and provide them the resources not only to make ends meet, but to also thrive. Now is the time to invest in childcare, elder care, and long-term care programs because women can't go back to work, help grow our economy, and build better lives for their families unless they know their children, parents, and loved ones are safe and cared for. And because care can't wait, on this Mother's Day, we celebrate the strength and resilience of the incredibly special women, caregivers, and moms in our lives. Let us also work to ensure that we support them as they have supported us.
Hi, my name is Gloria, and I'm a mom in Northern Virginia. I have a daughter and a son. When we had our daughter, we were living in Japan. Japan is a really wonderful country for many, many reasons. But I think for me, the reason why it's so wonderful is because of our experience of having our first child there. First of all, we never even had to think about the cost of actually having a child. We were on national public insurance, which covered everything. And then, when it was time for me to go back to work, we were lucky enough to get a spot in a national public childcare center. Our daughter loved that childcare center. Every morning, she would wake up and she would be so excited to go to school, not only because of the fun that she would have there and the friends that she would see, but because of the food. She really, really loved to eat, and the childcare center gave her a morning snack and then lunch and then an afternoon snack. And we're not talking about just like cookies and milk or carrots and dip, but haru don noodles or maki rolls or egg salad sandwiches. And then lunch itself would be something like grilled fish or grilled chicken, and then a fresh vegetable, and then, of course, miso soup and rice. And all of this was prepared on site by the kitchen in the daycare center. Our daughter loved that food, and I don't blame her because it was much better than she was getting at home at the time because I wasn't such a good cook. Now, the experience of having our second child was very, very different. By the time our son came along, we were back in the United States. After he was born, we were very surprised by the medical bills that we got because our insurance, while adequate, just didn't cover all of it. Then, when it was time to go back to work, it was frankly a nightmare. We were on multiple waiting lists to get into daycare, and we had to rely on a series of temporary babysitters, and we had to call on friends and family to pinch hit. All of this just to make things work until finally, we were able to get into a daycare center. Our son's daycare center was also very good, but it was also extremely expensive. I think we paid maybe $100 a month in childcare when we were in Japan. But here in the United States, childcare cost about $1,000 a month, which took most of my pay at the time. Thankfully, both our children are much older now, and childcare costs are way behind us. But now I am looking at the prospect of how to take care of my elderly parents, and I worry and wonder about what kind of support system is in place for that. When I think about the support that we got in Japan compared to the support that we get in the United States, I am bewildered and, frankly, extremely discouraged. My children, hopefully, one day will have families of their own, and I hope that they were not going to have to struggle when they start their families and also have to work. This Mother's Day, I really hope and urge our lawmakers to take steps to build the care economy that not only my family, but every family needs. A care infrastructure that includes access to childcare, access to health care, and also paid family and medical leave. We need these policies to support our families and our communities and to really build a country where everyone can thrive. That's what I want for Mother's Day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bobby Sackman. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I'm a campaign leader with the New York Caring Majority and Jews for Racial and Economic Justice. I have been working along with this coalition for a few years now on fair pay for home care. Home care workers in New York State earn poverty-level wages. They're women of color, they're immigrant women, and they cannot live on the income that they are getting. So they are leaving in droves, and we can't get new home care workers into the industry. This has a huge effect on older adults and people with disabilities, and of course also the family members that are caring for these loved ones who need care. And so we have come together to tell New York State we need fair pay for home care. We have also had a study that showed that fair pay for home care would produce 20,000 jobs a year. That study was done by the City University of New York. If we brought people above the poverty level, we bring them to a living wage, 150% of minimum wage. And this is about care across the lifespan. So whether you're a mom caring for your children or you're a daughter rising to care for your mom or dad or other loved ones, we need a society that provides funding and infrastructure for care across the lifespan. It's time to end pitting generations of women against each other. Do we need childcare? Do we need home care? We need care across the lifespan. so that women can continue to lead their lives. They can continue to work. They can continue to earn a living wage, so we end the cycles of the feminization of poverty. There was an article recently in the Washington Post that reported that 4 million more people left their jobs due to elder care during the pandemic than left their jobs due to child care. Now again, we're not pitting generations. We're just showing that we need to have an infrastructure that supports care across the lifespan. What did we get in New York State? Well, we didn't get what we needed and what we wanted. We have our first female governor, Kathy Hochul, whose dad gets home care, and yet she couldn't see her way to provide what we needed. $3 an hour will be the increase that home care workers will get over 2 years. Now remember, they're earning poverty level wages. This will not help. This will force back people into less care, force them into nursing homes. There are people in wheelchairs who can't get out of bed, so they sleep in their wheelchairs night after night after night. That's a policy of neglect. There are older adults who can't get the food. They can't take a shower, or they might fall, or they can't get out of bed. And so we need the help that home care workers provide, which is skilled care. It's medical care, it's health care. If you need help breathing, if you need help, if you have skin care, if you need help lifting and with mobility, it's not babysitting. This is skilled care. And so I'm proud today to say that women have to come together. We have to come together and say we need care across the lifespan. Care is infrastructure. And if you want a happy Mother's Day across the lifespan, then it's time that our federal government and our state governments and our local governments provide funding and an infrastructure for care across the lifespan. Home care is skilled care. We're an aging population. We need to get this right. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Eric Boucher, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children in Phoenix, Arizona. This Mother's Day, what moms need and want most is for Congress to invest in quality, equitable care infrastructure. We celebrate and acknowledge the moms, grandmothers, child care providers, and other caregivers who have stepped up to take good care of young children and to teach them and support them in our communities. And we're fighting for equitable investments in affordable, accessible, quality childcare, worthy wages for early care and education providers, and comprehensive benefits including paid time off and paid family leave to help support the significant and important role that childcare plays in communities across the nation. Both of my parents served honorably in the United States Air Force, and so growing up, part of our culture was understanding that we're all part of a community and that we all give back to the greater good for all of us as citizens. Growing up, my parents worked full-time, and so we were fortunate to have my grandmother as our primary caregiver. She would take good care of us throughout the day when my parents were at work and after school as I got into kindergarten and beyond. My grandma was an amazing caregiver. She would spend time cooking with us, reading with us, inviting us to go out into the forest and explore, and we'd always come back in and be able to talk about the bugs that we found or the interesting plants that we noticed or what we built with the rocks outside around the dinner table together. So we celebrate and acknowledge grandmas like mine who step up to take good care of children to ensure that our parents can get to work, get to school, and contribute to our economies. We're all here to support each other, and we look forward to those continued, significant, sustained investments in affordable, accessible childcare for families across the United States.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I'm a mom of two from Pennsylvania. It's been a really rough 2 years, not just for my family, but for every family. And it's at times like these that I'm reminded so strongly of the importance of being able to care for your family, your children, your parents, and yourself as part of surviving, let alone thriving. My family is the same as every other. We've had new babies and needed that time to bond and be with them. Paying for childcare in their earliest years and getting enough time to be home with them was really hard. It put us into debt, but it's the only choice we had. We've had illness and sickness and injury. A few years ago, for example, I had a detached retina and lost my ability to see in one eye within an hour. I had to have surgery and then lay face down for 7 days straight to recover. At the time, I had 2 young kids who needed to get to daycare, get fed, get their baths, and everything else kids need. I needed time to care for myself and heal, and others needed time to come help us make it through. I've since had relatives struggle with serious illness like cancer, surgery, and other treatments. And same thing, I've needed time to be with them to help them make it through. All of these are things we should be supporting in our communities and our economy. And right now, none of us can make it work. Parents are powerful because we navigate all of this. We support our families, ourselves, but we can't do it alone. Too many of us are struggling to stay above water. And by too many, I literally mean all of us. So this Mother's Day, I celebrate all the moms and parents and caregivers making it work. And I call on our leaders to really, truly, and finally back up families like mine and all of us. Thank you.
My name is Jessica, and I am from Minnesota. And I have 3 children, ages 3, 6, and 9. And about 10 years ago, when our firstborn came along, we had a really difficult time finding a child care center or in-home care for him. When we finally did, it was at a very expensive center. And because of this, when our secondborn came along, we had to find a new place because we could not afford 2 in that particular center. When we did find a more affordable center to bring our boys to, it was a huge relief because it was still really hard to find care. Unfortunately, even though it was way more affordable, it still meant it was about $26,000 a year for both children to attend. Now we have 3 kids, and 2 of them are in the public schools, and 1 of them is still in pre-K. But the financial burden left over from almost a decade of paying for childcare has not gone away. We do not have much in savings, and we also incurred the costs of me not being or not getting paid for maternity leave when I was caring for our children when they were newborns. So several years ago, when I got a chance to speak at the Child Care for Working Families Act, the introduction to the act, I was really excited at the prospect of change around people having access to quality care and children having access to that quality care. And when it was included in the Build Back Better legislation, I was really excited because my siblings are starting their families. And so I thought, oh, maybe they will not have to incur this kind of cost. Now, unfortunately, that has stalled, but it does not mean that you can't move forward legislation that will help out families that are just starting and make sure that our children are well cared for and our families thrive and our economy grows. So please support legislation like the Child Care for Working Families Act and legislation that supports paid family leave. Thanks so much.
Moms have borne the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. They've juggled work and family through truly unprecedented circumstances. So this Mother's Day, let's show moms that we support them with more than just flowers and candy. Let's make sure they can afford to keep a roof over their heads and put food on the table by expanding the child tax credit. Let's make sure that when they return to work, they can stay in their jobs by establishing paid family and medical leave for everyone. And let's make sure moms, and every woman for that matter, receives equal pay for equal work by finally achieving paycheck fairness. And let's secure accessible, affordable childcare and maternal health care, comprehensive care that targets the disparities Black and brown women face in the exam room. With these policies and so much more, we can show moms everywhere that we have their backs, just as they've had all ours. Happy Mother's Day, and let's go get this done.
Hi, my name's Carolyn, and I'm the mother of 2 daughters and 2 stepdaughters in Anchorage, Alaska. And to me, the role of being a mom has changed a lot over the years. I was a mom with a husband who helped a lot, and then I was a single mom, and then I was a full-time single mom and a part-time single mom, and now I'm a mom and stepmom. And throughout the time, I've had lots of support from friends and family, and I think that's made a huge difference. Just having that network of resources and people there that you can rely on and talk to about your problems and experiences and reach out to when you feel the need, and also that you can give back to when you have the time and ability to give back to them is huge. I think there are also a lot of things that can be done to help moms more so they can focus on being moms, like providing paid parental leave, equal pay for women, providing access to resources like early childhood, child care, and health care for everyone, including elderly parents, and just generally making as many resources available so that moms can not have to worry about things like, where is the next meal, where is my kid going to get a good education, but so they can just focus on being a mom and loving their kids.
My name is Kim Rower. I'm a mom of 2 in Berkeley, California. And I am able to show up as a working caregiver because my workplace is flexible and understands the needs of caregivers at work. I'm lucky enough to have a husband whose workplace also understands the needs of working caregivers and shows up for them. Without this, I don't know how we would have gotten through the last 2 years, or frankly, how we would get through the rest of our careers as working caregivers. And it's time for government to step up and fill in the gaps so that we're not relying on private corporations to fill all of the needs of their working caregivers. I urge our policymakers and our business leaders to come together to support working caregivers so that we can all thrive and be successful contributors to our work environments.
Mi nombre es Ivonne, vivo en Virginia con mi hijo Maximiliano y bueno, puedo decir que la pandemia nos ha dejado muchísimas lecciones, pero primordialmente nos ha demostrado en mi caso de que no contamos con todo lo que necesitamos, con ayuda del gobierno para desarrollarnos plenamente como queremos como padres de familia, sea que tengamos un recién nacido o que ya tengamos otros hijos que están un poco mayores. Necesitamos un plan de licencia pagada que nos pueda dar el soporte y la seguridad como familia de que en el caso de que pase algo van a estar allí los días que necesitamos, con el apoyo de días pagados, como en nuestro caso, por ejemplo, a nuestro hijo Max. Le diagnosticaron cáncer justo al principio de la pandemia y bueno, Virginia es un estado que no tiene licencia pagada y entonces esas son una de las cosas que necesitamos. Hay un déficit en los gobiernos, en el presupuesto para la ley de familia. Hay un déficit de las cosas que necesitamos y es importantísimo que el gobierno ponga mucha atención, que no nos haga esperar más y que pase una licencia pagada de familia como ley que nos ayude a todos los padres a poder superar momentos como estos que son tan inesperados. No los puedes poner en tu presupuesto, no planifica una familia y dice, ¿y qué pasa si le da cáncer? Es algo que ni siquiera se menciona. ¿Qué pasa si le pasa otra cosa? Hay cosas que no podemos proyectar. Queremos que nuestros hijos crezcan felizmente y que tengan una vida plena, pero a veces esas cosas no pasan de la manera en la que queremos y es allí cuando el gobierno necesita realmente ponerse nuestros zapatos y ayudarnos. Necesitamos que pasen la licencia pagada de familia ya.
My name is Jessica, and I'm a mom in Durham, North Carolina. I have 2 teenage boys, ages 14 and 16. It has been a struggle raising teenagers over the past 2 years, and they are still struggling after a full year of online education last year. What would really help us is more mental health support and funding put into quality public education. Caregiving is really hard, especially over the past few years, and there seems to be so little support for families from our government. Why don't families have paid family and medical leave? Why are health issues the #1 cause of bankruptcy for families? Why are so many families working hard but still struggling to put food on the table? It really takes a village to raise a family, but here in this country, it feels like it's every mom for herself. It has felt really isolating, especially with 2 teenagers in the house. Our backs are going to break from all of the extra burdens placed on us moms. We desperately need a care infrastructure in this country.
All right, let me start by saying that I've been trying to record this video for literally 5 days, and every time I got close, I had a child meltdown, a child care crisis, or a child screaming because the kid that I put in charge at that moment stole a bowl of strawberries. So I'm trying. I'm literally hiding in a bathroom on the floor, hoping for 2 minutes of peace. How is that too much to ask for? I know why. It's because we are living in a pandemic. It's because my 3 children under the age of 5 who are still not vaccinated. It's because childcare has become this like precious commodity where you can't find it, and then once you do, you can't afford it. And don't get me wrong, we should be absolutely paying caregivers a living wage. It's also because we have leaders in office who, I don't know, forgot who they work for and who they represent. So I'm happy to take this opportunity live from my bathroom floor to remind them. My name is Amanda Brown-Learman, and I'm the executive director of a 500,000 member organization called the Super Majority. We believe that our families, our jobs, our bodies should be valued and respected, and we are organizing women across age, race, background, because we are united in our values and also vision for America where women can truly be equal. I'm also a Black mom. I have battled anxiety because of this country's maternal health crisis and just like blatant disregard. I'm a mom of 3 young children who still are not vaccinated. Saying that one again, they are still not vaccinated. And my gray hairs are literally a testament to the stress that I go through every single day, hoping that my care plan for that day is actually going to hold true. One of the more traumatic experiences during this period has been this like 20-minute period every single Sunday. My kids are required to have a negative rapid test to go to school on Monday morning. So the school sends home kits on Fridays with their names on it and their backpacks. And on Sunday mornings, I have to bribe my kids with some sort of treat. So they let me tickle their noses, which is a hell that they don't like it. I don't like it. And I get so stressed out about being able to deliver that test accurately. And then once I do, I wait 15 minutes hoping that my kids are negative because I am more afraid of them not being able to go to school than I am of them getting COVID. I mean, what kind of sick truth is that? I hate it. I hate most of all that there's something that our government, that our leaders in office can do. And there are literally policy solutions that we've never been closer to. So hear my tears, hear my screams from the bathroom floor, hear our primal screams, and our votes, because women are voting. We're voting for representation, for progress on the issues that matter, for solutions like paid leave, like affordable childcare, like pre-K, like care. We need a care infrastructure in the United States of America. Women deserve that. Women deserve better. They deserve solutions. And yeah, I'm ready for it, and I hope that our leaders are listening.
Hi, I'm Congresswoman Jennifer Wexton, and I represent Virginia's 10th District in the U.S. House of Representatives. Happy Mother's Day. As a member of Congress and a mom, I'm fighting hard for legislation that will give moms the support they need to succeed. No mom should have to make the choice between her family or her career. But the reality is that too often moms are overlooked when it comes to policy making. We saw just how damaging that can be during the pandemic. COVID put countless moms out of work, staying home to help our kids while they couldn't be in their classrooms or daycares. Decades of progress for women in the workplace could be lost if we don't step up, make sure we have moms' backs, and deliver the support they need. That means expanding access to affordable childcare and improving paid leave policies. When I was first elected to public office in the Virginia State Senate, I was one of the only moms with young kids serving there. And the laws that were being passed reflected that reality. It wasn't until we elected more moms that Virginia began passing policies that had moms in mind. In fact, the very first bill I passed as a state legislature gave Virginia women an absolute right to breastfeed their babies in public places. The bill idea came from a constituent who shared with me terrible tales of how the women in her mom's group were shamed simply for breastfeeding their infants in public, often being ordered to move to the ladies' room to do it in a bathroom stall. Yuck. In Congress, we have a historic number of women serving right now, many of whom, like I did, have young kids and understand the challenges of juggling work and home life. We're committed to doing all we can to get these pro-mom policies to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. I want to thank all the moms out there for the tireless and often thankless work that you do each and every day. Know that you have champions in Congress who are fighting for you and for your families. Take care and happy Mother's Day.
Hello, my name is Rachel Green, founder and CEO of Women of Color Coalition. I would like to thank Gloria and Moms Rising for this beautiful campaign that they have initiated for Mother's Day. Peace of mind. There is nothing more important than peace of mind. To know as a mother that when you go to work or go to school and do your daily tasks, that you have someone that you can trust to watch your children, your ailing or elderly parents in their early years of life. Peace of mind. There's nothing more important than having good child care, elder care, to make sure our family members are taken care of. There are so many single moms out there and mothers in general around this nation who could use the extra help and having that peace of mind. There is nothing more comforting for a mother than to know that her children, her family, and her loved ones are being cared for. So let's everyone, for Mother's Day, let's honor all the mothers around the world to make sure that there is good legislation that supports mothers and to make sure that the loved ones in their lives, their children, their parents, their loved ones are being taken care of, and that there is great child care and elder care in this great nation. Thank you.
I've donated to Black Mama Bailout because I have a Black mama. I know the sacrifices that she made so that I could be the woman that I am sitting here today. And I know so many Black mamas that give of themselves tirelessly, selflessly, endlessly, at most times detriment to their own well-being. They give of themselves to others, to their children, to their loved ones in their lives. They are the caregivers. They are bearing all of the weight of our communities on their backs. So if I had the opportunity to make sure that a Black mama could be in a safe, healthy place and out of prison, then by all means, I definitely had to jump on that opportunity. If you have it in your heart and your wallet, your pocketbook, please maybe consider just donating a little bit to Black Mama Bailout to make sure that a Black mama could be with her babies.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm a single mom of 4 living in Marlinton, West Virginia. Like many other parents, I really struggled with the availability and the affordability of childcare. My oldest daughter was quarantined 6 separate times this year, which led to roughly about 10 weeks of missed school. For parents that don't have paid leave, that can be an absolute nightmare. We lose work, which means we lose jobs. And parents like me, who are the sole provider for their family, are really in a bind. Things like the CTC really helped families like mine be able to pay for a sitter and even take time off with our kids when we really needed to. Also, the affordability of childcare is a huge issue, not just for low-income parents like myself, but for everyone in America. For people like me who would qualify for a voucher, whether it be through Mountain Heart in our area or a different organization in others, we have to choose a child care center that is accredited by the state. So for people in rural areas like mine, it's impossible to use our vouchers even when we qualify. The reason for this is most places like ours are a child care desert. So we have one child care in our entire county. The waiting lists are super, super long. I think I waited about 2 years for my youngest daughter, which means I had to pay out of pocket. That's very difficult to afford on a $12 an hour salary. Expanded child care is a necessity for all parents, but especially low-income, working, single-parent families like mine.
I wanted to take a moment out of the day to pause and thank all the mothers and caregivers around our nation and around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenging and exhausting time for all of us, but especially for mothers and caregivers who needed to manage 2 jobs in one home office. A vital lesson from this pandemic is mothers and caregivers need help. Now more than ever, we need affordable childcare, universal pre-K for all parents, and paid family leave for all families. In Pennsylvania alone, nearly 76% of women with 5-year-olds or younger are working, and 67% of mothers are the breadwinners or co-breadwinners for their families. I think of my constituent Lynn, who is a home healthcare worker and who does not have proper sick leave. She must choose between protecting vulnerable patients and a paycheck. Too many women have to confront these difficult choices, and it's unacceptable for our Commonwealth and for our nation. Paid family leave and affordable childcare must be the norm for American families, not a luxury, and universal pre-K must be available. The filibuster cannot stand in the way of us standing up for mothers and caregivers around the nation. Because when we invest in our families and children, our homes, we invest in our future.
Hi, I'm Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland. This Mother's Day, I want to recognize that moms are our superheroes. Think of all the extraordinary things we ask mothers to accomplish during a typical day for their families, for their careers, and for whatever else. For the most part, it is a mom who are asked to juggle childcare responsibilities at the same time being expected to be fully engaged in their careers. It's time we showed our appreciation for moms outside of one-day celebration and appropriately honor them with the assistance they deserve. Recently, women have felt the harshest effects of the pandemic. 2 million were forced to leave their jobs, many faced with an inability to find quality, affordable childcare. COVID-19 has clearly shown us that childcare is a basic necessity that keeps our economy running. In Maryland, the average yearly cost to send a child to childcare is more expensive than a year of tuition and fees at a state public college. President Joe Biden made families and children a priority central to his Build Back Better agenda. His proposal changes all that, capping childcare costs at no more than 7% of income. This would save the average Maryland family $13,000 in childcare costs. This would be welcome savings for so many families who are struggling to keep the costs year after year. This Mother's Day, I'd like to recognize the moms who find a way to balance everything thrown their way. I would also like to reaffirm my commitment to enacting legislation to provide the necessary resources to ensure moms have affordable access to quality child care programs. And a special thanks to Moms Rising and all the moms, parents, caregivers, and others participating in the MOMibuster to celebrate moms and families in the critical infrastructure they need to thrive.
My name is Mandy, and I am a community organizer and advocate here in Seattle, Washington. Families like mine are counting on you to make paid family and medical leave accessible to everyone across the United States a reality, because paid family and medical leave combats poverty, gives children a healthy start, and lowers the wage gap by providing structural support to balance work and family. Already, we've seen the positive impacts of paid family and medical leave in Washington State, and we are long overdue in creating a paid family and medical leave policy that accommodates all families across this country.
My name is Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. As we have all seen from this pandemic, women of color, and especially Black women, have been on the front lines of the care economy, not only in facing its health and economic consequences, but also in the mental health and community aspects that are so important to our recovery. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that this nation needs to pass laws that give dignity to moms, caregivers, and families now more than ever. I know firsthand what this means for my community. I know what this also means for women. And I know what this will mean for working families. This care economy itself has been built on the backs of women of color who are consistently underpaid for their work. We can make significant strides in closing the equal pay gap if we provide a living wage to the millions of care workers who work for inadequate pay. We can give moms a leg up if we pass universal pre-K and affordable childcare. We can make sure that no one ever ages in isolation or in inadequate facilities if we can make sure that elder care and prescription drugs are affordable. An essential part of our recovery is focusing on our nation's caregivers. And that means that we cannot and will not overlook the care workers who take care of our children, our mothers, our elders, and everyone we love. They keep our homes running, our communities thriving, and they are the backbone of this nation's economy. It is time we say enough is enough and make sure we prioritize the needs of women and the backbone of our economy, caregivers. The Black Women's Roundtable applauds the work of Moms Rising and the millions of women we represent to lift up the lives of everyday working families. We will continue to let our elected officials know that when we look at the economy through the lens of women, the lens of caregivers, heads of households, essential workers, and community makers, we will lift up everyone in this economy. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon, representing Pennsylvania's 5th Congressional District. This Mother's Day, I'm thinking about all the moms and other caregivers who've had to work double time over the past 2 years as our country struggled to navigate life during the pandemic. You've had to be a parent, teacher, coach, playmate, healthcare provider, frontline worker, and more. And there were no breaks. As we sorted through public health challenges, school closures, and changing work schedules, it became even more clear just how badly this nation needs to invest in our care infrastructure. Universal pre-K, affordable childcare, a dependable system of care for seniors and people with disabilities, all of this is essential to having an economy and a society that works for all Americans. My kids are adults now, but I remember how overwhelming it felt to juggle childcare and work when they were small, how a late train or a fever could completely upend my world. Families need investments in care now. Women can't be asked to bear the costs of not funding these crucial programs any longer. My number one goal in Congress is to improve the lives of children and families in my district. And I know that building a stronger care infrastructure is one of the most impactful ways we can do that. I won't stop fighting until you and every mom out there has the support and resources you need. Happy Mother's Day.
My name is Nadia Hussein. I'm a mom in Bloomingdale, New Jersey, and I have 2 boys, a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old. When it comes to being a mom, I really don't know if I'm thriving. I most often feel like I'm drowning, especially as somebody who is not only a mom of young children, but who also is part of the Sandwich generation, taking care of a father who has dementia and an elderly mom. I will say that during the pandemic especially, things got much harder where I had to go part-time at work to be able to do online learning for my son who's 7 and who also recently got diagnosed as autism spectrum. So I didn't really have that support then. And really all of it fell on my shoulders, which really made me feel for other moms who had to leave the workforce, who had to go part-time, many who haven't been able to return to work because they don't have childcare, they don't have the support they need, the financial support. They really need to be able to get back to working and supporting their family and supporting the economy. I will say one thing that has made me feel powerful is even while drowning, I've still somehow managed to make it work in terms of, my child didn't fail kindergarten. They're in 1st grade. I was able to get my father into a nursing home and I'm still supporting my mom. But again, this is a lot of me doing the work. It's me making phone calls constantly for my kids, for my parents. And it just makes me reflect on how much support moms really need. We ask so much from moms. I feel like society asks so much from me without giving support that'll help me and my family thrive, but it'll also help our communities thrive. Affordable childcare and pre-K is just crucial. I don't know how we don't have it. I don't know how it's not been a no-brainer for years, and especially after the pandemic, especially how we've seen everything fall on the shoulders of moms, seeing that our childcare system is so broken and it's still not getting the support it needs to survive and thrive. It's just unimaginable that the United States considers itself to be an amazing country that does so many things, but one thing it doesn't do is support the families the way they need with childcare or paid leave. You know, all the work I did with my family, with my kids when they get sick, when my parents get sick, you know, if I didn't have paid leave at work, I couldn't do any of that. But too many moms and families just don't have that. And also the extended tax credit that enabled me to pay for day camp for my son so I could work in the summer and make up the hours I missed. So yeah, I'm kind of drowning, but I hope that I can thrive one day.
Hi, my name is Vicky Shabo. I'm a mom, an only child to aging parents who live across the country from me, and a care policy advocate. My own journey started when I became a parent, and I learned just how unequal access to paid family and medical leave is. I was fortunate enough to have several months of paid leave, but people even within my own workplace, administrative assistants, cafeteria workers, mailroom workers, these folks didn't have any paid leave or had paid leave that was too inadequate to meet their needs. Tiered benefits like this are super common, and it means that people with lower wages, less wealth, less savings, and more caregiving needs are too often left behind. The paid leave status quo is holding everyone back. Paid leave helps women and caregivers stay in the workforce. It helps contribute to higher earnings over time and lets people afford the basic costs of living that are rising quickly, helps businesses retain workers, and it helps improve people's health and community health and brings down healthcare costs. The goals that policymakers across the aisle say that they have would be met if we had a national paid leave program in place, and yet we don't. Childcare was another problem for me and my family. I put my son on waiting lists before he was born and only got calls 4 years later saying that he'd had a spot, and that really didn't do us any good. People are struggling with childcare because we haven't invested in systems that make childcare available and accessible to parents at reasonable costs, and we haven't invested in a childcare workforce, the professionals that are caring for and nurturing our children. This means people can't work, or it means that they're scared about the childcare that they do have, or cobbling together solutions that aren't serving their needs or the needs of their children. Now my son is older, but one of my parents needs help. My dad was fortunate enough to be a state employee when state employees had good benefits, and he bought long-term care insurance for himself. Now he has the help of a man named Miguel, who's in his 20s. He's an immigrant. He's going to school. He wants to go to college. He helps my dad every day, getting to healthcare appointments, moving about his house safely, making sure that his needs are met. My dad can only afford to pay Miguel fair wages because of the insurance that he has. Families are struggling with their own challenges like this every day. We shouldn't have to struggle, each of us in our own households. These are community problems, national problems, and we haven't solved them that way. We shouldn't all be on our own when it comes to finding and affording care or when we need to deal with a serious health issue or care for a child. Setting up new systems for paid leave, for childcare, for home care should have been the first thing that Congress addressed as part of an economic package meant to bring prices down and build a more fair economy. It's mystifying that policymakers from every political party don't see investing in care as a must-do, especially in the midst of fallout from COVID-19, the attrition of women and caregivers from the workforce, and a so-called labor force shortage that's really just driven partially by people's need to find care for themselves and their loved ones. It's on us to keep demanding change, to keep showing up, to tell our stories. To members of Congress who have been champions, thank you. And to those members of Congress who don't think care is investing in, please listen and get to work. And happy Mother's Day to everyone.
Hi, I'm Donna Norton, Executive Vice President of Moms Rising, and I'm so honored to be part of this MOMibuster. I was one of the original founders of Moms Rising, in major part because I was so frustrated that I had to spend almost all my salary to pay for childcare for my 2 kids. It shouldn't be this hard to have a job and care for kids. And over time, I've had other needs for care as my parents have aged. Right now, for example, my father is recovering from chemotherapy and radiation for treatment for cancer. And my sister and I have been flying down to try to take care of him. And when we're there, it really is a full-time job. And thank God, unlike most workers in America, I actually have paid family and medical leave from my job at Moms Rising, so I don't have to lose a paycheck when I go to take care of him. But when we're not there, home care is incredibly expensive, and we're trying to figure out how we pay for that. So this is a terrible problem for our family, and it's so common for families across America. But there are solutions. Congress can invest in childcare and home-based community care and guarantee paid family and medical leave so families like mine can work and know that our loved ones are well cared for. We can do this. Happy Mother's Day.
Hello and happy Mother's Day to all the moms and mother figures joining us. My name is Congresswoman Annie Kuster, and I represent New Hampshire's 2nd Congressional District. One thing I hear consistently from Granite Staters is the urgent need to expand access to high-quality, affordable care. We know that when we invest in our communities and our families, our country and our economy will thrive. From the daycare centers that teach our children their ABCs to the community-based services that care for our loved ones who are aging or living with disabilities, our nation's caregivers are integral to our lives, keeping our country, our economy, and our families moving forward. As a mom of 2 boys and someone who served as a caregiver for my own mother when she suffered from Alzheimer's disease, I know firsthand the incredible impact that access to affordable quality care can have for a family. This is why I am committed to bolstering our nation's care infrastructure and expanding access to childcare, paid family and medical leave, and home and community-based services for those in New Hampshire and all across our great country. In Congress, I was proud to help expand the child tax credit through the American Rescue Plan, and I will continue working to equip families with the support they need and to ensure that our care workforce receives the compensation, fair treatment, and appreciation they deserve. So thank you all for your advocacy and support for family-friendly, inclusive care policies. Together, we will ensure that everyone across our country can flourish and our economy can thrive.
Hi, my name is Hannah, and I'm from Rockville, Maryland. I'm a proud member of the Moms Rising family, and I've worked alongside countless advocates in the fight to expand the monthly child tax credit payments that were expanded last year in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I've read hundreds of stories from families across the country about how these payments have helped lifted them from difficult times, including paying for rent, food, utilities, childcare, and much more. I know a lot of these families would not be able to stay afloat during this very difficult 2 years throughout the pandemic without the additional assistance that the CTC was able to provide. I'm urging members of Congress to listen to their constituents and listen to what the American public needs and expand care infrastructure policies, such as the monthly child tax credit, to do right by these families, to do right by people, and to help aid them when they need help. Everyone needs a lift here and there, and we should all work together to build a better world that we're all proud of. Thank you for listening to my story, and I hope that we're able to get to a brighter tomorrow by passing a care infrastructure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Velez. I'm from Duryea, Pennsylvania. I'm a mom and a proud nana. My daughter and son-in-law are good parents. They work hard to provide a decent life for my granddaughter. I see the many challenges they have to face, working split shifts because they cannot afford quality childcare. I urge you to stand up and demand Congress acts today. Every American family deserves to not only pursue, but achieve the American dream. Our tax dollars ensure that our elected officials and their families are living their very best life. It is time we take that back and have our tax dollars work to ensure every American family is living the very best life they can. I urge you, call, write, demand that Congress acts today.
Right now, the United States is the most dangerous place to give birth in the developed world. And the COVID-19 pandemic has only made matters worse. On top of that, Black women and Indigenous women are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth or postpartum than our white counterparts. And this is irrespective of income or education. We need the Black Maternal Health MOMiBus, and we need every lever in the MOMiBus included in the reconciliation package. We need to expand care, we need to increase the quality of care, and we need to make sure that no mother, no pregnant woman, no woman who's postpartum is left behind or vulnerable to morbidity or mortality. Let's pass the Black Maternal Health MOMiBus in the reconciliation package this year.
Care can't wait because our families need support when the unexpected happens. When my husband and I decided to start our family, we didn't plan on high blood pressure forcing bed rest for the last month of my pregnancy. We struggled, but we figured it out. For far too many families in this country, there are no other options. We must give parents and families a fighting chance, and paid family leave is one way to make that happen.
Hi, my name is Gina Apgar. Childcare is an issue that is so important for so many reasons, and it impacts me both professionally and personally. You see, I grew up in poverty. I dropped out of high school and I had my first child when I was 18. It would have been my senior year of high school. And yet I was still determined that I was going to be the one to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty in our family. I pursued my post-secondary education and graduated with an associate's degree in early care and education when my daughter was about 3 years old. We went from receiving subsidized housing, medical and food assistance, and $100 a week in child support to a full-time salary as an early care and education teacher. And at that point, I could no longer afford to make ends meet in our family. I was working full-time and raising my daughter, and also enrolled in a bachelor's level program in hopes that with more education, I would be able to earn a livable wage. That was going to be my ticket to escaping poverty. At the time, I was working in a federally funded preschool program for low-income children as a lead teacher. This is the same program that I attended myself as a child and that my daughter attended. The aim of this program was initially to help reduce a 30 million word gap between low-income children and their more affluent peers to prepare them for kindergarten. And it had evolved into a more comprehensive program that provides intergenerational supports and improves trajectories for low-income children like myself and my daughter. So I was deeply passionate about the work that I was doing. And unfortunately, after I had my son, I could no longer afford to work at that job that I loved. The cost of infant care far exceeded my salary. And so I resigned. And after about 3 years, I attempted to re-enter the workforce. I now had completed my bachelor's degree. I was rehired at the same employer, making a higher salary. And yet I quickly realized that even with my higher salary, I was in a deficit by just paying for childcare for a preschool age child and my employer-sponsored health insurance. I was in the negative. This didn't account for housing. This didn't account for food, utilities, the gas and the tolls to and from work and childcare, the mandatory car insurance policy that I had to have for my position, the student loans that qualified me to get my job, or any after-school care for my older child. And so ultimately, I left the field of early care and education. This unfortunately perpetuated the shortage of qualified early care and education providers. But as a teacher, I couldn't afford to stay. And as a parent, I couldn't afford to pay. And I went on to earn a graduate degree in social work. And now I am crippled with cumulative student loan debt in the 6 figures. That continues to threaten my family's financial stability and all of the progress we've made to overcoming this difficult cycle of poverty. So my daughter is now 17 and she's headed to college next year. You know, research had suggested that she would be more likely to be challenged academically than her more affluent peers. And yet she scored a perfect score on a state standardized language arts test one year. I strongly believe that quality early care and education programs like the one that she had access to make a huge difference in the outcomes for children. And while she continues to work hard as a second-generation college student, she's going to continue to face the struggles of our family cycle of poverty. She doesn't have access to a college fund. She doesn't have access to savings. And instead, she's going to start her adult life with her own student loan debt that she'll have to continue to dig out of. Early care and education programs are truly a lifeline for working families, for employers, for developing children, for a promising future for us all. And so I call on legislators to invest in quality, affordable, and accessible early care and education programs, because quite frankly, we can't afford not to.
I'm Matt Clayman, representative for House District 21 in West Anchorage. As a parent and legislator, I recognize the importance of care infrastructure. Adequate funding for public education is a critical investment for Alaska's future. I remain committed to strong public schools and expanding access to early childhood education, because public education is our best investment in the future. Education and childcare go hand in hand. Childcare should not be a barrier for those who want to work, especially for women and the working class. Allowing childcare providers to organize in Alaska will support high-quality childcare, help address the gender pay gap, and increase job satisfaction. I am pleased to support House Bill 149, which creates a child daycare provider fund and supports childcare workers. In addition to supporting public education and childcare, since 2016, I have sponsored legislation to increase women's access to contraceptives. House Bill 58 requires healthcare insurers to cover 12 months of prescriptive oral contraceptives at one time. I recognize the importance of a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions, which is protected by the Alaska Constitution. Every woman should have access to the health care she needs. Please join me in supporting care infrastructure, policies that support paid family and medical leave, child care, elder care, and quality women's health are essential for Alaska.
Cancer really sucks. Cancer just sucks. It sucks so much, and I don't know if possible it sucks more during a pandemic. I don't know if that's possible. It feels like maybe it is. My mom was diagnosed with cancer right after the November election. I've been coming home from across state lines once a month to help take care of her. Behind me is a cancer center, and my mom is inside getting the 3rd day of her chemo infusions. She gets them every 3 weeks for her lung cancer. She has to come in 3 days in a row. And the first day is the longest. It can be like an 8-hour day between getting checked in and talking with the doctor and then having all of her meds delivered via, chemo and infusions. The next 2 days are shorter. And so we're on the last round of chemo today for this round of infusion treatments. And so I'm standing outside, take a little break outside in the sun because it's nice and sunny, which is good. So we're enjoying that. I have been coming home like once a month over the last several months to check in on my mom and help her out and help take her to her treatments. It's hard. It's really hard. It's stressful, especially because of the pandemic. It's just extra stressful, I think, being in a hospital because of the pandemic. We're all double masked up and keeping distanced, and the news is better these days. Like, the vaccine seems to be working and there aren't as many people at the hospital with COVID, which is great news, and we're really excited about it. It's still stressful to be in a hospital during a pandemic though. So my mom has cancer and she got it during the pandemic, and she's still gonna have it when the pandemic is over. And we need paid leave, and we need it now. I'm the only one in my family who has actual paid family and medical leave to use for myself, but also for my mom. Nobody else in my family has it, and it sucks. It means if my sister's gonna help out, she has to take vacation days, which it's great that she has that, but it's still really hard. And then my other siblings don't have that kind of time that they can take off, and one of my brothers has small kids, so like, if he uses his sick days or any kind of vacation day to help my mom, it means he has fewer to use for his family. And again, we're in the middle of a pandemic and people are getting sick, and they're going to keep getting sick after a pandemic because that's what kids do, especially when they go back to school, pandemic or not. And so, you know, he really eats into his supply of any kind of time off. It just sucks. So we need paid leave. We've got to get this done. Not having it is having a tremendous financial impact on my family. And we're the lucky ones. And we're super lucky. We've got to get this done.
Hi, my name is Tina Sherman, and I am from Apex, North Carolina, and I'm a mom of 4. My oldest is 16. I have twin 13-year-olds and a 7-year-old. And I am an advocate for families. And in particular, when I think about what mothers need on Mother's Day and what families need right now, I'm thinking about access to affordable childcare, access to paid family and medical leave, and importantly, as a Black mom, access to birth equity, ensuring that all moms have the opportunity to give birth in a safe and respectful manner, and also to watch their children grow up and thrive. I want Congress this year, right now, for Mother's Day, to pass policies that support working families and support moms, dads, aunties, uncles, and families everywhere. Congress, do your part.
Hi, my name is Jessie, and I am a caregiver in Haddonfield, New Jersey. When the pandemic started, I was working with a family of 2 little girls who obviously were supposed to be going to school and part-time, and everything changed for that. So I had to talk to the girls about different ways to find outlets and sources of play and fun because they were used to playing with their friends. In the middle of the pandemic, I changed families. I started nannying for another family with a little girl who was 7 months old at the time. So it didn't feel as significant because she was so little, and we could make up for ways of having fun. But then as she got older, it got really challenging, right? Because she had all this energy that usually as a caregiver, I know what to do with, because we would go out, we'd go to the park, we'd go to classes, and we weren't able to do that anymore. So I had to get very creative. There were a lot of exposure scares, right? That made us, as soon as we felt like we were safe to do something, we had an exposure scare, we had to reevaluate our thought process, right? And just my clients and I had to have conversations continuously about our comfort level and our exposure level and all of those things. My clients also traveled a lot for work. Their work required a lot of travel. that some trips that they were supposed to go on, we had to cancel and we didn't participate in, but other trips that we were supposed to go on were supposed to be like for a month's period of time, and they ended up being 2 months because the organization they work for had to spread it out to be as safe as possible. They had to break up their groups. They had to do more testing. Every other day when we were away, we had to get COVID tested just to make sure that it was safe for us all to be there. It was a very nerve-wracking experience for everybody. You know, like their jobs got a lot more stressful. My job as an entrepreneur shifted in a big way because I started a small business and now I wasn't able to interact with other children. So I had to really focus on this family and what we could do and use my creativity to make it fun and exciting, because it was scary. It was scary, it was isolating, and it was frustrating. But if nothing else, it was a character building experience that we all grew from. We all learned a lot of communication skills in the process. We grew a really strong mutual respect for one another, and we came out the other side. I mean, we hope. And now we have a skill set to carry with us in case anything like this were to ever happen again. The moment I realized the power of being a caregiver was during this time, and it was recognizing how powerful my creativity and my perspective can add to a family in a situation like this, right? Because families already need guidance from caregivers, and now they needed it more than ever, because it wasn't just like going out into the world and figuring it out. The world was closed down. So I got to see my strengths come out, and it really helped me learn how to communicate more effectively with the way that I teach and the way that I show up and the environment that I create for the families that I care for.
Hello, my name is Shay. I am from Detroit, Michigan. I am a mother of 2 wonderful children, ages 24 and age 17. Being a parent of a teenager has its challenges. For example, we've been through this pandemic, but my child goes to school hybrid, which means every other day she's in school in person or she's online. And so the challenge is, in order to make sure she's in these classes, I have to make sure I am accessible for her. These are some crucial years during high school, 11th and 12th grade. And so the challenges is I have to take contract jobs, gig jobs. So what that's saying is healthcare to me is very important because with contracts and gig jobs, healthcare is so high. And with Universal Healthcare Congress, it would help a lot of parents, single moms, dads, children, and everyone. So Congress, what I'm saying to you, please. And also with the child tax credit, if you can extend that, that is so helpful. That really helped. It helped get the things that my child need for school, especially with internet is needed. You got to make sure that they have the computer, the technology. So again, Congress, please keep, if you can, extend child tax credit. If you can, please make universal health insurance accessible. It's very, very important, even now. I suffered through mental health. I suffered through physical health. Without health insurance, I really don't know where I'll be at, seriously, if I had to pay for it, because with me losing my job, just got laid off from the city, with me losing my job, I can't afford to pay for health care. So now my health's going to decline because I don't have the help that I need to get back on my feet with the health problem. So Congress, please have universal health care for all, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mikkel James from Salt Lake City, Utah. I am an HR director for a local nonprofit, and I'm also, and most importantly, a mother to a 2-year-old boy, as well as expecting my 2nd child next month. I am sending in this video today because I believe our parents, not just mothers, need support. I became a mother 3 days after the world shut down from the pandemic. I knew motherhood was going to be tough, but I didn't realize how tough it would be. Navigating a pandemic, dealing with record inflation, shortages of childcare that only got worse through the pandemic. I have gotten to a point where sometimes I just don't know what to do. I've considered leaving my job, which I love and would hate to do because childcare is so expensive and inaccessible. I am lucky enough and fortunate enough that I have a job that has supported me through my newfound parenthood and has helped me be able to do a hybrid schedule, because after 2 years on waiting lists for childcare, I just recently was able to get my son into a program, but only part-time. With the second child on the way and me about to start my unpaid family medical leave, it adds even more stress to our family. Figuring out how we are going to pay for our second child's childcare, let alone get this baby into childcare, is something that keeps me up at night. I pride myself as being a working woman and also a mother, and I hate to be put in the situation where I may have to choose one or the other. I think that our Congress and our government can do more to support parents, whether that's the child tax credit, expanding pre-K programs, subsidies for childcare, providing additional funds to childcare programs so they're able to open up more facilities and take more children. We need to do better. We need to support our parents. We need to support our mothers. A person should not have to face whether they can have a family and also work. That's not fair. And in this amazing country that we have, it's very unfortunate that we don't support our parents to grow the next generation of Americans. So that's why I strongly urge Congress, do better, do more, support us parents. We need you, we're drowning. So please help us.
Hi, my name is Lauren and I'm a mom of 3 in Washington State. When my first child was born, we knew we needed to line up childcare even before he was born. We toured childcare centers and homes and got on multiple wait lists at places that would be a stretch for our budget, but a necessity for 2 working parents. By the time my son was born, after being on wait lists for the majority of my pregnancy, there was still not a spot available, and estimates of wait time range from 12 months to 2 years. And when I returned to work, we patched it together as many families are forced to do because of lack of access and lack of affordability. Later, with my middle daughter, when she was ready for preschool, we found a wonderful preschool in our neighborhood that reflected the things that we value and that we could afford. Then the pandemic hit and her preschool soon closed, leaving us without care and an unclear path to find new care amidst a childcare crisis and a global health crisis. This last fall, we found a place that was available, affordable, and with safety precautions that we felt good about. It felt amazing to have her back in care in a place that we knew that she would thrive. But a few months later, due to the pandemic stress, childcare market, and other pressures, the school closed its doors and we found ourselves right back where we started. It was heartbreaking, not just because it was a disruption to our schedules and threw in real questions as to how we would manage without childcare, but because our daughter had been thriving. And after a year and a half of isolation and all the other things that the pandemic took away from our young kids, to have my daughter's safe and happy place to grow and learn with trusted and loved adults and friendships that she had built with peers to be taken away just felt cruel. What does it teach our kids when they see in real time their access to spaces where they're safe, loved, and learning be diminished and full of barriers? What does it tell them about their value and their self-worth? The burden of a broken care system for families is too much. And stories like mine are just the tip of the iceberg. We have an opportunity to change the story and support families from the very beginning of life. Access to paid leave and affordable childcare, among other things, are crucial and foundational elements to ensure that families can thrive.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Norma Torres, and I am proud to join the Moms Rising community and the Care Can't Wait coalition to call attention to the desperate need for federal child care and family leave policies. During the pandemic, we saw record and disproportionate numbers of women leaving the workforce to care for their families, especially as schools transition to virtual learning and daycares closed. Moms shouldn't have to choose between caring for their families or having a career. We can do both. A strong and robust care economy will make that a reality for more moms, and our nation will be stronger and much better for it. As a mom and grandma, I am committed to working with my colleagues in the House to champion legislation that prioritizes families and implements the care infrastructure our moms deserve. Happy MOMibuster 2022. Let's continue fighting the good fight.
This is it. We did it. Woman power, parent power, mom power, care power, people power. Let's keep going. Let's keep strong and going until we have what we need so that families can thrive, right? We are persistent, we are insistent, and unstoppable when we are together. And we are millions strong. We are not alone. We are going to keep marching. We are going to keep pushing until we lower family costs, to lift families and to build the care infrastructure that we all need.